Jon Snow stood in the courtyard of Winterfell with the damp wind tugging at his cloak. The sky above was a mottled gray bruised with clouds that threatened an oncoming storm. His breath rolled from his lips in white plumes, but he scarcely felt the chill. Every sense within him burned, adrenaline coiling through his muscles, driving him to stand firm on the stones where so much blood had been shed. It was only hours since Ramsay Bolton had been dragged from the battlefield, bound and half-conscious, snarling curses through bloody teeth. Hours since the men loyal to the Starks had reclaimed Winterfell. Yet in that space of time, the entire North had changed. The eyes of the Northern Lords weighed on him. They stood in a semicircle, some streaked in mud and gore, fresh from the fighting. They watched the bastard of Winterfell, son of Ned Stark in everything but name, to see what he would do now that he had triumphed over the most hated man in the North. Sansa was at his side. She stood stiff-backed, her auburn hair clinging to her cheeks where the cold wind caught the dampness of sweat. Her face was set in marble, breath shallow in the same crisp air. Jon knew what she felt. He recognized the same tension, that desire for closure. Yet there was more than closure at stake. This was about uniting the North, or so he had realized in the wake of the battle. This was about delivering a final statement of justice for all the suffering Ramsay Bolton had caused. They had dragged Ramsay out into that courtyard where the ground was slick from the trampling of countless boots. He knelt, arms bound behind him, shoulders trembling with fatigue and blood loss. There was still a spark of malevolence in his pale eyes, that unnerving glimmer of madness. Even in defeat, he radiated contempt. But his illusions of grandeur were gone. He was a beaten dog, a man whose manipulations had finally run their course. Jon stared down at the trembling figure, thinking of the lives lost, the outrages committed, and the many betrayals that had fractured the North in the first place. "Jon," Sansa whispered at his side, though her voice was scarcely audible above the wind. "He needs to pay for what he's done. You know that." Jon's mind flickered back to the moment the horns had blown across the battlefield, the moment the Knights of the Vale had descended, turning the tide against Ramsay's forces. He'd felt, in that instant, a surge of pure rage that nearly overtook him. He had wanted to kill Ramsay himself, to tear the man to pieces for what he had done to Rickon, for the torment he had unleashed on Sansa, for the betrayals he had enacted upon their house. But as the chaos of battle had faded, Jon found himself cloaked in a weight heavier than any armor, the duty of leadership. He had to think not just of revenge, but of what was best for the North. Around them, the courtyard was ringed with soldiers. Wildlings under Tormund's command and northern bannermen who had once knelt to House Stark, men from houses Manderley, Serwyn, and even some from House Glover. Their faces were set in expectation. Here was justice. Here was the final victory. If Ramsay Bolton were allowed to languish in a cell, rumors might spread. If he was tried by some distant tribunal, the satisfaction for the people who had been wronged might ring hollow. Jon knew that immediate justice, swift, direct, was the surest way to show that House Stark was restored and would not cower before cruelty. He glanced at Sansa, noting how her gaze lingered on Ramsay. There was no love there, no pity. She was not the girl who had once dreamed of courtly songs and handsome princes. The North had changed her, had wrought a quiet steel within her. Jon could sense that she wanted to be the one to bring the blade down or to mete out punishment in a manner befitting the outrages done to her. But Sansa was also wise enough to let Jon stand as the figurehead in this moment. The Northern Lords were watching. So was Davos Seaworth, standing a few steps behind, battered from the battle. Tormund Giantsbane stood off to one side, arms crossed over his broad chest, disapproving of everything that did not involve direct violence. He had grown to trust Jon though, and so he merely waited. Melisandre hovered at the edges of the gathering, hood pulled low, her face unreadable. She had once championed Stannis Baratheon. Now she had resurrected Jon from the grave. She had seen some vision in the flames, or so she claimed, that told her Jon Snow had a role to play. Her presence, with eyes like living embers, reminded Jon that there were larger battles yet to come. But for now, the immediate reckoning stood before them. "Bolton," Jon said at last, his voice carrying in the hush that had seized the courtyard. "You have betrayed the North. You have committed acts of cruelty against our people. You butchered innocents, you starved them, and you hunted my brother like an animal. You murdered men who gave you their trust. You took Winterfell by trickery, defiled its halls, and committed unspeakable crimes against my sister, Lady Sansa." A faint smile flickered across Ramsay's split lip. Blood was dried on his chin. "Your sister," he mocked, though his tone trembled. "She's not your sister, Snow. You're a bastard of..." Jon drew back his fist, intending to strike the man. The urge to silence him was overwhelming, but he held back at the last moment, reining himself in. A single blow would not prove anything. It would only feed that anger within him, and he refused to let Ramsay tarnish his final moment of justice. He continued, "For these crimes and countless others, I, Jon Snow, in the name of House Stark, the true lords of Winterfell, sentence you to death." There was no flicker of fear in Ramsay's eyes, only a dull acceptance and perhaps a final spark of defiance. He licked his cracked lips and rasped, "Go on then. Kill me." His lips spread into a slight grin. "I suppose you think you're better than me, Stark." Jon did not say another word. He was reminded distantly of his father. He recalled the old lessons: the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. That was how Ned Stark had taught him to do it. This, Jon knew, was what must be done for the North to heal. He placed a steady hand on Longclaw's hilt. The Northern lords watched him in absolute silence. A hush blanketed Winterfell, as though the very stones knew this moment would resonate across the entire region. Sansa inhaled, drawing close enough so that Jon could see the faint trembling in her jaw. She was remembering what Ramsay had done to her. There was no protest, no plea for the slow torment some might have desired. Jon was grateful for that. He wanted swift justice, not sadistic revenge. Too much blood had already drenched the ground. If they indulged in Ramsay's cruelty, in some perverse imitation of his methods, then how were they any better than him? Jon withdrew Longclaw in a single, clean motion. The Valyrian steel gleamed in the pale light, the wolf's head pommel catching the glint. Ramsay knelt, his breath ragged. No one stopped Jon. There was no voice for mercy, no outcry of pity. Ramsay Bolton had no friends left here. With deliberate control, Jon raised the sword. He remembered his father's lessons: keep your swing steady. Do not look away. Do not let your hand tremble. Then he brought the blade down. Ramsay's head fell to the ground and his body slumped forward. A collective exhalation swept through the courtyard. The final threat of House Bolton had been extinguished in a single stroke. Snow spattered with red at Jon's feet, an abrupt, brutal end to a reign of terror. The wind rustled the banners overhead, and one could feel something shift in the hearts of all who stood witness. Jon thought of Rickon, of the good men who had died that day, of all the innocents who had suffered at Ramsay's hands. This was for them. He met the gaze of the gathered lords. For a moment, no one spoke. Sansa's eyes lingered on the severed head. A slight tension rippled through her posture, as though she might collapse into tears or exhale in relief. But she stood tall, a quiet dignity in her bearing. Jon watched as recognition crept through the onlookers. They saw him as more than a bastard, more than a mere fellow soldier. He was something else now, a man who had taken up the duty of House Stark, a man who had delivered justice without hesitation. Lord Wyman Manderly, a great-bellied man with a craggy face, stepped forward. "Winterfell is yours, Jon Snow. You have done what no other dared. You avenged the blood of House Stark." Jon inclined his head in silent acceptance. He understood the gravity of what had just happened. He was not a trueborn son, yet they looked at him now with the respect they would give a liege lord. It weighed heavily on him, but he recognized the necessity of stepping into that role. House Stark was nearly gone. Bran and Arya were still lost to the winds, and Rickon was dead. There was Sansa by his side, but in the face of a war-torn North, she could not rebuild alone. She needed Jon, someone to stand as the figurehead, the unifying force. The Northern lords needed that too. Tormund let out a grunt, crossing his arms. "A good kill," he announced, his voice echoing off the stones. "A just kill." Davos Seaworth stepped forward, his expression cautious but resolute. "My lord, with respect, we've won back Winterfell from the Boltons, but the North is still in chaos. The Karstarks have turned their cloaks and many houses are uncertain. Some have bent the knee to the Boltons out of fear or necessity. Now is the time to gather them, show them that House Stark is restored and the North must be reunited." Jon glanced at Ramsay's cooling corpse. The image of his father's teachings flickered through his mind once more. Ned Stark would say that a single execution does not restore justice to a land ravaged by war. One must earn the trust of the people. One must prove that leadership is not just about vengeance. Jon wiped the blade of Longclaw against a scrap of cloth offered by a man-at-arms, then slid it back into its sheath. "We will call the banners," he announced quietly. "And any who refuse to answer will face the same judgment as Ramsay Bolton. The North must stand as one." The men around him nodded. Some looked grim, others determined. Jon took a deep breath. The wind stirred, colder now, as though the land itself was trying to rid the lingering stench of the Bolton terror. In the quiet that followed, Sansa's hand brushed Jon's forearm, steadying herself. He turned to her, and she met his eyes with a faint hint of relief in her gaze. "It's over," she said softly, her voice laced with exhaustion. "He can't hurt us anymore." Jon managed a small nod, though in the back of his mind he knew there would always be remnants of Ramsay's cruelty. The ghosts would not vanish overnight. But for now, this was the justice they could administer. And in that moment, with the heads of the northern houses watching, it was enough. That evening, Winterfell's great hall was a flurry of movement. Fires crackled in the large hearths, lending a semblance of warmth to the battered hall. The scars of recent conflict still marred the walls. Broken tables and splintered chairs were cleared away. The stench of spilled ale and old blood lingered faintly. Servants hurried to tidy and arrange a semblance of hospitality for the gathering of northern lords. House Manderly's men, fierce and resolute, had begun to set up a feast of sorts, something to mark the victory and the reclamation of Winterfell. The supplies were meager, but there was salted fish from White Harbor and some barrels of ale that had survived the siege. It would have to suffice. Jon had taken a moment to wash away the gore of battle from his hands and face, but he still wore the same leather and fur, for he had no lord's finery to don. In truth, he felt uneasy at the notion of a feast. There were so many dead, the war's cost so high, and in the distance loomed the threat of the undead army he had seen with his own eyes beyond the wall. But he recognized the value of ceremony. The men needed to rally around something. They needed to feel that their sacrifice had meaning, that the Starks were indeed back in Winterfell. So he entered the great hall with Sansa on his arm, trying to project a calm resolve that he did not entirely feel. Conversation hushed as they walked toward the high table. Lord Manderly was already there, his chair angled so he could rise and greet Jon and Sansa. Several other lords had gathered. Lord Glover, who had once refused Jon's call to arms but had come around in the final hours of the battle. Lord Serwyn, younger and hesitant yet standing tall for the sake of his father's legacy. Men who had once bent the knee to Ramsay out of fear but had switched sides once the tide turned. This was the North that Jon now saw, a patchwork of loyalties, battered by betrayal, longing for stability. With no official ceremony, Jon took a seat at the high table and Sansa settled beside him. Davos positioned himself discreetly at the corner, as though reluctant to be in the spotlight but determined to advise where needed. Tormund did not even try to sit among the lords. He drifted instead to the edges of the hall, preferring to be closer to the meager casks of ale and the company of the wildlings. He had never liked this kind of formality. A hush fell, and Lord Manderly raised a cup. Tonight, he proclaimed, we honor the victory that House Stark has won. We honor the memory of the dead who fell to free the North from the tyranny of House Bolton. And we honor Jon Snow, who has reclaimed his father's seat at Winterfell. Jon swallowed, feeling heat rise to his face. He glanced at Sansa, who offered him the faintest encouraging nod. In the eyes of these men, he might be Ned Stark's bastard, but after the Battle of the Bastards, after the execution of Ramsay Bolton, they saw him as something more. He knew he had to speak. Slowly, he rose, bracing himself on the table with calloused hands. My lords, he began, today we put an end to the Bolton's hold on Winterfell. Ramsay Bolton is dead, and the crime he committed against House Stark is paid for in his own blood. But the North is still wounded. We have lost many good men. Rickon Stark lies dead, murdered by Ramsay. We can't bring him back, or the countless lives lost in the wars that have swept our land. He looked around the hall, meeting the eyes of each lord in turn. But we can look forward. House Stark is not gone. Sansa Stark, daughter of Ned Stark, is here in Winterfell, and she has every right to call this castle home. I ask you now for your loyalty, not just to me, but to House Stark itself. We must stand together, because there is a far greater threat beyond our squabbles. I have seen it with my own eyes. He took a measured breath. Many lords leaned forward. Curiosity piqued, though a few still looked uncertain. The war for the dawn, Jon continued, voice echoing in the high rafters, is coming. The army of the dead marches on the wall. If we stand divided, we will fall. If we stand united, we have a chance. I ask you to bend the knee to House Stark. Let us rebuild our forces. Let us protect the people of the North. There is no time to waste. A quiet followed his words. The lords exchanged glances. Their expressions conflicted. None openly scoffed, which surprised Jon a little. Perhaps they had heard the rumors, whispers from the Night's Watch, from roving free folk. Or perhaps they simply recognized that unity was essential, no matter the nature of the threat. Ultimately, it was Lord Glover who rose, placing a hand on the table. His stern features held a hint of contrition. I was wrong, he said, glancing at Jon. I refused your call before, but I see now that you're more than Ned Stark's bastard. You fought for the North. You bled for it. And you executed that filth Bolton with your own sword. That's what we need. A strong hand to lead us. He paused, inhaling. You have my loyalty, Jon Snow. The loyalty of House Glover. He bent the knee there, and Lord Manderly followed. One by one, they knelt, each acknowledging the new Warden of the North in spirit, if not in the most official capacity. Sansa watched with parted lips, her gaze shining with something akin to hope. Jon's heart pounded in his chest as he accepted their pledges. He recalled how, long ago, Robb Stark had been declared king in the North. Jon had no interest in that title. He was not comfortable with crowns, nor with the weight of them, but a sense of purpose ignited in his chest. He would not let their faith be misplaced. When he sat again, the lords returned to their seats, and conversation began to bubble throughout the hall. Lord Manderly gave instructions for the serving of ale and salted fish. It was a somber feast in many ways, subdued by exhaustion and grief, but there was something hopeful in it. Men who had once eyed each other with suspicion now talked in low tones about forging alliances, about restoring trade, about how House Manderly might bring more provisions from White Harbor to feed the battered land. Sansa spoke quietly with Davos, her hand toying with the rim of a silver goblet. Now that Ramsay was dead, she seemed both relieved and haunted, as though expecting at any moment for the horrors of her marriage to resurface. Jon wanted to comfort her, but they had never been especially close as children. Their bond had grown from necessity, forged in danger and shared suffering. He wanted to protect her, to support her in her role as the last known trueborn Stark at Winterfell, but he did not know the right words to say. As the feast wore on, Jon excused himself, stepping away from the table. The press of people and the weight of the hall's collective gaze felt suffocating. He needed a moment in the quiet. Sansa glanced his way but did not try to stop him. She too understood the burden of always having eyes upon you. Jon made his way through the corridors of Winterfell, still very much in disrepair. The stones seemed to whisper with memories. He recalled himself as a boy training in the yard under Ser Roderick Castle's watch. He remembered Arya pricking his arm with a wooden sword, giggling when he lunged too slowly. He remembered Robb leading them in a race through the halls. All of that seemed like a lifetime ago. He reached the old godwood, pushing open the doors to step into the hush of the sacred space. The weirwood tree stood in silent guardianship. Red leaves shuddered in the cold wind, the face carved into its trunk watching with an otherworldly calm. The air was crisp, scented with pine and damp earth. Snow drifted in lazy spirals. For a time, Jon simply stood there, breathing. Silence enveloped him, a welcome reprieve from the clamor of duty. He moved closer to the heart tree. Ghost, his white dire wolf, padded from the shadows, pale ears perked. Jon reached out to scratch him behind the ears. Ghost's red eyes blinked, unblinking and watchful, ever an echo of the blood-stained bark of the weirwood. In that moment, Jon felt the presence of his father, or perhaps the memory of him, lingering around the ancient tree. Ned Stark had prayed here, had sought guidance and solace. Jon had done the same in his youth. The face in the tree offered no answers, only its silent witness. He closed his eyes. "I've done what you would have done," he murmured. "I passed the sentence and swung the sword. I tried to carry out justice, but am I worthy to lead these people? The threat from the north, the others. Father, I'm not sure I can see us through it." Ghost let out a low rumble as though sensing his uncertainty. Jon put a hand on the direwolf's head. "We'll try, boy," he said softly. "We'll try." He heard footsteps crunching in the snow behind him. Turning, he expected to see Sansa. Instead, he found Tormund Giantbane. The wildling's presence was somehow reassuring, the big man's grin subdued from the usual boisterousness. He approached without ceremony. "I'm not much for your gods," Tormund said, nodding at the weirwood's pale trunk. "But if you're asking them for strength, I reckon that can't hurt." Jon nodded. "You should be in the hall, Tormund. There's ale." Tormund shrugged, scratching his beard. I had my fill. I saw you slip out and I thought you might need a friend." He paused, glancing at the face carved into the tree. "This place feels strange. Like eyes are watching from inside that wood." "They might be." Jon let out a soft exhale. "But they're old eyes. The gods of the forest, the old gods." Tormund stepped closer, lowering his voice. "So, Snow, I watched you cut off that bastard's head today. I can't say I'm not satisfied. He was a sick man. But I also see the way these southern lords, southern to me, are looking at you. You're their leader now. The wildlings follow you because you brought us through the wall. We fight beside you because you're different. Better than most crows. Don't lose that, Jon. Jon felt a flicker of gratitude. I appreciate that, Tormund. I'm trying to do what's right, but I'm learning that leading is more complicated than I imagined. It's not just about swinging a sword. Tormund chuckled, a low rasp that turned into a short bark of laughter. You think I don't know that? I led my own band beyond the wall. Leading is about deciding who eats first, who stands guard in the cold, who takes the lead in a hunt. And if you make the wrong choice, your people die. Or they betray you. Happens quick beyond the wall. Not so different down here, I think. Jon smiled faintly. I suppose not. They stood in companionable silence, the snow swirling around them. The night was creeping in, and the outlines of the godwood trees blurred in the half-darkness. At length, Tormund clapped Jon on the shoulder. Come, the night grows cold. We might as well share it by the fire in the hall. The rest will wonder if you've lost your stomach for good company. Jon gave a nod. Go on ahead. I'll follow shortly. Tormund grunted acknowledgement, then turned away, letting the heavy door of the godwood creak shut behind him. The hush returned. Jon glanced at Ghost, whose ears were perked alert. They listened to the wind shiver through the leaves. Jon closed his eyes one last time. The memory of Ned Stark whispered, as though encouraging him. For an instant, he could almost imagine his father's voice telling him, You are a Stark. You may not bear my name, but you bear my blood. Do your duty. The thought steadied him. Whatever name he carried, he would do his duty for the North. For the living. For those he loved. He turned and made his way back toward the castle, Ghost padding by his side. Winterfell awaited, and in its ancient halls, the future of the North was taking shape. In the days that followed, the castle bustled with renewed purpose. The snow had begun to fall in earnest, dusting the battlements and the courtyard. Servants and soldiers alike worked to clear rubble, to repair damaged walls, to make the castle habitable once more. Sansa took charge of many domestic matters, coordinating with the stewards, seeing to the larders and the living quarters. For all the horrors she had endured, she showed a natural competence in handling the affairs of a great house. Jon watched her orchestrate the daily tasks, speaking with a soft-spoken authority that commanded respect. Jon, meanwhile, concerned himself with rallying the northern lords to the cause. Letters were dispatched to the various houses, commanding they return to Winterfell's orbit, or face justice. House Umber, infamous for betraying Rickon to Ramsay, had suffered great losses. Its lord was slain in the battle, so it fell to a cousin, a middle-aged man too frightened and shamefaced to resist Jon's call. The Karstarks posed a similar challenge. Their young lord had turned cloak, fighting beside Ramsay. Now, with that treachery exposed, the Karstarks were in disarray, uncertain if they would be punished or stripped of their lands. Sansa argued for the Karstarks to be shown no mercy. They betrayed us, she insisted. One cold morning as they stood in Ned Stark's old solar, the room still bore the musty smell of disuse, though a fire crackled in the hearth, banishing some of the chill. They fought for Ramsay. Their lord died with a sword in hand, trying to kill you, Jon. We can't let them keep their castle. Jon listened, arms folded across his chest. Davos and Tormund were present, along with Lord Manderly, who had taken on an advisory role. If we strip them of their lands, it may fuel resentment, Jon replied carefully. The North has suffered enough division. Perhaps we can negotiate a new oath. Sansa frowned, her eyes flickering to the small collection of letters on the table. And if they refuse? Then we show them the cost of treachery, Jon said, meeting her gaze. He understood her anger. The Karstarks' betrayal had cost them lives, and it had allowed Ramsay to consolidate power for a time. But the North needed to heal. Punishment alone would only deepen wounds. Lord Manderly cleared his throat. My lord, if I may speak for the great houses, we have lost so many men already. Bringing the Karstarks back into the fold without further bloodshed might be wise, so long as they swear fealty and offer something in return. A hostage perhaps, or a portion of their harvest. Sansa pressed her lips together, her gaze steely. I only hope that mercy does not invite further betrayal. Jon nodded. We'll keep a careful watch on them. But I won't butcher them simply to make a point, not when winter is here. Tormund, who had been silent for most of the exchange, let out a deep chuckle. You southern folk talk about oaths and hostages. Beyond the wall, if your ally betrays you, you kill him. Problem solved? Manderly harumphed, shaking his head. We are not savages. Tormund's eyes flashed. Savages? We know how to survive. You people are quick to kill, but then you hold feasts about it, give speeches. Killing is simple. You just do it. Davos interjected, we appreciate your perspective, Tormund, but the North is not as simple as a wildling clan. We have lords and banners, and the realm is not just about one tribe, it's an entire region we must hold together. Tormund grunted, shrugging. Still, we'll see who's savage when the dead come knocking. With that, he strode from the solar, leaving an uneasy silence behind. Jon took a moment to absorb Tormund's words. He turned his gaze to Sansa. We can't afford to keep this castle divided any longer. The White Walkers are the real enemy. Sansa sighed. I understand. But I also understand that if the North sees you forgive the Karstarks too easily, they might think you're weak. I'm prepared to impose conditions, Jon said, his tone firm. They must swear fealty before the old gods, pledge men to defend the wall, and offer a ward to remain at Winterfell for the duration of this war. That way, if they break faith again, we'll know. Davos and Manderly nodded in agreement. Sansa looked unconvinced but did not press further. Jon felt a flicker of relief. He wanted to show a measured hand in leadership. He remembered how Robb Stark had struggled with these same issues and the cost of Karstark betrayal had been high. Jon had to walk a narrow path between mercy and justice. He also recalled his father's teachings: when you take a man's home or his titles away, you breed resentment that can last generations. If the Karstarks recognized their wrongdoing and joined wholeheartedly, that might be better for the realm. They concluded the meeting and each went their separate ways. Jon lingered by the hearth, staring into the flames. Ghost was curled near his feet, ever watchful. He felt the weight of responsibility pressing on his chest. He was aware that Tormund's direct approach had its merits, but the world south of the wall was entangled in obligations. He had to be more strategic. As he left the solar, he found himself wandering toward the ramparts. The sky was a dull pewter, the air biting as swirling snow flurries dusted the stones. From the battlements, he could see a portion of the courtyard below where soldiers drilled in the patchy snow, some wearing the direwolf sigil, others sporting the Manderly merman. Overseeing the drills was a figure he recognized, Brienne of Tarth. She had arrived at Winterfell only days before, sent by Podrick to ascertain Sansa's safety after the battle. Jon had met the towering woman years ago under different circumstances. Now she had come at Sansa's behest, determined to protect the last Stark in Winterfell. She cut an imposing figure in the pale light, her armor dull but serviceable, her stance that of a seasoned knight despite her sex. She caught sight of Jon on the ramparts and offered a polite nod. He returned the gesture. Though they had barely spoken since her arrival, Jon respected Brienne's unwavering loyalty to Sansa. He wondered if he should speak with her about the next steps. Perhaps it would be wise for her to serve as one of Sansa's personal guards while Winterfell reorganized itself. But before he could descend to talk to her, he spotted movement at the gates. A small party had arrived, 2 riders in simple cloaks, their banners hidden. Jon frowned, turning to the guard posted at the gate. He heard a faint call. They claimed to be messengers from the Eyrie. A ripple of interest followed. The Vale, of course. Lord Peter Balish had aided them in the battle, sending the Knights of the Vale to turn the tide against Ramsay's forces. Jon felt his jaw tense. The Vale's aid had been crucial, but Balish was not a man to offer such help without expecting something in return. He made his way down the stairs, boots crunching on stone. By the time he reached the courtyard, the 2 riders had dismounted, their horses steaming in the cold. One carried a sealed letter, presumably for Lady Sansa Stark. Jon approached, flanked by a pair of Stark guards. "Welcome to Winterfell," he said, his tone measured. "What news do you bring from the Eyrie?" The messenger bowed. "My lord, we bear a letter from Lord Peter Balish, addressed to Lady Sansa. We are also instructed to inform you that Lord Balish is on his way with a contingent of knights." "Knights?" Jon asked, ignoring the uneasy twist in his stomach. "Yes, my lord. He intends to help maintain order in the north, to ensure that no remnants of Bolton or Lannister loyalists cause trouble." Jon nodded, though he remained cautious. "We thank him for his support. My sister will receive the letter." He took the sealed message, noting the mockingbird sigil pressed in wax. Peter Balish's hallmark. Jon dismissed the messengers to find warm food and lodging, then signaled a guard to escort them. He sensed a subtle tension among the men in the courtyard. They all knew that Balish was cunning, that his motives were rarely clear. Still, the North was not in a position to spurn allies outright. They needed knights. Winter was here, and the threat beyond the wall loomed. Another part of Jon, the one that had spent time with the wildlings, bristled at the idea of more southern lords meddling in northern affairs. But necessity forced him to accept whatever reinforcements might come. Jon tucked the letter under his cloak and made for Sansa's quarters. She had taken rooms in the eastern wing, near the old bedchambers her mother had once used. The corridor was drafty, though the walls had been hung with thick tapestries to keep out some of the chill. Guards stood at intervals, and they opened the door when Jon approached, letting him step inside. Sansa was seated near the fireplace, her posture stiff as she sorted through parchments. She looked up when he entered, her features brightening with subdued warmth. "Jon," she greeted. He held out the sealed letter. "From the Eyrie. Balish has knights on the march." Her expression tightened instantly, the color draining from her cheeks. "What does he want now?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Jon shrugged, holding out the message. "You should read it." She broke the seal, fingers trembling slightly with some mixture of fear and anger. As her eyes flicked over the words, her lips pressed together in a thin line. When she finished, she set the letter down on the table, exhaling sharply. "He says he's coming to help us restore order, and then, perhaps to discuss alliances." "Which means marriage," Jon said, grimly filling in the subtext. Sansa nodded, tossing the parchment aside. "He always wanted to marry me. It was his plan to secure the North and the Vale together, no doubt to gain more power. That was how he manipulated everything from the start, feeding me to the Boltons, ironically. Now he wants to swoop in and act as my savior." Jon's jaw tightened. The thought of Balish pressing a marriage claim made his blood run cold. After all Sansa had endured with Ramsay, the last thing she needed was another forced union. "We won't allow that," he said, his tone firm. "You're free of that monster. We're not going to hand you over to another manipulator." Sansa nodded, though her gaze dropped to her lap. "Lord Balish will be subtle, Jon. He'll suggest it as if it's the only option to secure the Vale's support. But we already have the Vale's knights, at least for now. They were pledged to us when we retook Winterfell." "Yes," Jon agreed. "But Balish controls young Robin Arryn. Their forces might only stay if he commands them to, and if we offend him, he might withdraw them. We need their help. But I won't let him bully you into a marriage." Sansa looked up, her blue eyes shimmering with both determination and a trace of fear. "I won't be frightened by his threats," she said softly. "I know what kind of man he is, and I won't let him use me again." Jon reached out, taking her hand. "I'll stand by you. Whatever happens, Balish won't find Winterfell as easy to manipulate as he thinks. We'll gather the lords, present a united front. If he tries to force your hand, he'll find you surrounded by allies, not isolated as you once were." A flicker of gratitude crossed her face. She gripped his hand momentarily, then withdrew, reclaiming her composure. "We'll need to prepare a welcome for him," she said. "He'll expect the courtesy of a guest, but we must show him we're no fools. We know what he wants, and we'll let him see that we are strong." Jon nodded. "Agreed. We'll greet him in the courtyard with the lords. Show him we're not desperate. And if he so much as tries to corner you alone—" "I can handle him," Sansa interrupted, her voice carrying a trace of her mother's fierce authority. "He thinks he knows me, but he doesn't. Not anymore." Jon managed a small, reassuring smile. "Very well. Let me know if you need anything. We should also discuss the upcoming meeting with the Karstarks. They've sent word they wish to come to Winterfell." Sansa's expression darkened at the mention of the traitorous house, but she simply said, "We'll handle them." "I trust you, Jon." He inclined his head and left her to her letters. As he walked back into the corridor, he felt both hopeful and apprehensive. Hopeful that with Ramsay gone and Sansa at his side, the North was beginning to mend. Apprehensive because of Balish's looming presence, the threatened alliances, and the unstoppable advance of winter. There was so much left to do, so many battles yet to fight, political and otherwise. In the back of his mind, a distant roar of wind reminded him of the real enemy, the threat of the White Walkers. He could not forget, even in the midst of these machinations, that the dead were coming. But for now at least, the Bolton terror was ended, and that was no small thing. Jon took a breath of the cold air, letting it settle his nerves. He would have to be vigilant, he realized. If executing Ramsay Bolton had been his first act of justice, there would undoubtedly be many more decisions to come that tested him in other ways. This was not just about revenge or reclaiming a castle. It was about uniting a fractured North to face the greatest threat of their age. And so he walked down the dim corridor, boots echoing on the ancient stones, carrying the weight of the future on his shoulders, determined not to fail those who believed in him. Balish arrived at Winterfell under a pale sun that did little to warm the biting air. Snow swirled through the gates as a column of knights trotted in behind him, their banners snapping in the wind. The sigil of House Arryn, a sky-blue falcon on a white field, now hung beside the mockingbird of Peter Balish. Jon stood atop the steps in the courtyard, flanked by Sansa, Lord Manderly, Davos, and a handful of other lords. A detachment of Stark soldiers and wildlings in battered leather lined the walls. There would be no illusions, Balish was entering a castle bristling with men who owed their loyalty to House Stark. Peter Balish dismounted with careful grace, handing the reins to a squire. He wore a thick fur-trimmed cloak over a dark tunic, his mockingbird pin fastened at his collar. His keen eyes swept the courtyard, taking in every detail, the guards, the watchers, the battered state of Winterfell's walls. Finally, he turned his attention to Jon and Sansa, a practiced smile curving his lips. "My lord, my lady," he greeted, inclining his head. His voice was smooth, cultured. "I am honored to stand once more in Winterfell, now under its rightful rulers." Jon said nothing, letting Sansa step forward. She wore a heavy cloak of wolf gray, and her hair was pinned back in a no-nonsense style that emphasized the lines of her face, making her appear older, more resolute. "Lord Balish," she said, her tone polite but cool. "We are grateful for the Knights of the Vale and their role in defeating Ramsay Bolton." Balish's gaze flicked to Jon. "Yes, the bastard of Bolton. A vile creature. I heard the details, swift justice indeed, Lord Snow. Truly worthy of Ned Stark's son." His words dripped with a sly undertone, testing the boundaries, seeing how Jon would react to the reference to his illegitimacy. Jon merely inclined his head. "We're all grateful the Vale's knights arrived when they did. You have our thanks." Balish smiled, stepping closer, though the ring of guards parted only grudgingly. "I'm so pleased that I was able to help. The Vale is committed to preserving the North's stability. And as you know, I have always held House Stark in the highest esteem." He turned to Sansa, lowering his voice slightly. "It does my heart good to see you here, safe, in your rightful place." Sansa's jaw tightened, but she forced a small, measured smile. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Please come in from the cold. We can speak in the Great Hall." Jon led the way, though he remained close to Sansa's side. The column of knights filed in behind them. Balish kept up a steady patter of pleasantries, remarking on the repairs, complimenting the guards for their vigilance. But Jon felt a tremor of unease at the man's presence. He recalled how Balish had manipulated events from King's Landing to the Vale, always seeking advantage, always 2 steps ahead. If Balish had come to Winterfell, it was because he saw an opportunity, something he could mold to his liking. They arrived in the Great Hall where the hearth fires were burning bright. Servants hurried to place refreshments, mulled wine, bread, and cheese on the tables. Balish was invited to sit at the high table alongside Jon and Sansa. He accepted gracefully, wearing that small, confident smile that made Jon want to punch it off his face. But he reined in the impulse. Violence was easy, cunning was harder. Once seated, Balish sipped his wine, savoring it before speaking. "I bring good tidings from the Vale, though the times are uncertain. Young Lord Robin Arryn is quite taken with the tales of your victory here, Sansa. He insisted I ride north to ensure you have whatever aid you require." "How thoughtful," Sansa replied. "The Knights of the Vale were instrumental in securing Winterfell. We plan to honor our debt, of course." Balish set down his cup, a faint twinkle in his eye. "Yes, debts. A tricky subject indeed. War leaves so many unsettled accounts. Does it not? I trust that, in time, the Vale and the North will forge a bond that benefits us both." Jon bristled. "We prefer direct terms, Lord Balish. If you're here to discuss an alliance, speak plainly." Balish's gaze flicked to Jon, amusement dancing in his gray-green eyes. "Of course, my lord. Plain speaking is always best. Simply put, the North is in need of allies and resources. Winter is here, and houses across the land are struggling to gather provisions. The Vale, fortunately, has abundant grain and men to spare. It would be a pity if such resources went unused, or if misunderstandings prevented them from reaching your people in time." Sansa leaned forward, hands folded on the table. "There's no misunderstanding, my lord. The Vale and the North have a common interest in stability. But if you're implying that the Vale will only provide food and men in exchange for something or someone, I'd prefer you state it outright." Balish's smile widened fractionally. "As always, you are astute, my lady. Indeed, I believe a marriage alliance could greatly unify our realms. The North needs the Vale's aid. The Vale would benefit from being aligned with the rightful guardians of the North. It is only logical that such a union be sealed by a wedding." Jon's hands clenched beneath the table. Before Sansa could speak, he said, "Sansa is already betrothed to no one, and after what she's endured, she owes no man her hand in marriage as some bargaining chip." Balish raised a placating hand. "I do not intend to force her. I merely suggest that it would be the most expedient path to binding our two lands. And, since I hold Robin Arryn's guardianship, I am well positioned to ensure that all the Vale stands behind such a marriage." His gaze flicked meaningfully to Sansa. "After all, you and I have a long-standing acquaintance." Sansa stiffened, but she did not flinch. "Your suggestion is noted, Lord Balish," she said, her voice taut. "But any decision regarding my future will be my own. I trust you won't interpret that as ingratitude." Balish bowed his head. "Of course not, my lady. I only wish to serve the best interests of House Stark and the Vale." Jon's annoyance flared, but he knew better than to challenge Balish outright in a public setting. Instead, he exchanged a quick glance with Davos, who stood discreetly behind them. Davos's expression was grim, as if to say, "We expected this. We'll deal with it carefully." Lord Manderley cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation. "Lord Balish, while I appreciate the Vale's assistance, I must inquire as to what resources you've brought with you. Winter is pressing hard. Are you able to spare grain?" Balish turned to him with a smooth pivot, launching into assurances that caravans were en route, that the Vale would sustain the North through the worst of the winter if certain terms were agreed upon. Jon listened with half an ear, letting Sansa and Manderley navigate the details. His thoughts wandered to the looming war beyond the wall. Every day that passed meant the Night King's army drew closer. Food and knights from the Vale would indeed be invaluable, but if Balish chose to withhold them, the North would suffer. They had to play the game carefully, at least until they were ready to stand on their own. Eventually, talk turned to lodging for Balish's knights, the logistics of storing supplies, and the condition of the roads through the mountains. Sansa kept her composure, never once revealing the anger or fear that lurked beneath her polite smiles. Balish, for his part, seemed genuinely pleased to be back in Winterfell's orbit, as if every corner of the castle held secrets he could exploit. When the meeting concluded, Balish took his leave, no doubt to settle into the chambers prepared for him. As soon as he was gone, Jon turned to Sansa. "Are you all right?" She let out a slow breath, nodding. "I'm fine. I knew this was coming. He wants me, Jon, and not just because of any personal fixation, but because I'm a path to power. Marrying me would give him legitimate claim to Winterfell, or so he thinks." "He'll never have it," Jon said fiercely. "The lords of the North won't stomach him as Lord of Winterfell. He doesn't need their approval, only enough cunning to make them believe they need him," Sansa replied, her voice resigned. "But we won't let it come to that. We'll make it clear that any alliance must be negotiated on our terms. If the Vale withdraws, well, we'll manage. We're not alone anymore." Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. "We'll face him together." She offered a small smile. "Yes, together." Davos shifted, clearing his throat. "My lord, my lady, if I may. The Vale's soldiers are vital, especially once word spreads that winter is upon us. We need every man. There may be another path." Jon faced him, one brow raised. Go on. Davos hesitated. Could we propose a different marriage alliance? One that doesn't entangle Lady Sansa? Sansa frowned. Such as? The Onion Knight shrugged. I don't know, perhaps a cousin or... The Vale's demands might be met by forging a different link. As you said, they want a hand in the north. Maybe a union with House Manderly or another prominent family. So long as it's a match that secures their investment, the specifics might be negotiable. Lord Manderly harumphed. We shall see. My granddaughter is still quite young, but for the sake of the north, we'd consider options. Though I dislike the notion of giving Balish a foothold in any of our houses. Jon rubbed at the back of his neck. It's an idea, but I don't trust Balish not to insist on Sansa. We'll keep it in mind. For now, we'll proceed cautiously. The group dispersed, each heading to their tasks. Sansa lingered, her eyes drifting to the seat once occupied by Peter Balish. Jon could see the old scars there, the ghosts of her captivity under the Boltons, the manipulations that had shadowed her life since she first left Winterfell for King's Landing. He gently touched her arm. Sansa? She shook her head, meeting his gaze with a firm set to her jaw. I'm all right, Jon. I'm not a frightened girl anymore. Whatever he tries, I'll be ready. Jon nodded, a surge of pride mingling with concern. I believe you. The days stretched into weeks, and winter began to bite deeper. Snowdrifts piled in the courtyard, and the nights grew long and mercilessly cold. Within Winterfell, repairs continued, but progress was slow. The Karstarks arrived, bending the knee to Jon and pledging men for the defenses. Sansa watched them with wary eyes but held her tongue. A handful of other minor houses that had sided with the Boltons followed suit, surrendering or seeking mercy. Jon accepted their fealty on condition of unwavering loyalty. Wards were exchanged, young sons or nephews placed under the care of House Stark as insurance against further betrayal. All the while, Peter Balish moved through the castle like a whisper. He coordinated the arrival of supply caravans, chatted amiably with the lords in the hall, and spent a great deal of time taking quiet walks with Sansa under the pretense of discussing important matters. Though Sansa insisted she kept him at arm's length, Jon couldn't help but worry. Balish was adept at sowing secrets and illusions. If he found a way to drive a wedge between Jon and Sansa, the North's unity might fracture. Yet Sansa remained resolute. Each time Balish pressed for a betrothal, she politely deflected, asserting that she was focused on the needs of the North, that this was not the time for personal arrangements. Winterfell slowly began to breathe again. More of the old rooms were opened, fires were lit in the great hearths, and the smell of cooking stew filled the air. Soldiers and wildlings drilled in the yard side by side, forging a reluctant camaraderie. Lords conferred in the solar, discussing strategies to fortify the passes against the inevitable storms. And through it all, Jon felt the uneasy tension, that sense of urgency that overshadowed every moment. He had tried dispatching messages to the Night's Watch to find out how the wall fared, but news was sporadic. Ravens might be lost in the storms. Word from Castle Black was sparse, only hints that all was still quiet, for now. One evening, as the snow fell heavily outside, Jon found himself reviewing supply records in the Great Hall with Davos. The Onion Knight's brow was knitted. We have maybe enough grain for a few months if we ration carefully, Davos said, tapping a ledger. Even with the shipments from the Vale, it won't be enough for a prolonged siege. We're stretched thin. Jon rubbed a hand across his forehead. He was exhausted. We'll need more. We have to encourage the lords to contribute what they can. Store it here for safekeeping. If the White Walkers breach the wall, we'll need to keep the people behind Winterfell's walls, or at least gather them in defensible holds. Davos nodded, but his expression was grim. Aye, my lord, but you know as well as I that the lords won't all be so generous. And many will hold back, thinking they might survive on their own land. Not everyone believes in this threat. Jon exhaled, frustration simmering under his calm veneer. We'll do what we must. Once we have enough men gathered, we might have to send a ranging party beyond the wall to confirm the threat. Bring back proof if possible. Davos looked uneasy. Proof. The living dead. Not an easy thing to capture. But if it's the only way to unite the realm, we may have no choice. He hesitated. My lord, have you given any thought to reaching out to the Targaryen queen in the south? Daenerys, I hear, has landed at Dragonstone. Rumor has it she has dragons. Jon had heard the rumors, but so much had happened in the north that a Targaryen invasion felt distant. Dragons, he mused softly, letting the word linger. He recalled old Nan's tales of Aegon's conquest of the Field of Fire. If she truly has dragons, they could be our best hope against the White Walkers. But I know little of her. She's the daughter of the Mad King. Davos offered a wry smile. True, but from what I hear, she's freed slaves in Esso's broken chains. Some say she's a just ruler, though ruthless when she must be. If we could secure an alliance, her dragons might turn the tide. Jon thought of it, the notion both hopeful and daunting. Traveling south once again, entreating a foreign queen for help. But if she truly had dragons, perhaps that was the only chance. We'll consider it, he said at last. But first we must secure the north. We can't ask our people to march south in the dead of winter without cause. And we need to ensure the lords are behind us. Davos inclined his head. Wise, but keep it in mind, my lord. The day might come soon. Jon gathered up the ledger, rising from his seat. It might. For now, I'll see to the watch rotations. Thank you, Davos. They parted ways, and Jon stepped out into the courtyard. The snow came in thick sheets, swirling around the torches. The cold gnawed through his cloak. Ghost appeared from the shadows, padding beside him silently. The direwolf was ever his companion, his sentinel. Jon found solace in the beast's presence, for it reminded him of simpler times at Castle Black, of that unbreakable bond he'd forged with his wolf from the day they met. He headed toward the ramparts, needing a moment alone with the storm. The vantage point provided a view of Winterfell's walls and outbuildings, now blanketed in white. The wind hissed, biting at his cheeks. He caught sight of a lone figure standing along the eastern battlements, a flash of auburn hair. Sansa, alone, gazing out into the night. Jon hesitated, then climbed the steps to join her. She heard him approach and turned slightly, her expression clouded with thought. Jon, couldn't sleep? She asked softly. He shook his head. Too many worries. And you? She managed a tight smile. The same. I come here to remind myself of home, to look out over the land. Sometimes I remember when we were children how I could see all of Winterfell from the tower windows. Everything seemed so large then. She turned her face back to the swirling snow, her breath curling in the icy air. Now it seems smaller, somehow. Or maybe I've just seen how big the world really is. Jon joined her at the crenellation, leaning his forearms against the cold stone. Winterfell is still our home. And we're here together. That counts for something. She nodded. Yes, it does. A silence fell between them, broken only by the wind. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice low. Do you ever think about what comes after all this? After we face the White Walkers, after we see if this Targaryen queen will ally with us? Do you ever think about a life beyond war? He paused, wrestling with the question. Sometimes, he admitted at length. I used to think the Night's Watch would be my entire life. Then I died. He forced a small, bitter chuckle. Since I came back, I've been focused on the threat from the north, on saving as many lives as I can. I haven't thought much about what comes after. Sansa hugged herself, eyes distant. I used to dream of a life as a lady in a castle, but that dream turned into a nightmare. She swallowed hard, her breath catching. Ramsay took that from me. But now I dream of a north that's safe, free from men like him. I want to see families reunited, children playing in the snow, no more fear. Perhaps that's naive. It's not naive, Jon said, his voice firm. It's what we fight for. A chance for a peaceful life. She offered a faint, sad smile. If we win. If the White Walkers are defeated, if we somehow endure the winter. A lot of ifs. Jon exhaled, the breath catching in the cold. Yes. But we'll keep fighting. And as for Balish, he trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. She nodded, her smile fading. I'll handle him. He's cunning, but I'm not the girl he once manipulated. I have you, I have the Northern Lords. We stand together. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, a familial gesture of comfort. We do. They stood like that for a time, watching the snow fall over the walls of Winterfell, the flakes drifting like silver ghosts in the torchlight. The hush of the winter night enveloped them, and in that quiet, Jon felt the flicker of hope that, for all the trials they faced, for all the wars yet to come, they were forging something stronger than tyranny. They were forging a united North, led by House Stark, sealed in the blood of Ramsay Bolton's execution, and tempered by the hardships they had all endured. That night, neither truly found easy sleep. The wind howled around Winterfell's towers, and somewhere beyond the wall, an army of the dead marched silently, a specter that loomed over every plan, every dream. But for now, the North stood under Stark rule once more, and if there was any chance for survival in the wars to come, it lay in that fragile unity they had carved from the aftermath of cruelty. Jon Snow, bastard in name only, carried the mantle of Ned Stark's legacy upon his shoulders, and with Sansa by his side, the North finally had reason to believe in better days, even if those days would have to be won in blood and fire. As the deep snows of winter piled up around the castle walls, word came from the Night's Watch that whites had been sighted near Eastwatch by the sea, drifting on the tides of an icy sea. The message was brief, a single raven's note delivered in a trembling scrawl. The threat could no longer be dismissed as a distant legend. The White Walkers had begun their slow march southward, breaching or circumventing the wall in ways none had anticipated. The realization struck the northern lords like a hammer blow. Panic rippled through the Great Hall where Jon convened an emergency meeting. "We must gather all our forces at Winterfell," Jon stated, his voice echoing off the walls. "The dead won't tire, they won't freeze, and every man who falls in battle against them rises to join their ranks." Lord Manderley, pale with apprehension, voiced the shared concern. "But if we abandon our lands to gather at Winterfell, we lose all chance of securing our harvest or defending outlying villages. Our people need to eat." Sansa lifted her chin, addressing the gathered lords. "We can't defend every holdfast, every farm. The White Walkers are a threat to everyone. We must consolidate our strength, bring as many people as possible to places that can be fortified. Winterfell is our best option in the central north. We must also coordinate with the other castles. Last Hearth is too far north to stand alone." The lords muttered among themselves. Tormund, standing off to one side, spat. "Fighting them one by one is folly. We must stand together or die. Simple as that." Peter Balish, resplendent in his dark cloak, stepped forward smoothly. "My Knights of the Vale are at your disposal, of course. Yet I wonder if we might not also call upon this rumored Targaryen queen. If the stories of her dragons are true, they could prove decisive." Jon felt the weight of that question pressing down on him. Daenerys Targaryen had landed at Dragonstone. Messengers whispered of her conquests, how she now held parts of the South in open revolt against Cersei Lannister. War raged in the South while the real war advanced from the North. "It might be time," he said slowly, "for a diplomatic mission. If she truly has dragons, we need her. This is not a war the North can win alone." Sansa looked startled. "You would leave now? In the midst of winter? The journey alone could kill you." Davos nodded in grim agreement. "And if the seas are rough, or the roads south are blocked by snow, your expedition may fail before it begins." Jon's gaze swept across the hall. "If we don't secure her help, none of us will survive what's coming. I'll go personally to show our good faith. We need allies, and I can't ask my men to do what I'm not willing to risk myself." A murmur of protest rose from the lords. Sansa's voice cut through. "Jon, you're the warden of the North now. You're needed here. Let someone else go." He shook his head, meeting her eyes. "They won't trust anyone else to speak with authority. The Targaryen queen needs to hear the truth from me, from someone who has seen the White Walkers. She must understand that this war is bigger than the Iron Throne. I'll leave you in charge, Sansa. You'll hold the North in my stead." A faint quiver flickered in her expression, but Jon pressed on. "I trust you," she inhaled sharply. "And what if you don't come back? We can't lose you, Jon." He touched her arm gently. "I have to try. We need fire to fight the ice. We need her dragons." Balish smiled thinly, as though pleased by the turn of events. "Then let us ensure your journey is as safe as can be. My knights will escort you south until the roads become impassable. Beyond that, you'll need ships, perhaps from White Harbor, to sail to Dragonstone." Lord Manderley grunted. "We can arrange a ship, though the sea is treacherous these days. Still, if this is our only hope." Sansa searched Jon's face, anxiety clear in her eyes. but she saw the determination there and nodded, resignation settling in. Very well. I'll keep the North united. Don't be gone too long, Jon. We need you. He squeezed her hand before releasing it. I'll return as soon as I can, with or without the Targaryens' help. The plan set, the lords turned their attention to the practicalities. Who would accompany Jon? How many men would remain at Winterfell? How the supply lines would hold through the thickening snow. It was decided that Davos would join the mission, his experience in negotiations and diplomacy invaluable. Tormund insisted on staying, though he grumbled that he'd rather be preparing for war than attending to southern politics. In the end, they agreed on a small party, swift and light, hoping to slip through the winter storms to White Harbor, then sail for Dragonstone. That night, when the meeting ended and the lords dispersed, Jon found himself alone in the godswood once more, kneeling by the weirwood tree. Ghost lay at his side, silent as ever. The branches above rustled with a sound like distant voices. He felt the ancient stillness of the place, the press of memories older than any living soul. His breath ghosted in the cold air. I'm doing what I must, he murmured, unsure if the old gods were listening. If there's a chance to save the North, to save everyone, I have to take it. The wind sighed, and a snowflake landed on his eyelashes. He glanced up at the carved face of the weirwood, half expecting some sign, some flicker of the divine. But only silence answered him, so he bowed his head again, letting the hush of the gods would fill him. The old gods had never spoken to him in words, but maybe, just maybe, they watched over him still as they had watched over Ned Stark and all the Starks before him. Eventually, the cold drove him back inside. He passed through the dark corridors of Winterfell, torches sputtering in iron sconces. As he neared his chambers, he heard a light step behind him. He turned to find Sansa standing there, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, face pale in the dim torchlight. "Jon," she said softly, walking up to him. "I didn't mean to startle you." He shook his head, forcing a small smile. "You're not startling me. What is it?" She glanced around to ensure no one else was in earshot. "I just wanted to say, I'll be careful with Balish while you're gone. I know how he operates, how he tries to drive wedges between people. I won't let him do that to me, to us." Jon nodded gratefully. "Thank you. His knights are useful, but his ambition is dangerous." Sansa exhaled. "I know. But the North is mine now, ours truly. He can't have it." She hesitated, then added, "I'm proud of you, Jon. You've done what father would have done. You united the lords, you executed the Boltons. You're leading them better than I ever expected." His chest tightened at her praise. He had never been close to Sansa as a child, but the trials of the past months had forged a bond they never had before. "I couldn't have done it without you," he said quietly. She offered him a faint smile. "Go south, win the dragons to our side, and come back safe. Then we'll face the winter together." Jon rested a hand on her shoulder. "I will." He felt the weight of his responsibilities, the enormity of what lay ahead. But as he looked at Sansa, standing in the torchlit corridor, he also felt a new sense of certainty. The North was no longer alone, divided under the tyranny of Ramsay Bolton. That unity, born in blood and tested by betrayal, was their strength. They parted, and Jon entered his chamber, Ghost following close behind. As he removed his cloak and sat on the edge of the bed, he allowed his mind to drift back to the day in the courtyard when he had executed Ramsay Bolton with a single stroke of Longclaw. The memory brought neither triumph nor regret, only a grim acknowledgement of necessity. Ramsay's immediate death had united the North behind Jon in a way that might never have happened otherwise. An extended imprisonment or a farce of a trial could have sown discord, given enemies time to question Jon's resolve. But by delivering stark justice without hesitation, Jon had solidified his claim in the eyes of the lords. House Bolton was extinguished, and House Stark rose anew. Now, as the snows crept higher and the dead marched closer, that unity was their best defense. Whatever happened in the south, whatever Daenerys Targaryen demanded, Jon would face it knowing the North was behind him, united in purpose and in name. He allowed himself a small spark of hope, a belief that maybe, just maybe, they could stand against the storm that approached. He pushed the furs aside, lay down, and closed his eyes, letting the sound of Ghost's soft breathing lull him. Soon he would embark on a perilous journey. But Winterfell would endure, and that was all that mattered. At dawn, he would begin preparations for the southward trek. The last thought that drifted through his mind as he slipped into restless slumber was of the courtyard, stained red with Ramsay's blood, and how that single act had reshaped the fate of the North. In the vast tapestry of wars and alliances, it might have been a small moment, a single stroke of steel, but for Jon Snow and the people he fought to protect, it was everything. And so, with the memory of his sword raised high, he carried the North's hope into the uncertain future, determined not to let it fail. Jon rose before first light. The fire in his chamber had burned down to embers, leaving the room clutched in winter's chill. Ghost lay curled by the hearth, and when Jon swung his legs off the bed, the direwolf lifted his head, red eyes reflecting the faint glow of embers. Outside, the wind whistled along the battlements. In the dim haze of morning, Jon felt the enormity of the path ahead. He would be leaving Winterfell for the uncertain south, bearing the North's need like a weight on his shoulders. He dressed in layers of wool and leather, strapped on his sword belt, and roused Davos from the adjoining room. The old knight looked tired but resolute as he pulled on a heavy cloak and buckled his own belt knife. Neither man spoke at first. There was a sense of solemn urgency that needed no words. They gathered the meager possessions they would carry south. Outside the door, 2 guards waited in stark livery, stiff-backed in the cold. The courtyard bustled with quiet preparations. Horses snorted as stable boys adjusted saddles. A handful of men loyal to House Stark, as well as several knights of the Vale, were preparing to ride with Jon. Torches guttered in iron sconces, illuminating swirling flurries of snow. Tormund Giantsbane stood at the edge of the yard, arms crossed against his broad chest, watching with a deep frown. Sansa stood nearby in her thick cloak of gray and white fur, hair braided to keep it from the wind. She looked regal and focused, though worry flickered in her eyes. Peter Balish lingered a few steps behind her, half-wreathed in shadow, that perpetual hint of a smile curving his mouth. Jon took a moment to speak with Tormund first. The wildling gave him a brusque nod. "You're off to see these fancy dragon folk. You best come back alive, Snow. We have real enemies here." "We do," Jon agreed, and he placed a hand on Tormund's shoulder. "Keep Winterfell safe. Help Sansa if she needs it. The wildlings respect you. I trust you to keep them in line." Tormund huffed. "I'm no lord, but I'll keep them from running off. And if the dead come," his voice trailed off, replaced by a grim lift of his chin, "we'll be ready to fight." Jon offered the ghost of a smile and moved on to Sansa. She stood straight, and in the first pale rays of winter dawn, Jon saw how much she had changed from the girl he had once known. She was older now, tempered by pain and loss, but resolute. He held her gaze. "The Karstarks and the Umbers should arrive with their wards soon. You have command of the North in my absence. If Balish tries anything," he glanced over her shoulder where Peter lingered, "anything at all, don't hesitate to send word. I'll come back if I can." "I know," Sansa said softly, "but I won't need rescuing. Not anymore." Jon touched her hand. "I know that too." They stood for a moment in silence until she blinked and looked away, her voice tight. "Travel safe, Jon. May the old gods guide you south and bring you home with these dragons. If they truly exist." "They do," Jon said. "I'm certain of it." Perhaps it was only rumor, but everything he had heard suggested that Daenerys Targaryen commanded 3 living dragons, the first seen in generations. If they were half as formidable as the tales claimed, they might be the North's best hope against the dead. Balish stepped forward, cloak trailing in the snow. "My lord, I will of course watch over Lady Sansa while you're gone. The Vale's knights stand ready to support her in all things." Jon suppressed the spark of annoyance that flared in his chest. Balish's tone was too smooth, too courteous, a silk glove masking an iron grip of ambition. "Your loyalty is noted," Jon said coolly, then turned away. "We ride within the hour." A short time later, the gates of Winterfell cranked open. Jon led the column, Davos at his side, while a dozen Stark men rode behind. Among them were 2 knights of the Vale, representing Peter Balish's interest, but at least they were bound by oath to protect the future of the North. As they passed under the gatehouse, the frigid wind gusted, scattering snow across the party. Jon resisted the urge to glance back at Sansa on the ramparts. He had already said his farewells. Instead, he urged his horse forward, beginning the long road south toward White Harbor. The world beyond Winterfell's walls seemed bleak, draped in winter's thick shroud. Trees bowed under the weight of snow, and the king's road was half buried in drifts. More than once, they had to halt to clear a path for the horses, their breath rising in plumes of white. At night, they huddled around small fires, the sentries standing watch for wolves, or worse. The nights were painfully long, and by dawn, their boots and cloaks crackled with ice. Yet they pressed on day after day until at last they saw the distant walls of White Harbor rising from the gloom. The harbor's waters were capped with shifting ice floes, and the sky hung low and iron gray above the sea. Lord Wyman Manderley was not in White Harbor. He had remained at Winterfell to advise Sansa. Instead, Jon was greeted by Manderley's nephew, Ser Marlon Manderley, a middle-aged knight whose girth hinted at the family fondness for feasting, though times were lean now. Ser Marlon welcomed Jon with open arms, ushering the traveling party into the new castle, a fortified district close by the harbor itself. Jon and Davos were led to a large hall with a blazing hearth. The flicker of firelight revealed stone walls draped in banners depicting the mermen of House Manderley. The warmth was a relief after the frozen roads. Jon rubbed his hands together, numbed from days in the saddle. Davos stomped the snow from his boots. Ser Marlon bowed with stiff courtesy. "We've arranged what provisions we can. Forgive us if the fare is sparse. Winter has come hard to the White Knife, and the shipments from the Vale are only just trickling in. Lord Manderley made certain to store up at Winterfell, so we're left with a fraction here." Jon nodded. "We understand. We won't impose on you for long. We need a ship to take us to Dragonstone." Ser Marlon's brow furrowed. "Aye, there is a Manderley ship at port. The Maiden's Hope, captained by a loyal man. We can prepare her for the voyage, though the waters will be treacherous. Ice forms in the bay and storms are frequent." Davos stepped forward. "I've sailed in many dangerous seas, Ser Marlon. We'll be cautious and do what we must. Time is of the essence." The knight sighed. "We can't spare many extra hands, but I'll see a small crew assigned to you. We'll load as many supplies as the Maiden's Hope can hold. I doubt you'll find safe harbor on the route south. The war in the south rages on, or so the sailors say, and the seas are rife with pirates." "We'll do what we must," Jon said. "Thank you for your aid." That evening, after meager but welcome portions of salted fish and a bit of ale, Jon and Davos rested in the cold stone guest quarters. All around them echoed the hush of a city half buried in winter. White Harbor's streets were coated in snow, and the White Knife River had half frozen at its edges. The next morning, they rose early, paid their respects to Ser Marlon, and made their way to the docks. The Maiden's Hope bobbed at the pier, hull iced over in patches. The rigging rattled in the wind. Captain Tomard, a leathery-faced man with a thick beard, greeted Jon and Davos with a handshake that felt like iron. He seemed eager to earn the gratitude of House Stark. His sailors were already preparing to cast off, hauling crates of salted provisions and casks of fresh water aboard. Jon's horse would remain in White Harbor. There was no place for it on the cramped deck, but he brought what supplies he could carry, including his bedroll and a small trunk of winter clothing. The Vale Knights who had accompanied them from Winterfell seemed uneasy about traveling by sea. One, Ser Eldon, wrinkled his nose at the sight of the battered cog. "Is it seaworthy?" he muttered, eyeing the patchwork repairs. Davos, standing beside him on the creaking dock, smiled grimly. "She'll float well enough. Better than many ships I've sailed in." Ser Eldon sighed and climbed aboard, followed by the other Vale Knight, Ser Robard. Jon, Davos, and their small contingent of Stark men followed. A bitter wind lashed them, and the harbor's water churned with blocks of half-melted ice. The thought of crossing open sea in these conditions made Jon's stomach tighten, but there was no alternative if they hoped to reach Daenerys Targaryen quickly. They departed White Harbor with a solemn farewell from the few onlookers who'd come to see them off. The city's high walls receded behind a veil of driving snow. Once on open water, the Maiden's Hope cut southward, hugging the coast to avoid the worst of the storms. Jon spent long hours wrapped in his cloak on the deck, staring at the bleak horizon of slate-gray sea. Davos often joined him, occasionally offering quiet stories of his smuggling days, how he'd once navigated treacherous channels around the Fingers. Jon listened politely, though his mind was fixed on the magnitude of what awaited him. Several times, the ship was buffeted by squalls. Waves crashed over the prow, soaking them in freezing spray. Ice rimmed the rigging. Captain Tomard cursed the savage winter. But day by day, they forced their way south. Slowly, the gales began to shift. The sky remained overcast, but the air felt marginally less like knives. After nearly 2 weeks of slow, grueling travel, they spotted the bleak outline of Dragonstone's cliffs rising from the sea. The castle loomed atop a crag of black stone, towers and turrets shaped by Valyrian artistry. The sea roiled around the island's jagged shores, foam hissing on basalt columns. Jon stood at the rail, wind whipping his hair. He felt an odd mix of apprehension and hope. Here, if the rumors held true, lived the last Targaryen, a queen with 3 living dragons. He could not know how she would receive him, or whether she would even believe in the threat of the dead. But there was no turning back. A few hours later, the Maiden's Hope moored at the narrow stone jetty leading up to the gates. Jon and his companions disembarked, stepping onto the wet black stones. Immediately, they were met by a party of unsullied soldiers, their faces unreadable beneath pointed helms. Long spears held in disciplined ranks. A man in dark robes and a shaved head emerged from their midst. Jon recognized him from descriptions. Varys, the Spider, once master of whisperers in King's Landing, now apparently an advisor to Daenerys Targaryen. Varys inclined his head politely. "Welcome to Dragonstone, Lord Snow. We have been expecting you." Jon exchanged a quick glance with Davos. They had sent a raven ahead from White Harbor, but receiving such swift acknowledgement set him on edge. He nodded to Varys. "Thank you. We came to speak with Queen Daenerys. Is she here?" "She is. Please, follow me." Varys gestured for the Unsullied to part, creating a path up the winding stone steps. "We must ask you to leave most of your guards behind. Only you and one companion may present yourselves before her grace." Jon hesitated, thinking of the Vale Knights, but he signaled for them to remain. "Davos," he said quietly, "come with me." The rest, including the Stark men, would wait by the shore. There was no point in appearing hostile in the Targaryen queen's domain. They ascended the steep steps carved into the rock, the ocean crashing below. The wind that tore at them smelled of salt and smoke. Massive dragon sculptures lined the path, stone serpents with folded wings, remnants of House Targaryen's ancient seat. At the top, through a gate of black iron, they entered the courtyard of Dragonstone. It was a grim place, built more for war than beauty, though the old Valyrian designs lent it a haunting grandeur. Varys led them inside the castle's cavernous hall, where columns shaped like twisting dragons reached toward a vaulted ceiling. Fires burned in braziers along the walls. At the far end sat a great stone chair, carved to resemble dragons' talons. Daenerys Targaryen stood before it, flanked by 2 of her advisors. One was a slender woman with short curls and poised intelligence, Missandei, if Jon recalled the name correctly. The other was a dwarf with sharp features and mismatched eyes, Tyrion Lannister, once the disgraced son of Tywin Lannister, now apparently the Queen's hand. Daenerys herself wore pale gray garments that contrasted with her silver-gold hair. A cloak of black and red hung from her shoulders, fastened by a dragon-headed clasp. Her expression was poised, regal, but Jon noticed a flicker of curiosity in her violet eyes as she regarded him. He knew she was likely sizing him up, just as he was assessing her. Tyrion stepped forward. "Jon Snow," he said, voice echoing in the hall. "Last time we saw each other, it was at the Wall. We never quite expected to meet again under such circumstances. Though I must say, you look considerably better than the rumors that claimed you were dead." Jon's brow rose. "A lot has happened since we last spoke, Lord Tyrion." He glanced at the Queen, then bowed his head briefly in respect. "Your Grace." Daenerys inclined her chin. "Lord Snow, we received your message, which spoke of an approaching army of the dead beyond the Wall. It's quite the story." Her tone was polite, but Jon sensed skepticism. "It's not a story, Your Grace. I've seen them. They're coming for all of us." She studied him, eyes narrowing. "And you wish for me to fight these White Walkers with my armies and my dragons, if I have them? In return for what?" Jon knew this moment was crucial. "In return for the continued existence of mankind," he said quietly. "If these White Walkers breach the Wall, they won't stop at the north. They'll come for you, and for every kingdom in Westeros. We need your help if we are to stand a chance, and you might need ours." Davos, standing at Jon's shoulder, cleared his throat. Begging your pardon, your grace, but there's more at stake than crowns or titles. The Night King won't care what bloodline you have or whether you sit on the Iron Throne. We've got to stand together or we'll all fall. Daenerys regarded them both for a moment, then looked at Tyrion. The dwarf inclined his head, silent. Missandei stood by, hands clasped, face impassive. Finally, Daenerys returned her gaze to Jon. I am Daenerys Storeborn of the House Targaryen, the first of my name, breaker of chains, mother of dragons. I have come to Westeros to claim the throne that was taken from my family. Jon nodded, bracing himself for the expected demand. Sure enough, she continued, if you seek my aid, then you must recognize my rightful title. Bend the knee, Jon Snow. Swear fealty to me as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and I will consider how best to help you. Jon's heart pounded. He had debated this moment in his mind throughout the long journey. The Northern Lords had only just declared loyalty to him. Some whispered he should claim the title of king in the North. Others balked at the thought of ever kneeling to a Targaryen again. But the choice was not simple. The living needed every advantage. Was his pride worth dooming the North? He exhaled, then said, Your Grace, the North has bled for centuries under different kings and queens. We fought off the Boltons, the Lannisters, and more. My father, Eddard Stark, lost his head in King's Landing, betrayed by those sworn to the crown. My brother, Robb, was murdered at the Red Wedding. The North is wary of bending the knee. But if you help us survive the greatest threat we've ever known, we will not forget it. We will stand with you. She lifted her chin. Then bend the knee and let us stand together. Jon paused, feeling the weight of history pressing on him. She was the daughter of the Mad King, the same king who once planned to burn the entire city of King's Landing. Yet he saw no madness in her eyes, only conviction. He lowered himself to one knee. He heard Davos shift beside him, uncertain. But Jon kept his gaze level. I bend the knee, Your Grace, on behalf of the North. We need you, your dragons, your armies. If we do not unite, the dead will sweep us all away. The hall was very quiet for a moment. Then Daenerys nodded, her features softening with the faintest smile. Rise, Jon Snow. We have much to discuss. He stood, feeling a curious mixture of relief and a sting to his sense of autonomy. But the lives of the North mattered more than any title. Tyrion stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. We should talk details, how to coordinate your forces with ours, the logistics of sending troops north. But first, we have a more immediate problem. Daenerys turned to Tyrion. The Lannisters. Tyrion's mouth twisted. Yes. My sister sits on the Iron Throne in King's Landing. She will not yield it willingly, and a war rages in the southern kingdoms. If we divert all our forces north, Cersei will use that opportunity to strengthen her hold. We need a plan that addresses both threats. Jon's frustration mounted. The dead are more important than any dispute over a throne. There won't be a kingdom for anyone to rule if the Night King marches on Westeros uncontested. Daenerys sighed. I believe you believe this threat is real, but the lords of the South have never seen it. They might assume it's a ploy. I suspect my enemies in King's Landing will call it a northern trick to distract me. Davos piped up. We have to show them, somehow. Let them see a white with their own eyes. Jon's mind sped, remembering the plan he'd once considered. Capturing a white to prove the threat. It was dangerous, bordering on suicidal, but it might be the only way to convince the cynics. We could send a small group beyond the wall to capture a white, bring it south as proof. If we present it to the southern lords, including your enemies, they'll have to recognize the danger. Missandei looked disturbed. That sounds extremely perilous. Tyrion let out a low exhale. Impossible, perhaps, but it may be the only way. If I know my sister, she won't believe in the living dead without a corpse stumbling toward her in chains. Daenerys turned a worried gaze to Jon. You just arrived from the north, exhausted. You've bent the knee to me, and now you propose to go beyond the wall on a mission that may cost you your life. Is this truly the only solution? Jon hesitated, thinking of the wasted months if they tried letters and ravens. Cersei would call it a bluff. Balish might do the same. War would continue as the Night King advanced. We don't have the luxury of time, he said finally. I'm willing to lead the mission myself, if you'll lend us some of your men. Or at least let me return north with the dragonglass from Dragonstone. That too can help us fight. I'm told there's a massive deposit beneath this island. Daenerys's brows rose in interest. Dragonglass. Yes, my advisors have told me about that. It kills White Walkers, according to legend. Does it not? It does. We need as many weapons as we can forge. We can arm our men with dragonglass-tipped spears and arrows. Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. Very well. You have my permission to mine the dragonglass. My men will assist you. As for capturing a White, I suggest we plan carefully. If you die or your men fail to return, we lose more than time. She paused, glancing at Tyrion. For now, we will focus on forging weapons, and I will consider whether my armies can be spared for this hunt. Jon inclined his head. Thank you, Your Grace. He felt an urgent impatience, but he knew it was better than outright refusal. In the meantime, my people prepare as best they can. The dead march closer every day. But if we gather enough allies and prove this threat to your enemies, perhaps we can unify the land. Daenerys turned, pacing near the tall windows that overlooked the sea. We will see. The realm has rarely known unity. She shot a sidelong look at Tyrion. Still, if there is a chance to prevent the annihilation of all we hold dear, I will not ignore it. You have my word. With that fragile agreement, the meeting concluded. Varys offered to show Jon and Davos to their quarters within the castle. Tyrion and Missandei departed to arrange the necessary steps for mining dragonglass, while Daenerys lingered by the windows, her cloak catching the sea breeze. Jon glanced back at her once before leaving the hall, weighed down by the sheer scale of the challenges they faced. His quarters were Spartan, only a small table, a straw bed, and a single window that overlooked the Black Cliffs. Davos collapsed onto the rickety chair. Bending the knee, he muttered, "That'll be a shock to the Northern Lords." Sansa included. Jon paced. It was our only choice. We need her dragons, Davos. If that means swallowing some pride, so be it. Davos nodded grimly. I suppose. Let's hope it was the right move. Still, might be wise to send word north. Let them know you haven't sold their birthright without reason. Jon managed a weary smile. You're right. I'll send a raven. We can't keep Sansa in the dark about any of this. But even as he said it, a spear of worry twisted in him. Would the Northern Lords accept that he had bent the knee to a Targaryen queen? They had only just united behind the Starks again after years of betrayal and turmoil. Had he risked fracturing that unity? Winter was no time for new rifts, yet the living needed the dragons. Jon pushed the doubt aside. There was no other path. The realm had to stand together or fall to the dead. Meanwhile, far away in Winterfell, Sansa was learning the delicate dance of governance. Each day brought new demands, whether from hungry villagers seeking shelter within the castle walls or from lords who wanted guarantees before contributing their remaining harvest. The supplies from the Vale arrived in staggered intervals. Balish oversaw distribution with his usual smooth efficiency, ensuring that each small act of generosity came with a whispered suggestion of how Sansa might repay it. But she refused to yield any genuine power. She listened, nodded politely, and kept him at a distance. The Karstark and Umber wards roamed the courtyard under close supervision. Sansa made sure they were treated well, no shackles, no mistreatment, so that their families understood House Stark's clemency. The children, wide-eyed and wary, slowly softened under Winterfell's hospitality. Sansa recalled how different it had been for her when she was held captive in her own home by Ramsay Bolton. She would not perpetuate such cruelty. The arrival of Lady Alice Karstark, a spirited girl with fiery hair, was one of the only bright spots in Sansa's day. Alice was young but sharp-minded. She had a steely resolve that Sansa recognized. One afternoon, Sansa found her in the Godwood, kneeling by the frozen pool, tears in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Sansa asked gently, stepping onto the snow-crusted path. Alice sniffed, wiping her cheeks. "My father died in the battle against your brother. My uncle, too. My house is left in tatters. But I had no say in any of their choices, my lady. Now I'm here as a ward, and I don't know what my family will think of me." Sansa knelt beside her. The cold bit into her bones, but she ignored it. "I understand what it's like to feel powerless," she said softly. "Your father and uncle made their choices. You aren't beholden to them forever. You can make your own path, Alice, and find a future for your house that doesn't have to end in hatred. House Karstark has served House Stark for centuries. Perhaps we can rebuild that bond if you're willing." Alice nodded, hope shining faintly in her eyes. "I am, my lady. I don't want more death. I only want a future for my people. If that means standing with the Starks, I will." Sansa squeezed the girl's hand. "Good. Then we understand each other." She rose, glancing at the heart tree's carved face, remembering Jon's departure. How many other wards and children would be impacted by the decisions she made? The weight of it all felt immense. Yet in Alice's tear-streaked face she saw the importance of forging a new northern unity, one that was not based on fear or revenge, but on mutual survival and respect. In the weeks that followed, she grew adept at balancing the requests of various lords. Lord Manderley advised her as best he could, but ultimately the final decisions rested with her. Tormund, for all his gruffness, helped by ensuring the wildlings did their part in fortifying the castle. They respected him, and that made Sansa's life easier. Slowly, the old wounds of the northern houses showed signs of knitting together. Not everyone was content. Some muttered that a Targaryen alliance was folly or that the bastards of House Stark had no right to rule. But Sansa maintained a firm hand, reminding them all that the real threat lay in the White Walkers. She had no direct word from Jon, only a single raven after many days indicating he had arrived safely at Dragonstone. The message was brief. He had bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen in exchange for her promise of assistance against the White Walkers. Sansa read it twice, her mind racing. Bending the knee was a bold step. She knew the northern lords would see it as capitulation to a foreign queen. Yet she also recalled how Jon had weighed such matters. He would not do it lightly. If he believed it was necessary, Sansa would support him. Though privately, she braced for the lords' reactions. That evening, she convened a small gathering of the principal northern lords in Winterfell's solar. Lord Manderley, Lord Glover, Lord Serwyn, Lady Midge Mormont recently arrived with more of House Mormont's warriors and a few others. Sansa sat at the head of the table, technically Jon's seat, but he was absent. She cleared her throat, heart pounding. "My lords, I have received word from Jon. He has successfully reached Dragonstone, and he informs me that he has come to terms with Daenerys Targaryen. He has sworn fealty to her as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms in exchange for her agreement to assist us against the White Walkers." An immediate uproar ensued. Lord Glover's face reddened. Sworn fealty to a Targaryen? After everything, after how her father burned our countrymen. This is outrageous. Lord Manderley raised a placating hand. "We must not rush to anger. If the Queen of Dragons can provide the armies and the dragons themselves, perhaps we need her. None of us can stand against these White Walkers alone, Glover. Your father died for the king in the north," Glover shot back. "Now we have no king, only a southern queen?" Sansa kept her tone steady. Jon's decision was made because the threat of the White Walkers is greater than any crown. A single united Westeros might be our only chance. If the cost of that unity is bending the knee, I believe Jon saw little alternative. Midge Mormont, a stout woman with iron-gray hair, grunted. "My niece Lyanna once told your brother that House Mormont knows no king but the king in the north. But even so, if the dead are real, we might have to break old vows for the sake of the living." Sansa nodded, relieved at that show of support. "We have to trust Jon's judgment. We need to prepare ourselves to fight side by side with any allies who will join us, be they Targaryen or otherwise." Lord Glover chewed on his lip but finally sank into a chair, muttering under his breath. He was not fully convinced, but neither did he storm from the room. That was enough for Sansa for now. They would accept the uneasy truth that Jon had bent the knee if it meant hope against the coming storm. After the meeting, Sansa felt drained. She retreated to her mother's old sitting room where the hearth glowed faintly. She stared at the flickering flames, recalling her father's lessons about loyalty, about how the North endured through bleak winters by banding together. House Glover's reaction was understandable, but times had changed. The harsh reality of the undead threatened them all. Jon saw that more clearly than anyone. A soft knock on the door startled her. She turned to see Peter Balish slipping in. "My lady," he said, voice soothing as ever. "I heard the uproar. The northern lords are unsettled, yes." Sansa composed herself, chin lifting. "Jon's decisions are his own. We will honor them." Balish spread his hands. "Of course. But you must be careful. The North has always prized independence. Many lords will resent submitting to a Targaryen. There might be an alternative if you wish to assert Stark authority without ceding it." Sansa's eyes narrowed. "We already have an arrangement with Daenerys. Are you suggesting we break Jon's word?" Balish sighed theatrically. "I only suggest that perhaps the North would rally more firmly behind a true-born Stark. One who remains here, in Winterfell, not gone south in the dead of winter. Sometimes an absent leader breeds discontent." She knew what he was driving at, and it turned her stomach. "You're implying that I declare myself queen in the North and reject Jon's oath to Daenerys?" He smiled, stepping closer. "Merely a possibility. If you took the crown, who in the North would deny you? You've proven yourself capable while your half-brother." "Stop," Sansa said, her tone clipped. "I won't betray Jon. He's our best chance to see the North through this. If that means bending the knee to Daenerys, so be it. Balish didn't lose his composure. He merely dipped his head in a slight bow. As you wish, my lady. But think on it. Should the Lord's discontent grow, you might be forced to assume a greater role for the good of the North. Then he departed, leaving only the faint swirl of his cloak in the corridor. Sansa sank into a chair, her heart pounding with anger. Balish was relentless. He would never stop trying to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Yet she was determined not to be the unwitting pawn she had once been. She inhaled slowly, centering herself. She had stood up to the Boltons, she had endured horrors no one else should face, she would endure this too. Days passed. In Dragonstone, Jon found himself coordinating daily with Tyrion, Missandei, and various overseers to excavate dragonglass from the island's caverns. The work was grueling, but the small folk and freedmen loyal to Daenerys tackled it diligently, prying the glittering black stone from the depths. Davos observed the forging process, ensuring the raw dragonglass was shaped into arrowheads, spear points, and daggers. Watching the piles of newly forged weapons grow in the armory brought Jon a measure of relief. These shards could kill White Walkers. They needed thousands more, but it was a start. Yet tension hung over the castle. Daenerys spent hours each day consulting with her war council about the Lannister conflict. Reports arrived that Euron Greyjoy had ravaged parts of her fleet. The Unsullied had captured Casterly Rock but found it nearly empty of the Lannister host who had marched elsewhere to sack Highgarden. The war in the south was not going as smoothly as Daenerys had hoped. In her more frustrated moments, she demanded to fly her dragons straight to the Red Keep and burn her enemies to ash. Tyrion begged caution, fearing mass slaughter would turn the realm against her. Jon watched from the periphery, uneasy at the thought of dragons unleashed on any city, mindful that fire could be as horrific as ice. One morning, as he stood in a narrow corridor overlooking the sea, he heard the rush of wings above. He looked up to see the silhouette of Drogon, the largest of Daenerys' dragons, passing overhead in a flap of massive leathery wings. A gust of wind buffeted the ramparts, and the beast let out a roar that echoed across the fortress. Jon felt awe and a stab of fear. If one dragon held this much power, what devastation could three wreak? He descended to the courtyard, drawn by the sight of Daenerys dismounting Drogon with lithe familiarity as though she had been born to ride the creature. Servants scattered, wary of the giant beast's presence. Drogon's scaled neck rose like a black mountain, smoke drifting from his nostrils. Daenerys stroked the dragon's flank, murmuring softly. Jon hesitated, uncertain whether to approach. She spotted him and beckoned. He stepped closer, heart pounding. Drogon turned his great head, slitted eyes fixed on Jon. The monstrous creature's breath smelled of sulfur and char. Jon willed himself not to flinch as the dragon lowered its head near him, exhaling a hot gust that ruffled his cloak. Slowly, Jon lifted a hand, letting Drogon scent him. The dragon snarled softly but did not strike. Jon's pulse thudded in his ears. Daenerys watched, an enigmatic expression on her face. "He's curious about you," she said quietly. "He can sense things in people. I'm not sure what he sees." Jon touched the dragon's scales, marveling at their texture like living stone, warm with inner heat. "He's incredible," Jon breathed. "I've never seen anything like this." A hint of a smile touched her lips. "They are my children. And in time, I hope they will help save this realm." Jon nodded, stepping back as Drogon lifted his head again. "If we can defeat the Night King, then I'll owe your dragons a debt beyond measure." Daenerys' gaze lingered on him. "You speak as though the Night King is your singular obsession. Are you truly prepared to abandon everything, titles, crowns, even your life, just to stop him?" Jon thought of the oath he had once sworn to the Night's Watch, how every vow had been about protecting the realm of men. "I am," he said. "I came back from death once already. I have no intention of letting the Night King claim this world. I'll do whatever it takes." She studied him as though measuring the gravity of his words. Then she nodded, stepping away from Drogon. "There may come a time soon when we'll do more than forge weapons. If my war in the south drags on, I will need you to handle the threat in the north without me, at least until I can send reinforcements. Tyrion believes capturing a White is still the surest path to convincing the southern lords to unite with us. Are you willing to lead that expedition?" Jon swallowed hard. The prospect of going beyond the wall again, where the dead lurked in unimaginable numbers, left a hollow feeling in his gut. But he saw no other way. "If it must be done, I'll do it." Daenerys exhaled, brushing a hand over Drogon's flank. "Then I'll see that you have ships and men, volunteers who understand the risk." Their eyes met, a tenuous accord passing between them. They both wanted to save the realm, but they had to walk a path paved with impossible choices. Daenerys turned to Drogon again, murmuring to the beast in a soothing tone. Jon found himself thinking of the legendary Targaryens who had conquered Westeros centuries ago. Now here was the last Targaryen, forging an alliance with a man who had once been only Ned Stark's bastard. The old world had turned on its head. Several days later, plans crystallized. A small band of volunteers would sail north to Eastwatch by the sea, the easternmost Night's Watch stronghold, then venture beyond the wall to capture White. Daenerys was sending Ser Jorah Mormont, newly returned to her service after being cured of gray scale, along with a few hand-picked warriors from the Unsullied and the Dothraki, men who did not fear death. Tyrion insisted on staying behind to continue war efforts against Cersei, but he gave Jon a parting nod. Try not to die if you can. The realm needs all the fools it can get. Jon mustered a faint grin. I'll do my best, Lord Tyrion. Before they set sail, Daenerys met Jon in the war room, a chamber dominated by a carved table depicting Westeros. Candles flickered, casting shadows over the mountainous terrain carved into the ancient wood. She wore a dark cloak of dragon-scale patterns clasped by a single silver chain. Jon noticed that she looked weary, as though burdened by the cost of her southern war, but she remained composed. Jon, she said, voice quiet yet firm. I wish I could go north with you. My dragons might turn the tide. But Tyrion fears that if I vanish, Cersei will press her advantage and the war could be lost. Jon understood, though disappointment gnawed at him. Your dragons would be a powerful ally against the dead, but I know you have other responsibilities. I only ask that you be ready. If we return with proof, a living corpse, will you meet with Cersei or send an envoy to treat with her? If it will help unite us against the Night King, yes, Daenerys said. I will meet with her or her representatives under a truce, but only if we bring her indisputable proof. Jon nodded. We will. I'll send a raven from Eastwatch as soon as we have it. Then I'll return to Winterfell to prepare our defenses. She took a step closer, her expression flickering with something akin to concern. Be careful. I have lost too many good people already. I do not wish to lose another. He felt a soft heat rise in his chest. Surprising how the icy bastard of Winterfell could feel warmth, but there it was. I'll try, he said, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. We both have a role to play in this war. Ser Jorah and the others waited in the courtyard, the chilling sea breeze sweeping over them. One of Daenerys's remaining ships, battered by Euron's raids but still afloat, was prepared to take them north. Davos stood by the gangplank, conversing with a few sailors from the crew they'd brought from White Harbor. When Jon emerged, cloak billowing, Davos arched a brow. Another journey on these wretched seas, Davos said dryly. At least we're heading home, in a manner of speaking. Jon nodded, stepping aboard. Eastwatch first, then beyond the wall. They set sail from Dragonstone under leaden skies. The waves were rough, but the southern waters, though turbulent, were warmer than the frozen seas off the north. The small Dothraki contingent eyed the ocean with mistrust, having spent their lives on the vast grasslands, but they remained stoic. Ser Jorah stood at the prow, gazing ahead with a distant look, perhaps remembering the home he had left years ago. Jon joined him briefly, wanting to glean any insight Jorah might offer. Your father was Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch, Jon said. He gave me Longclaw. It saved my life many times. Jorah glanced at the sword's pommel, the White Wolf's head. He told me once that he passed it on to a worthy successor. I'm glad it found you. I was not worthy after my transgressions. Jon shook his head. We've all made mistakes. But now's our chance to fight for the living. That's worth more than old regrets. Jorah allowed a faint smile. I intend to do my part. After several days at sea, they finally reached the rocky coast near Eastwatch by the sea. The sturdy walls of the castle loomed, battered by the wind. Snow whirled around the ramparts, and the chill in the air was a stark reminder that they were back in the north. Jon felt the familiar bite of it on his skin, the sense of stepping onto ground that was both forbidding and oddly comforting. They docked, hauling themselves onto the icy steps leading to Eastwatch's gates. The watchmen, clad in black cloaks, were startled to see their former Lord Commander, or rather, the man who once wore black but had been released from his vows by death. Jon greeted them with quiet familiarity, ignoring their wide eyes. He demanded an audience with the current commander of Eastwatch. That commander turned out to be a ranger named Cotter Pike, a hard-eyed, weather-beaten man. He listened with growing alarm as Jon and Davos explained their plan. To go beyond the wall with a small raiding party, capture a White and bring it south as proof. It's madness, Pike said bluntly. But so is the threat we face. I've sent out patrols. Some never returned. The ones who did speak of the dead moving in large numbers. Entire herds of Whites roving the ice. Jon's jaw tightened. We have no choice, Commander. We have to try. We'll need a gate to get through the wall, and any spare men you can lend. Pike scoffed. We have precious few men, but I'll give you what I can. Just know that if you don't come back, Eastwatch will be the first to fall if the dead gather in force. Jon nodded grimly. Understood. The next day they prepared. Jon, Ser Jorah, Gendry, a Smith Tyrion had sent north as an envoy, Robert Baratheon's bastard, by all accounts, a handful of Dothraki warriors and a pair of Unsullied. Tormund Giantsbane had unexpectedly arrived at Eastwatch with a small group of wildlings, having journeyed east along the wall. He greeted Jon with a booming laugh. You didn't think you'd go on a suicide mission beyond the wall without me, did you? Tormund clapped him on the shoulder, ignoring the anxious stares from the Black brothers. I got wind of your plan. Thought you might need some real men. Jon couldn't help but smile. I'm grateful. The more fighters we have, the better our odds. Tormund snorted. Odds? You mean better than none? But he grinned fiercely. Let's kill some dead men then. By dawn, the party set out through a heavy iron gate in the wall, stepping onto the bleak expanse of the haunted forest. Snow swirled around them, visibility scant. The silence of that land was eerie, broken only by the crunch of boots. The cold felt sharper here, as though the presence of the dead brought a deeper chill. They traveled for hours, forging northward until the wall was a distant line behind them. Jon felt a knot of tension in his gut, remembering the last time he faced the White Walkers in Hardhome. This time, there was no large host of wildlings, no ships to flee back to, just a small band of determined souls. The plan was to pick off a lone white or a small group, trap one, and haul it back alive or undead. A monstrous risk, but necessary. On the third day, a storm descended, reducing the world to a white blur. The wind howled, and they hunkered behind a ridge of ice, forming a makeshift camp. Ser Jorah and Jon consulted a rough map, trying to guess where the Night King's hordes might roam. Tormund crouched near the meager fire, cracking jokes with the Dothraki who barely understood him. Night fell, bringing a deeper cold. The howling wind carried strange echoes. Gendry swore he heard distant moans. The Unsullied men looked stoic, but their eyes betrayed nervousness. All of them expected the worst. Come morning, the storm eased, revealing the stark white landscape. They pressed on, scanning the horizon for movement. At midday, Tormund hissed for them to stop. Far ahead, across a frozen plain, they saw a small group of whites, perhaps a dozen, shambling in loose formation. An icy river split the plain. In the lead was a single White Walker, its tall frame clad in armor of frosted shards. A pale blade glinted in its hand. Behind it trailed undead figures, the remnants of fallen men. Jon's heart lurched. This was it. If they could isolate and destroy the White Walker, perhaps the whites it controlled would collapse unless they came from a larger hive. Or maybe they needed to physically capture one white. That meant luring the group, picking off a straggler. But there were enough whites that one misstep could bring disaster. He turned to the others, speaking in hushed tones. We can't face them all at once. We need to separate one from the group. If we kill that White Walker, most of these whites might drop. But we need at least one left, intact. Tormund flashed a savage grin. Then let's set a trap. We can lure them onto that frozen river. If we break the ice beneath a few of them, we might scatter them. Then pick off the White Walker. Jorah nodded. Risky, but it might be our best chance. If the ice cracks, we could fall in ourselves. Jon hefted Longclaw. We don't have a better plan. Let's move. They circled around the icy plain, moving stealthily behind ridges until they were near the river's bank. Gendry, the best sprinter among them, volunteered to be bait. He drew a dragonglass-tipped spear. The young man looked nervous but determined. Jon clapped him on the shoulder. All you need to do is lure them onto the ice. Then run back to us. We'll break it, isolate them. Gendry swallowed. Right? Easy enough. He waited until the small group of whites and the White Walker moved nearer. Then he burst from the ridge, shouting, waving his spear. The effect was immediate. The White Walker's head snapped up, pale eyes shining with malevolence. It issued a chilling hiss and the whites turned in unison, moving with jerky speed toward Gendry. He sprinted across the flat surface, occasionally glancing over his shoulder to ensure they were following. They advanced just as planned, crossing onto the partially frozen river. The ice groaned under so many footsteps. Gendry skidded, nearly losing his footing, but pressed forward. The undead were relentless, moaning with hunger, arms outstretched. Jon, Tormund, and Jorah waited on the other side, ropes at the ready to yank at a prepared crack in the ice, an improvised measure using large stones hammered in place. The Dothraki and Unsullied flanked them. When Gendry was halfway across, the White Walker raised its blade, a razor of frosty light. With inhuman swiftness, it strode onto the ice, commanding the Whites in some silent accord. Jon nodded to Tormund, and the red-haired wildling gave a mighty heave on the rope, dislodging a wedge of stones. The plan worked, sort of. The ice fractured with an echoing crack. A few Whites plummeted into the frigid water, flailing silently as the current dragged them away. The White Walker snarled, stepping back just enough to avoid the collapsing section of ice. Several more Whites fell, but the remainder spread out, skirting the hole with eerie coordination. Gendry made it across the river with moments to spare, panting. Jon, Jorah, and Tormund charged forward to intercept the White Walker before it could regroup. The ring of steel on ice was deafening. The White Walker met Jon's swing with its own blade, and the crash of frost against Valyrian steel sent shockwaves through his arms. Meanwhile, Jorah slashed at a White that lunged for him, hacking it apart with a dragonglass-forged dagger. Tormund, roaring, tackled another, plunging his own dragonglass axe into its skull. The White Walker was strong, far stronger than an ordinary man. It swung its blade in a blur, forcing Jon back with each strike. A single misstep would mean death or worse. Sparks flew as Longclaw collided with the Walker's weapon. The creature hissed, milky eyes fixed on Jon. Then Jorah dashed in from the side, aiming a dragonglass spear at the Walker's flank. The Walker pivoted with impossible speed, parrying the spear. That moment of distraction gave Jon the opening he needed. He slashed down with Longclaw, carving across the Walker's torso. The creature shrieked, a high, inhuman cry, and it shattered into shards of ice that evaporated into mist. Most of the Whites collapsed instantly as if their strings were cut, the dark magic animating them undone when the Walker fell. All except one. This White, a hulking, half-rotted man with a broken jaw, remained on its feet, stumbling forward with a gargled moan. Jon realized it must not have been bound to the same Walker. Perhaps it came from a different master, or perhaps the magic had latched onto it separately. Good. They needed a living specimen. Tormund barked, grab it. The Dothraki and Unsullied converged, tangling the White in nets of rope they had prepared. It fought fiercely, snapping its jaws, clawing. One Dothraki warrior cried out as the White's nails raked his arm, drawing blood. Another hammered it on the head with a club, dazing it. At last, they wrestled it to the ground, binding its limbs in thick cords. The White screeched and thrashed, but it could not break free. Jon gazed at the undead creature, hard hammering. This was the proof they needed. But the noise, the commotion, could draw more Whites, or worse, a White Walker general. Quickly, he said, voice tight. We have what we came for. Let's get back across the river. They hauled the bound White, dragging it over the ice. The rest of the undead lay in shattered pieces, dissolving into brittle fragments. Tormund helped Gendry keep his footing as they skidded over the precarious surface. Jon lingered a moment longer, scanning the horizon. He spotted movement far in the distance. More figures, countless shapes drifting like shadows in the storm. An entire horde. The Night King's army was close. Run! Jon yelled. The group needed no further urging. They raced back the way they had come, dragging the White behind them. The moans of thousands of undead echoed across the vast plain, a soul-freezing chorus. Panic lent them speed, but the terrain was unforgiving. They stumbled over jagged rocks, deeper drifts of snow. The cold seemed to intensify, as though the very air recognized living flesh. After a grueling race, they reached the gate of Eastwatch. The Black Brothers heaved it open, eyes going wide at the sight of the flailing White. Once inside, they slammed the gate and barred it. Gasps, curses, and shaky laughter erupted among Jon's party. They had done the impossible, capturing a piece of the dead. Commander Pike stared at the White with undisguised horror. Gods, we'll hold it in one of the cells, but you'd best take it south quickly. That thing is no prisoner I want to keep. Jon nodded, panting. We'll depart as soon as we can. We need to show this to the Southern Lords and Daenerys' enemies before it's too late. A quiet settled over them. They'd succeeded, but the cost might yet be high. Jon doubted the undead horde was far behind. If they marched on Eastwatch en masse, the castle might hold for a while, but not forever. Every wasted moment brought the Night King closer. They had to move. They spent a single night in Eastwatch to recover. Injuries were tended, bruises, cuts, frostbite. The captured white was locked in chains, heavily guarded, though its ghastly shrieks pierced the corridors. Tormund couldn't sleep, pacing near the gatehouse, uneasy about the army outside. Ser Jorah quietly cleaned his blade, haunted by the knowledge that the realm he once fled was now on the brink of devastation. Gendry huddled near a brazier, face pale with the realization of what they had just fought. In the morning, Jon made arrangements to sail south immediately. He dispatched ravens, one to Daenerys, informing her they had the white, one to Winterfell, warning Sansa that the army of the dead was nearly upon Eastwatch. Tormund decided to remain at Eastwatch with the wildlings to reinforce the garrison. He clasped Jon's hand in farewell. "Go, Snow," Tormund said gruffly. "Show these southern fools what's coming. Then come back, or there'll be no one left to save." Jon swallowed hard. "I will. Keep them safe." Tormund offered a lopsided grin. "Keeping crows safe isn't exactly my calling, but I'll do what I can." With that, Jon, Davos, Jorah, and the rest of the white capturing party boarded a battered Night's Watch vessel, the chains rattling as they hauled the undead cargo into the hold. The white snarled constantly, struggling to reach living flesh. Gendry stood watch over it with dragonglass weapons close at hand. They sailed from Eastwatch, heading for Dragonstone once more. Icy winds and raging seas made the journey perilous. Yet compared to the horrors beyond the wall, the storms felt almost benign. Every time the white screeched below deck, the sailors paled. They knew the cargo they carried defied the laws of nature. Word arrived via Raven that Daenerys had agreed to meet with Cersei Lannister under a truce in King's Landing, if Jon could produce indisputable proof of the undead threat. That meant sailing farther south, to the capital itself. A city that once murdered Jon's father. A city riddled with intrigue and cunning. But there was no alternative. The realm needed to see the truth. So from Dragonstone, they swiftly transferred the chained white to another ship, Daenerys' own flagship, and made for Blackwater Bay. Jon barely had a chance to exchange more than a few words with the Queen when they arrived at Dragonstone. The tension of her southern campaign overshadowed all. She had received word that the Lannisters might be ready to parley, but no one trusted Cersei. Even so, Tyrion insisted that a face-to-face meeting was the only way. If they all beheld the white in person, perhaps they could set aside their animosity long enough to confront the real war. Before departing, Jon spoke briefly with Daenerys in the war room. The white's shrieks were a muffled background noise from the ship's hold. Daenerys seemed unsettled by the sound. She pressed her lips thin. "When I see it," she said quietly, "it might finally be real to me too. I believe you, but believing is different from seeing. I'll fly to King's Landing with my dragons to demonstrate my power. We must be careful that this doesn't turn into an ambush." Jon nodded. "I'll stand beside you. Davos and Tyrion are working on ensuring our safe passage." To the Dragon Pit, correct?" "Yes," she said. "We'll have a small escort, a handful of Unsullied. No more. Cersei will do the same, or so she claims. We shall see if she keeps her word." Jon's stomach clenched. If Cersei had betrayal in mind, everything could end in a bloodbath. But the fate of the living hinged on this demonstration. "We have no choice." Daenerys inhaled slowly. "No, we don't." They set sail for King's Landing in a small fleet. Daenerys planned to fly her dragons part of the way, then have them circle the city, a show of strength that might keep Cersei in line. Jon stood on the deck, gazing south as the climate gradually shifted from freezing gales to a milder wind. The memory of the White Walkers still chilled his core, but soon he'd be standing in the heart of a city that hated him, presenting an undead abomination to the queen who sat on the Iron Throne. One night during the voyage, Davos found Jon alone on the stern, staring at the moonlit sea. The older man leaned against the rail. "Strange times, my lord. We've got a white chained in the hold, a queen riding dragons overhead, and we're on our way to convince the woman who tried to kill anyone named Stark or Targaryen that the real war is up north." Jon let out a soft, humorless laugh. Strange times indeed. Davos studied him. Are you truly at peace with bending the knee, Jon? Some of the northern lords might not forgive you. Jon's gaze shifted to the dark horizon. If I had a choice, I would have held back, bargained differently. But we need Daenerys's help. We need dragons. Pride won't save the North. And if it costs me my life or my reputation, it doesn't matter. We're all living on borrowed time. Davos nodded, respect in his eyes. You sound like Stannis sometimes, speaking of duty. But the difference is, I think you know what duty truly means. Protecting people above all else. Let's hope it's enough. Jon clasped Davos's shoulder. It has to be. The next afternoon, they saw the broken silhouette of Dragonstone's towers shrinking behind them as they sailed past, continuing around the coastline toward Blackwater Bay. Another day later, the walls of King's Landing came into view, enormous and ancient, perched along the bay. The red keep spires rose in the distance, while hundreds of ships crowded the harbor. A hush fell over Jon's party. They had arrived at the seat of power, a place steeped in bloodshed and betrayal. A smaller harbor near the city's southwestern approach had been set aside for their landing, or so the arranged parley stated. Daenerys, astride Drogon, soared overhead, flanked by her other two dragons, Regal and Viserion. Their thunderous roars announced her arrival to the city's defenders. Tyrion, waiting on a skiff, guided them toward the shore. Jon secured the White in a sturdy wooden crate, chains locked tight, the inside lined with straw to muffle its screeches. If it broke free at the wrong moment, chaos would erupt. They disembarked under watchful eyes. The Lannister forces lined the wharf, led by none other than Jaime Lannister. His face was drawn, scarred by war and exhaustion. He exchanged a stiff nod with Tyrion, then turned to Jon, eyeing the crate. "This is the proof you spoke of?" Jon returned the nod. "You'll see it soon enough." Jaime's mouth formed a grim line. "The Queen awaits in the Dragon Pit. We'll lead you there." Daenerys circled overhead, then landed Drogon on a rocky bluff just outside the city gates, presumably so she could enter more diplomatically. People across King's Landing craned their necks in terror and awe, having never before seen dragons so close. Soldiers were posted at every corner. Jon felt tension coil around him like a vice. One misstep and swords would be drawn. They walked through a city half-ruined by the recent conflicts, the populace sullen and fearful. Finally, they reached the Dragon Pit, an ancient ruin that once housed the Targaryen dragons of old. Its great dome had collapsed generations ago, leaving an open-air arena of crumbling arches. Cersei Lannister stood at the far side, flanked by her Queen's Guard. Beside her stood Qyburn, the pale master of whispers, and the towering shape of the undead Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Jon felt revulsion at the sight, another abomination, albeit different than the White they carried. Next to Cersei was Euron Greyjoy, sporting a mocking grin. Off to one side stood Brienne of Tarth, Podrick Payne, and a handful of others who had come for the parley. Daenerys entered last, stepping in from an archway, regal in dark attire. Grey Worm and a small contingent of Unsullied followed her. She exchanged an icy stare with Cersei, who smirked slightly. The tension in the air was palpable. Tyrion cleared his throat. "Shall we begin?" Cersei's gaze flicked dismissively over Jon before focusing on Daenerys. "You've come to talk peace. Let us see if you mean it." Daenerys inclined her head. "I've come to show you the real threat to us all." Jon signaled to Davos and Yora, who carried the wooden crate forward. The White screeched within, rattling its chains. Jaime and the Lannister guards tensed. Euron's grin faded slightly. Even the Mountain made a low growl. Jon moved to the crate. "This is a White. The Walking Dead. We captured it beyond the wall. Open the box." With swift, tense motions, Yora pried open the lid. The White lunged, shrieking, chains straining, a horror of rotted flesh and snapping jaws. Soldiers shouted in alarm. Cersei's eyes widened, genuine fear flickering in them for the briefest moment. The White's mouth gnashed just feet from her Queen's Guard, who raised shields. Qyburn stepped closer, an unsettling fascination in his gaze. The effect was immediate. Whatever doubts might have lingered in the onlookers vanished at the sight of the undead monstrosity. Brienne paled, gripping her sword hilt. Euron Greyjoy took a step back, cursing under his breath. Jaime's face drained of color. Cersei, to her credit, maintained a veneer of composure, but her eyes betrayed alarm. Jon grabbed a chain to yank the White back so it wouldn't bite anyone. He stabbed a dragonglass dagger into its chest, and the creature twitched but continued to thrash, unaffected except for shrieking louder. "We can kill them with dragonglass or Valyrian steel," Jon said, raising his voice. "Otherwise, they keep coming." Cersei stared at the white, transfixed by horror. Then she turned sharply to Jon. "You have proven your point. The dead are real. What do you expect me to do about it?" Daenerys stepped forward. "We ask you for a truce, a temporary alliance. If we do not stand together, we shall all fall to the Night King." Cersei's lips thinned. She glanced at Euron, who shrugged as though at a loss. She looked at Jaime, uncertain. Then her eyes flicked back to Daenerys and Jon. "You want me to cease hostilities while my enemies build strength? How do I know you won't stab me in the back once the dead are defeated?" Tyrion spoke up, voice earnest. "Because if we do not unite, there will be no realm left to rule. The war can resume if you must have it, but not until the Night King is destroyed." A fraught silence stretched. The white continued to snarl, spittle dripping from its lips. Finally, Cersei exhaled, the tension visible in her shoulders. "Very well. I will order my armies to stand down and join you in fighting the dead." Surprise flickered across Daenerys' face, and a wave of cautious relief went through Jon. Perhaps this demonstration had truly worked. But as the parley continued, Cersei's gaze grew distant. She offered polite words, promises that her forces would march north when the time came, but something in her demeanor set Jon's nerves on edge. Euron abruptly announced he would take his fleet back to the Iron Islands, not wanting any part of the undead. That, too, felt strangely convenient. Still, they had no choice but to accept Cersei's pledge. The white was shoved back into its crate, sealed away. Daenerys signaled for her attendants to remain vigilant. Jon felt a hollowness in his chest, unable to fully believe Cersei's sudden capitulation. But they had done all they could for the moment. Once the parley ended, the groups separated. Tyrion stayed behind to speak privately with Cersei, a risky gamble. Jon waited with Daenerys in the crumbling archway of the Dragon Pit, uneasy. Eventually, Tyrion returned, looking pale but claiming victory. "She will stand with us," he said, almost dazed. "Or so she says." They departed King's Landing under an uneasy truce. Daenerys flew back to Dragonstone with her dragons, planning to soon journey north. Jon, Davos, Yora, and the White parted ways with the main Targaryen force, preparing to bring the monstrous proof to Winterfell so the Northern Lords could see it, too. As they sailed from the mouth of the Blackwater, Davos muttered his distrust. "Cersei's never been one for honest deals. She'll do something treacherous, mark my words." Jon couldn't argue. Yet they had forced her hand publicly. If Cersei reneged now, the realm would see her as the one who doomed them all. That might stay her betrayal, at least for a time. Their only hope was to assemble an army in the north strong enough to stand against the Night King, with or without Lannister help. Another grueling sea voyage later, they arrived at White Harbor again, White in tow. Jon could hardly believe how quickly he had traveled the length of Westeros these past months, something that would have been unthinkable in gentler seasons. War and necessity drove men to feats of speed. From White Harbor, they made the final slog by road to Winterfell, arriving near the onset of a howling snowstorm. The gates opened with creaks of iron, and Jon led the procession inside, White caged in a reinforced cart at the center. Sansa was there on the ramparts, who'd pulled up against the swirling snow. When she saw Jon, a flicker of relief crossed her face. The courtyard bustled with men rushing to close the gates behind them to stable the horses. Jon dismounted, ignoring the stabbing cold in his limbs, and made his way to Sansa. She descended the steps, meeting him at the bottom. For a moment, they just stood there, the swirl of winter around them. "You're alive," she said, voice raw with relief. He nodded. "We have proof of the dead. And Daenerys, she's coming, with her dragons, to help us fight." A breath left Sansa's lips, visible in the frigid air. "Gods be good." She ushered him inside, where a fire roared. They spoke briefly of the events in King's Landing, Balish's continued machinations, and the tenuous alliance. Jon assured her that, yes, he had bent the knee, but it was the only way. Sansa pressed her lips together, worry clouding her eyes, but she accepted it. "The North will grumble," she said, "but if the dragons help us defeat the Night King, perhaps they will understand in time." They went to inspect the White, which was locked in the old dungeon cells beneath Winterfell. Soldiers gathered, peering fearfully at the snarling thing. Sansa blanched at the sight. "So this is what waits for us beyond the wall," she whispered. "How many more are there?" "Thousands," Jon said, voice heavy. "An endless horde. This is our fight now." They sealed the dungeon door, leaving guards posted. Sansa accompanied Jon back up to the Great Hall, listening as he explained Cersei's promise and his own suspicions that she might betray them. The best hope remained Daenerys Targaryen's imminent arrival with her dragons, plus whatever northern and Vale forces they could muster. Sansa took it all in, her face pale but resolute. Then we must prepare Winterfell for the largest battle in history. They set about doing just that. Over the following days, more men trickled into Winterfell. Small houses, freed clansmen, warriors from White Harbor and from the Vale under Balish's watchful eye. Sansa managed supplies, rationing carefully, ensuring the storerooms were reorganized to feed an army. Jon oversaw the forging of more dragonglass weapons, distributing them among the recruits. The clank of steel and hiss of quenching water echoed in the courtyard night and day. Peter Balish hovered, offering polite suggestions. Sansa deflected him with increasing firmness, making it clear that no matter how dire things became, she would not be manipulated into a marriage or into undermining Jon. Balish adapted, playing the role of a faithful advisor. But an undercurrent of tension remained. Jon could sense it whenever he encountered the man in the corridors, a silent challenge behind those shrewd eyes. Word reached them that Daenerys would soon arrive. Tormund and the wildlings who had been at Eastwatch managed to retreat south just before the undead army fully surrounded the fortress. Eastwatch had fallen, the wall shattered in part by something unimaginable, a White Walker riding an undead dragon. The ravens that fled reported an unthinkable horror. One of Daenerys's dragons had been killed beyond the wall and turned by the Night King. Now the dead marched with the dragon of ice and blue fire, unstoppable. This news sent waves of terror through the north. Jon read the Raven 3 times, numb. He told Sansa, who grew pale as moonlight. So it was that Daenerys arrived in Winterfell in a swirl of dragon's wings, landing her 2 living beasts in the courtyard to the gasps of frightened soldiers. Jon greeted her, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the Night King had taken Viserion, one of her children. She wore grief like a cloak, but her resolve burned. "We will avenge him," she vowed. "We will destroy the Night King, whatever it takes." The final countdown began. Patrols reported the undead host crossing the last river, devouring everything in their path. The countryside evacuated, streaming into Winterfell's walls for shelter. Sansa had archers man the battlements, dragonglass-tipped arrows piled high. Smiths labored furiously, forging new weapons day and night. Daenerys readied Drogon and Regal, though the fear of meeting the undead dragon weighed on her. Jon conferred with every lord about battle lines, fallback positions, and last stands. They dug trenches, carved runic wards, any measure gleaned from ancient texts. The entire castle braced for the onslaught. On a bitter dawn, the outriders reported the approaching dead. Thousands upon thousands, a silent wave of pale shapes cresting the horizon. Above, swirling clouds of gray parted briefly and a monstrous silhouette soared across the sky, the Night King riding the undead Viserion, whose breath was said to be an icy flame that could shatter stone. The final battle had come in the courtyard where once Jon had executed Ramsay Bolton in a single stroke. Now the stakes were beyond mortal feuds. This was a contest for the fate of the living. Jon stood on the ramparts beside Daenerys and Sansa, gazing at the endless ranks of corpses stretching to the horizon. The wind carried the stench of death. Their men clustered behind the walls, hearts pounding, weapons ready. Drogon and Regal roared from the courtyard, tethered only by the thin chain of Daenerys's commands. Ghost paced at Jon's side, hackles raised. Sansa watched with horror, but no trace of cowardice. The horns sounded. The army of the dead advanced in a slow, relentless tide. Jon exhaled, focusing on what must be done. The living would fight, and they would fight as one. Northern lords, wildlings, knights of the Vale, Unsullied, Dothraki, and 2 living dragons. If the realm survived this day, it would be because they had banded together as never before. And if they failed, no throne or banner would matter ever again. Winter had truly come to Westeros, and in that cruel dawn, House Stark and its allies stood upon the ramparts of Winterfell, prepared for a battle that would echo through the ages. The memory of Ramsay Bolton's swift execution felt like a distant prologue now. The unity born of that moment had led them here, forging a single front. The future of the living would be decided in the swirling snow and the roar of dragons, as the Night King's army fell upon them and the final war began. Wind raked the battlements of Winterfell, carrying with it the distant moan of the dead. Snow swirled in dense flurries, veiling the far end of the battlefield, where the White Walker's army gathered in vast, ghostly ranks. In the pre-dawn gloom, the living assembled along the walls, on the towers, and in the courtyard, steeling themselves for the ultimate contest of life against death. The tension knotted in every chest and trembled in every breath. Northern spearmen in heavy furs stood alongside knights of the Vale, their gleaming helms frosted over in the cold. Wildlings gripped dragonglass axes, rubbing their beards free of ice, while the unsullied formed disciplined lines, silent and steady. Dothraki riders murmured to their horses, steam curling in the frigid air. In the center of it all stood Jon Snow, Sansa Stark, and Daenerys Targaryen, the heart of a desperate alliance forged from fire and ice. A hush settled over the fortress, broken only by the wind and the shudder of dying torches. Sansa's face was pale yet resolute, her hood pulled tightly over auburn hair. Daenerys wore a white fur cloak clasped by a dragon brooch, her silver gold locks braided against the wind. Jon was dressed in layered leathers and wolfskin, Longclaw sheathed at his hip. His hair was pulled back, revealing the harsh lines of his face. Standing near him, Ser Davos Seaworth watched the horizon with grim eyes, while Brienne of Tarth clutched the hilt of Oathkeeper, her breath pluming around her. Ghost Jon's direwolf prowled at his side, hackles raised. All around them, flickers of torchlight revealed anxious, determined faces. Beyond the walls stretched the rolling plains, barren under heavy snow, and there, in the shifting gray light, one could glimpse the outline of innumerable wights. They shuffled forward like a solid mass of corpses, eyes gleaming with unnatural hunger. Some were newly dead, their flesh barely decayed. Others were skeletal, tattered remnants held together by the foul sorcery of the White Walkers. At the army's rear, so distant he was nearly lost in the whirling snow, lurked the Night King on his undead dragon, a dread silhouette against the sky. Once Viserion, now an abomination of ragged wings and icy flames. Its roars were an echo of terror that reverberated through every stone of Winterfell. Jon exhaled slowly, his breath a white cloud. He turned to Daenerys. "We can't wait for them to fully surround us. If the undead dragon breathes its blue flame on the walls, we'll be overrun in minutes. We need to lure it away, or at least keep it out of range." Daenerys nodded, lips pressed thin. She was still haunted by the loss of Viserion, her child twisted into a harbinger of doom. "Drogon and Rhaegal will meet him in the sky," she said quietly, glancing toward the courtyard where her remaining dragons waited, restless. "I'll do what I can to hold him off, but I'll have to watch for spears. The Night King has a terrible aim with those ice spears. He's already claimed one of my children." Jon's jaw clenched. "Just be careful. We can't lose another." She gave a terse nod. At her side, Tyrion Lannister, wrapped in a heavy cloak, face-taut, spoke in a low voice. "I'll remain on the ramparts with the archers. There's no point in a dwarf trying to charge into that mass of whites. We need every advantage, every vantage. Remember the plan: if the whites breach the walls, we fall back to the inner ward. A second fallback is the Great Hall. Sansa will coordinate from there." Sansa took a breath. "Yes, I'll oversee the eye. Near defenses. Arya and Bran, they should be safe in the crypts, but I still worry." She didn't mention the writhing anxiety gnawing inside her, that even the crypts might not be secure if the Night King had power to raise every corpse. But they had no better refuge for the vulnerable. In truth, Sansa and Arya had reunited only days earlier, a tearful meeting in the courtyard. Arya had returned from her travels transformed, grim and quiet, her water dance replaced by lethal skill. But they had barely had time to speak before the reality of war overshadowed everything else. A horn blast shattered the silence. Everyone turned. Atop the battlements, a scout shouted, "They're moving. The dead are coming." Jon's stomach knotted. He exchanged one last look with Daenerys. She nodded, stepped away, and strode with purpose to where Drogon and Rhaegal crouched. Their great bodies bristled with tension. The courtyard parted for her, men pushing back to make room. A swirl of wind and snow enveloped Daenerys as she climbed onto Drogon's back, gripping the ridges of his neck. Rhaegal let out a piercing cry, beating his wings, impatient for flight. Daenerys guided Drogon upward with a fierce command in High Valyrian. Fire roared from Drogon's throat, momentarily dispelling the gloom. Then both dragons vaulted into the sky, spiraling above Winterfell, the wind of their wings blasting the ramparts with icy gusts. Jon turned to Sansa. "Stay safe," he said, voice low yet urgent. He recalled the moment in the courtyard months ago when he had executed Ramsay Bolton, taking the first step that united the North. Everything since then had led to this final stand. "If the lines break, get inside. I'll be out there with the front ranks, trying to hold them off." Sansa reached for his arm, squeezed it briefly. "We'll hold Winterfell as long as we can." "The men will look to you, Jon." He offered a faint, grim smile. Then he strode down the steps, Ghost padding at his side, into the packed courtyard. Men scrambled to formation. The friction of dragonglass-tipped spears, the rattle of shields, and the neighing of terrified horses created a chaotic symphony. Tormund Giantsbane appeared, hefting an axe hammered from dragonglass. His breath smelled of sour ale and savage excitement. "Finally," he growled. "I've been waiting to fight something worth fighting. Let's kill these dead men." Behind Tormund stood a knot of wildlings, battered from months of skirmishes at Eastwatch but still fierce. Gendry was among them, gripping a hammer of dragonglass-studded steel, face pale but resolute. Jorah Mormont was there too, having rallied the remaining Northmen of his house, clutching Heartsbane, the ancestral sword Samwell Tarly had gifted him. The glimmer of Valyrian steel in Jorah's hand promised a final measure of hope. Trumpets blared from the walls. The main gates creaked open just enough to allow the cavalry to ride out. A wave of Dothraki, led by Kono and a handful of other Khalasar captains, thundered onto the field. They carried curved rocks studded with dragonglass. Their riders roared defiantly, the sound carrying across the night-like haze. Jon and the foot soldiers marched behind them, forming a line in the open space before Winterfell's walls. The plan was to meet the undead with steel and fire, giving Daenerys and her dragons a chance to burn as many as possible from above. If the horde was too great, they would retreat behind the walls. This was a dance of timing, feint, and withdrawal. The sky churned with low gray clouds. Dawn was close, yet the air felt darker than midnight. Snow battered their faces. Jon forced himself to breathe evenly, scanning the field. He heard the rustle of movement behind the undead lines, then saw it. A surge of wights, thousands strong, began an inhuman charge, howling without voices. The Dothraki hoisted their weapons and let out a war cry. Torches fluttered. Melisandre was nowhere to be found in this version of events, so no magical flames would ignite their blades. Their best hope was the dragonglass and the dragons overhead. Jon braced. "Steady," he shouted, voice carrying along the line of foot soldiers. He remembered the chaos at Harhome, the unstoppable wave of the dead. They had more men now, more steel, but the enemy was far larger. This would be a test of endurance, cunning, and perhaps luck. Hoofs thundered. The Dothraki surged forward, screeching war cries. Jon watched them vanish into the swirling snow. Within heartbeats, distant clashes rang out. The shapes of riders and undead merged in a frantic dance of carnage. Sporadic flashes of dragonglass lit the gloom where wights disintegrated upon lethal cuts. But the numbers pressed forward. Moments later, riders came galloping back, battered and bleeding, some dismounted and limping. The wights charged after them in a wave. Jon realized the cavalry was forced to retreat far faster than they had hoped. The dead simply absorbed the initial assault and kept coming. "Archers!" Jon bellowed. From the walls of Winterfell, arrows streaked overhead, each tip bound with dragonglass. The volley hissed through the air, striking the undead in scattered lines. Some wights crumpled, their bones dissolving the instant the dragonglass touched them. But many more surged past unaffected. The foot soldiers raised shields. Jon drew long claw, its Valyrian steel shining under the diffuse light. Ghost snarled, braced to leap. Then the horde smashed into their front line. The impact rattled Jon's teeth. He slashed at the first wight, a shriveled woman's corpse in tattered furs, lopping off its arm. It barely slowed. He had to pivot, slicing again at the neck, severing the spine. It fell to pieces in an explosion of dust. Another wight lunged, mouth yawned wide in a voiceless shriek. Jon whirled, bringing Longclaw across its chest. The dragonglass-laden weapons among his allies swung in brutal arcs. Tormund's axe cleaved a path, each strike shattering in undead form. A Dothraki rider spun around, a rack shining, cutting wights in half. But for every corpse that fell, more spilled forward with unstoppable momentum. Shouts and screams intermingled, a cacophony of horror. Somewhere to Jon's left, Jorah Mormont fought valiantly, Heartsbane carving bright arcs that left the undead crumbling. His face was contorted with effort, sweat freezing on his brow. Davos stood behind a small cluster of pikemen, calling for formation. Gendry crushed a white skull with his hammer. Still, the living gave ground step by step, forced back by sheer numbers. Above them, a roar split the sky. Drogon and Rhaegal descended in tandem. Daenerys guided Drogon with iron will, spurring him to exhale a torrent of dragon fire. Flame engulfed swathes of wights, turning them to ash. Soldiers below cheered. The flying pass covered the center of the undead line with blackened corpses. Then Rhaegal joined, unleashing a second wave of flames that carved a burning path. The living seized the opening, pressing forward, cutting down stunned or scorched wights. It was a blessed reprieve, brief but needed. Jon caught a glimpse of Daenerys astride Drogon, her face resolute, eyes scanning for the Night King. She believed he might be controlling many of these whites, or at least some White Walkers might be among them. But the snow was too thick and the undead too numerous. In the distance, the monstrous shape of the undead Viserion loomed, pale wings beating once, twice. Then it soared upward, unleashing a piercing shriek that cut through the winter gale. Blue fire lanced across the sky, missing Rhaegal by a mere dozen yards. Daenerys tried to bank Drogon, but the swirling winds battered them. Viserion roared again, banking toward the castle. Some part of it still recognized the fortress where it once soared in life, or perhaps the Night King simply aimed for the kill. Daenerys coaxed Drogon higher, and Rhaegal followed. The air battle began in earnest, 3 dragons locked in a savage aerial dance above the swirling battlefield. Jon had no time to watch further. The dead had rallied again, surging in from the flanks. He bellowed for the men to pull back, to tighten the line. The southern portion of the field was caving under the unstoppable tide. The Knights of the Vale, led by several lesser lords, tried to maintain a shield wall, but whites poured around them. Screams erupted. Jon and Tormund hurried to that flank, hacking a path through the press of rotting bodies. Gendry and a handful of Dothraki followed, trying to hold the line together. A White Walker emerged through the haze, tall and regal in its icy armor. It carried a spear of crystal, eyes glowing a frigid blue. It advanced on the Vale Knights with silent grace. Where it passed, the whites seemed to surge with renewed ferocity, tearing men from their saddles. Jon felt a chill in his bones, deeper than the winter wind. He pushed through the throng, leaving Tormund behind to deal with the smaller fry. One of the Vale Knights swung at the White Walker with a standard steel blade, only to have it shatter on impact. The Walker impaled the knight with the spear, killing him instantly, then turned coolly to face Jon. Jon gripped Longclaw, adrenaline flooding him. He remembered Harhome, remembered how a single White Walker had nearly overwhelmed him. But he had Valyrian steel. The Walker advanced. Their blades met with a shriek of frost. The collision nearly numbed Jon's arms, but he pressed on, driving the Walker back a step. The creature's pale lips curled in a mockery of a sneer. It lashed out in a blur, forcing Jon to parry. Ice crystals flew. Each strike reverberated through Jon's spine. The Walker was impossibly strong, but so was Jon's resolve. He battered aside a thrust, then slashed diagonally across its torso. The cut bit deep. The Walker let out a rasping shriek, staggering. One more strike, square across its neck, shattered the creature into 1,000 shards of frost. The whites it controlled collapsed in place, inert lumps. For a moment, the immediate area cleared, giving the men a small break. Jon gasped, struggling to breathe. A wave of relief flickered through the Vale Knights. Then the tide continued. The rest of the undead were under other walkers or the Night King's direct control. They pressed forward, unrelenting. "Fall back!" Jon roared. He sounded the horn 3 times, a signal to withdraw behind the walls. They had done what they could in open combat. Now it was time for the fortress to do its part. The gates swung open as men retreated in a frantic rush, dragging wounded companions across the churned snow. Horses screamed, slipping on ice slick with gore. Whites nipped at their heels, some men and women losing the race, dragged down by clawing hands. The shrieks of the dying cut through the howling wind. Archers on the ramparts loosed volley after volley, picking off the closest whites. Scorpions loaded with dragonglass-tipped bolts fired, skewering entire knots of undead. At last, the living stumbled through Winterfell's main gate, which slammed shut with a thunderous boom. Portcullises dropped. Scorpions on the towers swiveled, aiming out over the walls. From overhead, Daenerys guided Drogon in another strafing run, incinerating a line of whites threatening the gate. Rhaegal soared beside them, but with less agility. The battered green dragon roared in challenge. The undead Viserion appeared in pursuit, spewing a beam of icy fire that raked the outer parapets. Stone cracked and exploded, sending chunks of rubble and men hurtling down. The courtyard shuddered as part of the rampart collapsed. Inside the walls, chaos reigned. Sansa, flanked by a few guards, and Arya, who had refused to hide in the crypts, directed survivors to the second line of defense. Arya wore a cloak pinned with the Stark sigil needle at her hip and a Valyrian steel dagger in her hand. She'd refused to remain idle. Her eyes flicked over the chaos with lethal focus. Soldiers rushed to man the inner trenches, wooden palisades, and anti-siege devices. The plan was to hold out as long as possible, but the White Walkers had monstrous numbers and that undead dragon. Hope rested on Daenerys' ability to kill the Night King or at least hold him at bay. Without that, the fortress might become a tomb. Outside, the whites swarmed the walls, climbing atop each other in sickening heaps. Many were shot down by archers or burned by pots of flaming pitch, but enough reached the battlements to engage the defenders in brutal melee. Screams rang across the ramparts. The undead were unstoppable, unfeeling. Even as men stabbed them with spears, they kept coming unless a dragonglass tip or Valyrian steel cut them down. Jon fought his way to a stairwell, climbing to the top to help repel the onslaught. Tormund joined him, letting out a feral war-cry as he split a white skull. The stench of rot clung to them all. High above, the dragon battle raged. Drogon and Rhaegal attempted to box in the undead Viserion. The Night King perched unnaturally on the dragon's back, javelins of ice at the ready. Whenever Daenerys maneuvered in for a flaming strike, he hurled a spear with deadly accuracy. Drogon twisted away from one spear, but it grazed his flank, leaving a trail of frost that burned black scales. Rhaegal lunged from behind, snapping at Viserion's tail. The two living dragons roared in unison, buffeting Viserion with wing beats. For a moment, it seemed they had pinned the undead dragon between them. Daenerys spurred Drogon to unleash fire. A torrent of flame engulfed Viserion's chest. Its rotted scales cracked, blackening. The Night King clung to the saddle of ice, face expressionless, unburned by the flames. Viserion shrieked in pain or rage, thrashing violently. Rhaegal latched his jaws onto Viserion's neck, grappling with savage force. The spectacle captivated friend and foe alike below, even as the living fought for survival on the walls. Jon glanced upward, heart leaping at the sight of Rhaegal's jaws locked around Viserion's neck. Perhaps they could end the undead dragon here and now. Viserion spewed frigid flame, hitting Rhaegal's side. Scales cracked. The green dragon roared in agony. The Night King raised another spear of shimmering ice, prepared to strike the finishing blow. But Daenerys guided Drogon forward again, bathing them in an inferno. This time the Night King leapt from Viserion's back onto Rhaegal's flank with preternatural swiftness, driving the spear downward. Rhaegal howled, releasing Viserion. The wounded undead dragon tumbled away, battered by the wind, but still aloft. The Night King clung to Rhaegal, trying to freeze him from within. Daenerys, in a blind fury, commanded Drogon to slash at the intruder. Drogon's claws raked across Rhaegal's scales, inadvertently causing the green dragon to thrash and spin. All three dragons fell into a swirling dive, locked in a desperate melee. The figures vanished behind Winterfell's high walls for a heart-stopping moment. Jon lost sight of them. He refocused on the immediate threat, whites pouring onto the battlements. An echoing crash came from the outer gate as the undead battered it relentlessly, piling bodies that served as macabre ramps. The gate began to splinter. The watchers in the courtyard cried out. Sansa clenched her fists. Arya paced along the inner walkway, calling for any archers who still had ammunition. The strong gates would not last forever against such an onslaught. Jon stabbed a white through the spine and flung it aside. Tormund took down two more. They retreated step by step along the battlement toward the southwestern tower, where a group of Vale Knights fought valiantly to keep the walkway clear. Overhead, the sky flared orange as Drogon soared above the ramparts again, pouring fire onto the whites below. Some scattered, burnt to ash, but the unstoppable tide parted only to flow forward elsewhere. The living braced for the final storm. From the corner of his eye, Jon glimpsed Peter Balish scurrying through the courtyard. Even in the midst of this apocalypse, Balish wore that calculating expression as though searching for an angle, a path to survival or advantage. Sansa had insisted on ignoring his manipulations, but he remained at Winterfell, claiming to serve the cause. Jon had no time to dwell on that now. A trumpeter sounded from the eastern ramparts. Through the swirling snow, more of the undead host had circled around, threatening to encircle the entire castle. The living were pinned. Another portion of the wall collapsed under a blast of Viserion's blue fire. The screams that followed were heart-wrenching. Flames of unnatural hue sparked where the icy breath touched the palisades, forcing men to abandon entire sections of defense. Jon realized that if the dead forced multiple breaches, the fortress would fall quickly. He sprinted from the battlement to a battered stairway leading down into the yard, Tormund close behind. They rushed toward the eastern side, where the wall was crumbling. The catapults stationed there had been destroyed in the collapse. Whites poured over rubble, jaws snapping, limbs flailing. A group of northern soldiers tried to hold them back but were overwhelmed. Dragonglass weapons littered the ground. Jon and Tormund waded in, hacking at the undead. Limbs and heads fell away, turning to ash. Yet for every white destroyed, two more scrambled forward. The press was so thick that Jon could scarcely breathe. Somewhere nearby, Jorah Mormont and Brienne of Tarth were rallying a cluster of men, forming a defensive line around a gap in the walls. Brienne's voice carried over the clamor. "Hold fast. Keep your shields up." Her sword, Oathkeeper, glinted each time she sliced through a White's midsection. Yora fought at her side, Valyrian steel in one hand, dragonglass dagger in the other. They were a whirlwind of skill, but even they could not stop the flood. Daenerys descended again, guiding Drogon dangerously close to the ground. The beast's massive form back-winged near the breach, spewing fire that incinerated a wide swathe of Whites. Men cheered. Drogon's roar shook the earth. Then the undead Viserion streaked overhead, the Night King back in the saddle. Another gout of icy flame scorched across the yard, creating a bizarre counterblast of steam and fire. Winterfell stones groaned as they were subjected to abrupt extremes of heat and cold. Daenerys tugged on Drogon's reins, narrowly evading a direct hit. The watchers in the yard scattered, some being burned by friendly dragonfire, others frozen by the enemy's flame. It was chaos incarnate. Jon coughed, half-blinded by a wave of hot steam. The Whites pressed in again. Tormund hauled him clear of a clutching corpse. Gasping, they managed to regroup with Brienne and Yora behind a partial barricade of fallen stones. Dothraki warriors on foot added their blades to the line. Shouts rose. Back! Back! They had to cede ground toward the inner ward. Sansa, waiting within the gates of the Great Hall, directed survivors inside. A ring of spearmen guarded the doors, while archers lined the parapet above the hall. The few scorpions still operational swiveled in vain, searching for a shot at the undead dragon. Many watchers glanced at the sky, expecting doom with every pass. The storm's intensity grew, darkness thickening. Daenerys soared overhead, chasing the Night King in tight circles, trying to gain an angle for dragonfire. Rhaegal was nowhere in sight, lost or perhaps grounded from the earlier clash. Jon's heart sank at the possibility that the green dragon might have fallen. "Keep moving," Sansa shouted as more wounded poured through the yard. She refused to cower in the crypts, remaining visible so the men could see her strength. Arya stood at her side, face unreadable, a swirl of wind tugging at her cloak. The girl had changed so much that Sansa hardly recognized the little sister she once knew. Arya's eyes flickered with lethal precision each time the Whites approached. She moved like a shadow, a flash of steel, returning to Sansa's side only when the immediate threat was gone. Suddenly, from the southwestern tower, a deep horn note echoed a warning. Jon recognized it. He turned to see dozens of Whites pouring over the rampart. The gatehouse was starting to crumble under repeated blasts from Viserion's frost. Another pass from the undead dragon hammered the stone, fracturing it further. If that gave way entirely, the dead would flood the courtyard from behind. Jon bolted in that direction, ignoring the exhaustion burning in his legs. Tormund cursed but followed. Soldiers retreated from that quadrant, out of weapons, out of hope. Amid the chaos, another White Walker strode onto the battlements, pale armor shimmering. This one wielded a longsword of crackling ice. Arrows from the archers simply shattered against its unnatural aura. It thrust a hand out as though commanding the dead to rise once more from the corpses of the newly slain. Across the yard, bodies jerked and twitched, rising to continue the fight on the side of death. Gasps of horror rippled among the living. Jon realized they were moments from being trapped between resurrected allies and the main horde. A sense of despair brushed him. Had all their planning, all the alliances, led to this hopeless scenario? He forced the dread away. "We killed that walker," he shouted, pointing. If they destroyed it, maybe the newly raised Whites would collapse again. Tormund gave a savage grin. Let's do it." They plowed into the mass, grappling with undead that snapped and clawed. Jon drove Longclaw forward, splitting a shriveled chest. Tormund swung his axe overhead, cleaving a ghoul in two. The smell was unbearable. Step by step, they closed in on the walker, who watched them with cold contempt. Before Jon could engage, the White Walker raised its sword and swept it sideways in a wide arc. A wave of freezing force blasted outward. Jon felt a bone-deep chill pass through him. Tormund stumbled back, gasping, ice crusting his beard. Several living soldiers collapsed, their limbs frozen. Jon grit his teeth, forging ahead with numb feet. He lunged, Longclaw whistling. The walker met him mid-swing. The clash sent an explosion of icy shards swirling around them. Behind the walker, Whites closed in. They traded blows, each strike sending jolts of pain through Jon's arms. His muscles screamed with fatigue. He had been fighting for what felt like hours. The walker pressed the advantage, forcing Jon to yield ground. Then a blur came from the side. Arya. She vaulted off a pile of rubble, Valyrian steel dagger in hand, aiming for the walker's flank. The creature sensed her approach, spinning with unnatural speed to knock her aside. She tumbled, narrowly avoiding a slash that would have opened her throat. Jon seized the opening, ramming long claw forward. The walker jerked sideways, but the blade carved deep into its torso. A guttural shriek tore from its throat. Arya rebounded, slashing the dagger across the walker's knee. With that final blow, the creature shattered, exploding into powdery fragments. Around them, the resurrected bodies collapsed once more, inert. Arya stumbled, winded, and Jon grabbed her arm. She blinked at him, her expression fierce yet relieved. Then Tormund rushed over, panting, glancing at Arya with grudging admiration. "Quick girl," he muttered. She just nodded. There was no time for thanks. Another wave of whites was surging over the southwestern rubble, unaffected by the walker's destruction, likely under the Night King's direct thrall. The three retreated, weaving between broken stones and corpses. Men fell back to the keep's entrances where Sansa guided them inside. Flames crackled and braziers set to ignite the whites if they spilled into the halls. Blood stained the snow black. Through it all, the constant roars and shrieks of dragons overhead reverberated, a macabre symphony of draconic fury and undead wrath. Every sense was overwhelmed by the madness of the fight. Jon glimpsed Daenerys again, flying low. The left side of Drogon's flank dripped blood, or something darker where the icy spear had grazed him. Yet the massive dragon still breathed flame, searing whites by the hundreds. The undead Viserion soared overhead, screeching. The Night King poised on its back, seemingly unshaken by the flames that had licked him earlier. Another spear of ice formed in his hand. Jon's pulse thundered. Daenerys had to see it. She had to. She veered Drogon just as the Night King hurled the spear. It whistled through the air, missing Drogon's neck by inches and crashing into the northern tower, blowing it apart in a shrapnel of rock and mortar. A wave of stone dust and snow rained down. Jon doubled over, shielding his eyes. When he looked up, he saw the tower was reduced to half its previous height. The living inside it were gone, dead or trapped in the rubble. Daenerys pulled Drogon higher, scanning for a chance to strike at the Night King from behind. But Viserion whipped around, letting loose a streak of blue flame. Daenerys leaned to the side, Drogon canted, and the two dragons collided midair, snapping and tearing at each other. The Night King and Daenerys were precariously close. Jon's heart lurched. If she fell from Drogon's back, she would be lost among the whites. But she held firm, commanding Drogon in High Valyrian. The monstrous roars rattled the heavens. In the courtyard, Sansa urged the defenders to retreat inside the Great Hall. The gates were battered, the walls compromised. The plan was to funnel the whites through narrow choke points. Brienne, Yora, and a handful of others took up positions at each corridor. Davos coordinated the rearguard, face drawn with fear and resolve. Men and women carried dragonglass-laden spears, swords, and improvised axes. Doors were barricaded with tables, barrels, anything they could find. The fortress of Winterfell had become a labyrinth of last stands. As Jon, Arya, and Tormund approached the Great Hall's entrance, a thunderous crash sounded behind them. They whirled to see the southwestern tower fully giving way. Blocks of stone plummeted, flattening whites and men alike. Dust and snow billowed. Through the swirling debris, undead poured, unstoppable. Jon, battered and numb, signaled to Tormund. "Inside. We can't hold the yard." Tormund spat, furious, but followed. They ducked through the tall archway into the hall. Guards slammed heavy doors behind them, latching iron bars. Almost immediately, pounding fists and shrieks battered the other side. The defenders braced themselves. Sansa was near the dais, along with a cluster of archers who were shaking in fear. She turned at the sight of Jon. "You're alive," she breathed, relief flickering. Then her gaze flicked to Arya, who gave a terse nod. For a heartbeat, Sansa's face softened with sisterly affection. But a renewed pounding on the doors jolted them from the moment. The wood cracked in places. The men stacked more debris as a barrier. Jon turned to Sansa. "We can't stay here long. The whites will be in soon if we don't stop them. What choice do we have?" Sansa asked, her voice edged with desperation. "The crypts? The dead might rise there too. We have no safe place." Arya spoke, voice low. "We can't run. We kill as many as we can." Tormund growled in agreement. "The same plan we've had from the start, then." A distant roar echoed beyond the walls, a dragon, but Jon couldn't tell which. The ground shook violently. More masonry tumbled from the rafters. Small clouds of dust drifted onto them. Tyrion, face streaked with blood from a scalp wound, stumbled into the hall from a side passage. "The southwestern portion is done. Whites everywhere. We've lost the walls." Jon set a hand on Tyrion's shoulder. "Then we make our stand here. They arranged men and women around the perimeter, forming a ring of spears. Davos barked orders, directing archers to the balconies. Some part of Jon's mind flashed back to the moment he executed Ramsay Bolton, how final it had felt. He realized that was a mere prelude to this existential fight. But he clung to the memory of uniting the North, at least they had come this far together. Suddenly, the main doors burst inward. White spilled inside with a collective shriek. The defenders met them in a desperate clash. Spears bristled, swords cut the undead flesh. Dragonglass made quick work of many whites, but the wave kept coming. The men and women of Winterfell fell back in tight formation. Sansa retreated to the dais, protected by a handful of knights from the Vale, including the stout Lord Glover, who had sworn loyalty after the Battle of the Bastards. Peter Balish hovered near them, eyes darting for an exit. Arya wove into the fray, slicing whites with uncanny speed, her dagger a blur. Tormund roared, axe rising and falling. Yora and Brienne, hearing the commotion, stormed in from the side corridor, cutting a path to relieve the pressure on the Great Hall's entrance. Jon stood in the thick of it all, fighting with exhausted arms. Bodies of whites, along with the corpses of men, littered the floor. Blood spattered the ancient stone flags. The high windows of the hall glowed intermittently with the flicker of dragonfire from outside. Another deep tremor shook the building, and from the corner of his eye, Jon saw Daenerys, on foot, stumble through a side archway. Her face was smeared with ash and tears. Her left shoulder bled. She collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Grey Worm followed, battered, supporting her. Jon's heart lurched. "Dany," he shouted, slashing a white aside and rushing to her. She looked up, eyes wild. "Viserion," she whispered, voice broken. "Rhaegal is hurt somewhere. Drogon was forced down. The Night King, he's here, Jon." He dismounted outside. "I lost Drogon in the chaos. He's still alive but pinned under whites." Jon realized in a flash that the Night King might be trying to breach the hall personally to kill them all. He helped Daenerys to her feet, scanning the swirling fight. "If the Night King enters, he'll raise everyone inside. We have to face him." Daenerys' eyes flicked to the dais, where Sansa and Arya were fighting off whites. If the Night King arrived and overcame them, it was over. She steadied herself, pain twisting her features. "I must find Drogon, free him." Before she could finish, an unearthly chill crept across the hall. The torches dimmed as if consumed by a sudden gust of cold wind. Whites that were still engaged in combat hissed and withdrew slightly as though commanded by an unseen force. Then he appeared, the Night King, tall and thin as ice, stepping through the shattered entrance. His crown of horns glinted. In one hand, he held a blade of swirling frost. In the other, he clutched a jagged spear. Around him, half a dozen White Walkers followed, each bearing an icy weapon. The living drew back, terror flickering. Even the bravest among them quailed at the sight of such a presence. Jon moved to the front, gritting his teeth. Beside him, Daenerys raised her chin, fury warring with fear. Grey Worm, Yora, and Brienne formed a circle. Tyrion stood behind them, trembling but refusing to flee. Sansa and Arya pressed closer, though the Knights of the Vale tried to keep them from danger. Tormund circled wide, axe ready. The Night King stared at them with ancient malevolence. He raised one hand slowly. Bodies of the newly fallen in the hall twitched and began to rise. Shouts of alarm and horror rippled through the living. Sansa, perched near the dais, watched in dread as friends and foes alike rose with glowing blue eyes, turning to face them. A wave of helplessness threatened to consume them. The plan to unify the North, to gather all these allies, might have simply given the Night King more bodies to raise. Jon let out a hoarse battle cry, lunging at the Night King with Longclaw. One of the accompanying White Walkers intercepted him, crossing blades in a furious shower of sparks. Jon twisted, parried, and tried to break through. A second Walker came at him from behind. Yora jumped in, intercepting it with Heartsbane. Their Valyrian steel was effective, but the Walkers fought with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the Night King strode toward Daenerys, who swallowed hard but refused to retreat. She drew a short dragonglass blade. Grey Worm threw himself in front of her, spear angled, but the Night King glided aside. In a single, fluid motion, he thrust his icy spear at Grey Worm's chest. Grey Worm parried at the last instant, though the impact sent him stumbling. Daenerys darted in with her dragonglass blade, but the Night King blocked it easily, twisting her wrist in an iron grip. She gasped, pain shooting up her arm. Only Brienne's timely intervention drove him back. All around, the floor came alive with newly risen corpses. Tormund, Davos, and the others tried to put them down again, but the number was overwhelming. Sansa, pressed against the dais, brandished a small dragonglass dagger. Her eyes locked on Balish for an instant. He was cowering behind a chunk of fallen masonry, uncertain if he should flee or help. Then a white lunged at her, hissing, and she stabbed frantically at its throat. The tip lodged, turning the white to dust. Arya, closer to the fight's center, danced among the undead with fluid grace, but exhaustion was taking its toll. Her swing slowed, her breath ragged. Jon managed to dispatch one White Walker, shattering it in a cascade of frost, only for another to slash at him. He blocked the blow but felt the numbness creeping up his arms. Yora was forced to give ground, battered by the second Walker's unrelenting assault. The Night King advanced again, ignoring the lesser conflict. He locked eyes with Daenerys, an alien gleam in his gaze. She tried to stand firm, but her left arm was bleeding freely. If he struck her down, their last chance to end this war might die with her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash tore through the hall's partial roof. Stones rained down, forcing the living and the dead to scatter. A monstrous shape burst through, a dragon's head. Regal, wounded and furious, crashed into the great hall from above, his claws digging into the rubble, tail thrashing. He must have sensed Daenerys' peril. The White Walkers reeled back as the green dragon roared a challenge. The Night King turned, ice spear ready. Before he could launch it, Regal snapped his jaws around a cluster of whites, crushing them to splinters. Jon seized the chance to break free from the two White Walkers harrying him, sprinting toward the dais, determined to protect Daenerys. The Night King hurled the spear at Regal. The dragon twisted, and the spear lodged in the flank, an eruption of ice that caused Regal to shriek in agony. Blood spattered the broken stones. Regal still reared back, inhaled, and spewed green-tinged dragonfire directly at the Night King. The torrent of flame engulfed him and half the dais. Everyone else dove away. Daenerys, Arya, Sansa, all shielded by rubble or by reflex. For an instant, there was only fire and swirling smoke. Then, unbelievably, the Night King strode through the flames and scathed, his body steaming with frost. Regal roared again, confused. The Night King brandished another shard of ice, forming it from the moisture in the air, aiming to end Regal for good. Jon recognized the moment, realized they had to strike now or be lost. He roared, "Now!" to whoever could hear. Yora and Brienne battered aside the White Walkers blocking them. Arya, battered and coughing from the heat, scrambled forward. Daenerys, eyes bright with tears, hurled her dragonglass knife with all her strength. The Night King batted it aside, never taking his eyes off Regal. Jon seized a broken spear of dragonglass from the floor, having lost Longclaw in the chaos. He sprinted behind the Night King, boots crunching over bone and rubble. Tormund and Davos tried to hold off the whites in his path. The Night King raised his newly formed ice spear, about to hurl it at Regal's throat. Regal reared, blood pouring from his side. Jon closed the distance, ignoring the sting of the cold, ignoring the weight of exhaustion. He roared in fury, driving the jagged dragonglass spear into the Night King's back, just below where the ice armor parted. At that same instant, Arya lunged from the side, her Valyrian steel dagger slicing across the Night King's flank. The effect was immediate. A surge of crackling energy erupted from the Night King's body, a web of fractures across his crystalline flesh. He twisted, those eerie blue eyes wide with a glimmer of ancient hatred. Then his form shattered like glass, bursting into 1,000 shards that disintegrated into drifting snow. The ice spear fell, clattering uselessly to the floor. The White Walkers remaining in the hall stiffened, their forms rapidly fracturing. One by one, they dissolved into swirling frost. The whites, in the great hall and across the courtyard, collapsed like puppets with cut strings. A wave of silence descended, broken only by the last echoes of the falling rubble. For a moment, no one moved. Then relief, staggering and profound, washed over the living. Sansa let out a sob of stunned joy. Tormund sank to one knee, letting his axe fall with a clatter. Yora, trembling with fatigue, closed his eyes in silent gratitude. Arya stood with dagger in hand, panting, eyes reflecting the fires. Jon stood over the remains of the Night King, chest heaving, the shattered dragonglass spear clutched in numb fingers. He felt the weight of the moment, the final end to centuries of dread. The great hall, battered and half-collapsed, had become the tomb of the greatest threat the realm had ever known. Outside, the sky seemed to lighten as if in relief. Regal, pinned by the spear, groaned and slumped, but he still lived, sides rising and falling. Daenerys rushed to him, pressing a hand against his muzzle. She whispered soft words in Valyrian, tears streaming down her cheeks. The dragon's injuries were grave, but the magic animating the undead had ceased to threaten him. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, thousands of wights lay still, bereft of the Night King's will. Above the walls, Drogon roared as though sensing the victory rising from beneath a mound of corpses to shake them off. Amid the hush, the survivors of Winterfell looked upon each other with awe. Wounds bled, bodies ached, hearts hammered, but they were alive. The living had prevailed. Slowly, like the dawn after an endless night, exhalations of relief turned to cheers. Men embraced each other, tears in their eyes. Women dropped their weapons to kneel among the debris, praising gods old and new. Sansa moved through the hall, hugging Arya fiercely, both of them streaked with dirt and blood. Tyrion pressed a hand to his wound, wincing, but allowed himself a weary grin. Davos sank onto a broken block of stone, tears on his cheeks. Brienne offered Yora a hand, and they exchanged a look of mutual respect. Jon dropped the broken spear, letting out a long, shaking breath. He turned, found Daenerys kneeling by Regal. He made his way over, stepping gingerly through the rubble. She was whispering to her dragon, stroking the scaled snout. Regal's eye slid open, reflecting agony but also recognition of his mother's presence. Daenerys looked up at Jon, face streaked with tears, and managed a shaky nod. "He lives," she said hoarsely. "He needs a maester or something, but he lives." Jon knelt beside her, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "We did it," he said softly, barely believing the words himself. "The Night King is gone." She let out a trembling exhale, relief mingling with grief for all they had lost. Viserion, thousands of soldiers, friends. "Yes," she whispered. Then she clasped Jon's hand with surprising strength, tears brimming in her violet eyes. "Thank you." He shook his head, exhaustion overwhelming him. "We all did this. Together." A hush of reverence spread in the hall as men realized the threat that had overshadowed their every waking thought was ended. The undead dragon outside was presumably inert as well, or would soon collapse. Indeed, as they peered through the shattered entry, they saw Viserion's massive form lying still in the courtyard, decaying swiftly now that the magic binding it was broken. Drogon circled overhead, roaring once more before settling near Regal, as if to comfort his wounded sibling. All across the field and battlements, the wights were inert. The White Walkers had disintegrated with their king. The Great War was over. Sansa moved among the survivors, reassuring them, ensuring that wounded were carried to safety, directing the unhurt to salvage the castle. Fires still burned, walls still crumbled, but they had a chance now. Arya withdrew to a quiet corner, trembling from the adrenaline. She glanced at Jon, caught his eye, and they shared a look of mutual respect that transcended all the years lost. Tormund stomped over to Jon, a broad grin splitting his blood-streaked beard. "You mad bastard," he said, clasping Jon's arm. "We did it." Jon nodded, lacking words. Tyrion approached next, leaning on a half-broken spear for support. He looked at the piles of inert wights, the battered hall. "7 hells," he murmured. "I never thought I'd live to see a threat greater than Cersei Lannister. Yet here we are." Davos joined them, eyes rimmed with tears. "We've lost so many, but we're alive. The realm endures." Jon looked to Daenerys, who was now carefully overseeing a few men prying the spear from Regal's flank. "What about the rest of Westeros? Are they safe?" Tyrion let out a breath. "With the Night King gone, the dead can no longer threaten the living. Houses from Dorne to the north are free of that terror. But the question remains, what of the alliances we forged? What of the Queen in the south, who promised to help but never came? In the swirl of events, Cersei Lannister had never sent an army. Her pledge at the Dragon Pit Parley turned out to be meaningless. Now, with the long night ended, the question of the Iron Throne loomed again. But Jon could only shake his head, exhausted. "One war at a time," he said. "We need to rebuild the north first. We have too many wounded. And the castle." He gestured to the ruined walls and towers, the smoking rubble, the battered keep. Outside, dawn truly broke, pale sunlight filtering through the thinning snow clouds. The living emerged from the keep, blinking in the daylight, marveling that they still drew breath. Soldiers began organizing the dead, separating friend from foe. The whites were husks, quickly dissolving into dust. The fallen northerners, Vale Knights, Wildlings, Dothraki, unsullied, they deserved honor and burial. The scale of loss was staggering. 2 days passed in a haze of exhaustion and grief as the survivors cleared the bodies, doused fires, and tended the wounded. Rhaegal was coaxed into a makeshift pen in the courtyard, where Daenerys, aided by Samwell Tarly, who arrived from the Citadel with Gilly just days before the battle, did her best to treat the dragon's injuries. Drogon circled above, watchful. Winterfell's courtyard became a sea of wounded men, lying on pallets of straw. Sansa oversaw what meager supplies remained, distributing bread and water with the help of the Stark servants. The nights were long and cold, but absent the stench of the undead, the castle felt strangely peaceful if haunted. Jon roamed the battlements, battered but restless, ensuring no pockets of undead had survived. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the Night King's frozen stare, felt the crushing weight of the final blow. Then he remembered the hush, the sense of release. They had done it. On the morning of the third day, a gathering was held in the Great Hall, what remained of it. Much of the roof had collapsed, so sunlight angled through broken rafters. Snow drifted in. Yet they lit the braziers that still stood, offering warmth in the frigid winter air. Survivors crowded in, lords, knights, wildlings, Dothraki, unsullied, even the Vale Knights who had once scorned the idea of bending the knee to Daenerys Targaryen. A hush fell as Jon and Daenerys walked in side by side. Sansa and Arya stood near the dais, with Bran Stark, brought up from the crypts once it was deemed safe, seated in a wheeled chair. He gazed impassively at them all as though seeing far beyond the present moment. Daenerys spoke first, her voice resonating through the hall. "The Night King is gone. We have paid a terrible price, but the living prevail. You all fought bravely. I see the cost in your eyes and in the wounded around us. But you have my gratitude and you have my vow that I will do all in my power to help restore what was lost." Her gaze swept the crowd. The Dothraki bowed their heads. The unsullied stood at attention. Northern lords exchanged glances. Then a voice broke the silence. It was Lord Glover, battered and arm in a sling. "We were wrong," he said, directing his words to Daenerys. "We resisted bending the knee to a Targaryen. We doubted your intentions. But you saved us. Without your dragons, without your armies, we would have fallen. I see that now." Another voice rose, Lord Manderly, tears brimming. "House Manderly swears fealty to the Queen who helped us end the long night." Scattered applause and murmurs of agreement spread. Daenerys's cheeks flushed, emotion flickering in her eyes. Tyrion stood nearby, wearing a weary smile. Then Jon stepped forward, raising a hand for silence. "We have endured a nightmare that threatened all life. Let us not forget those who died for us. Let us not forget that we stand here, alive, because we fought side by side, no matter our banners." He glanced at Daenerys. "She is my queen, and I ask the North to accept her as I have." A hush followed. Men looked to Sansa, who had become the voice of Winterfell in Jon's absence. She surveyed the crowd, recalling the suspicion that had clung to Daenerys weeks ago. She spoke, voice steady. "I was uncertain, too, but her dragons saved this castle. Her men fought and died beside ours. The threat of the White Walkers is gone because we stood united. I will stand by Jon's decision." Whispers rippled, but the dissent was feeble now. The lords, battered and mourning, recognized the reality. Daenerys was no tyrant come to conquer them. She was their savior in humanity's darkest hour. Some might grumble later, but for now, a sense of relief and unity prevailed. The tension of the moment dissolved when a ragged cheer rose, joined by the Dothraki's ululating cry, then the wildlings' boisterous shouts. Even the unsullied banged spear butts on the floor in a rhythmic salute. Daenerys inclined her head graciously. Tyrion stepped forward, clearing his throat. "My queen, we must rebuild Winterfell. We must also consider the rest of Westeros." Cersei Lannister broke her word to aid us. "By rights, we should march south and remove her from power. But we are in no condition to wage another war immediately. Our men are exhausted. Our supplies are low. Perhaps we should send envoys first." Daenerys considered, her expression resolute. "I will not allow her treachery to stand, but Tyrion is right. We cannot leave Winterfell as it is, shattered with so many wounded, only to march on the capital." We will need time to recover, to gather strength. Then, if Cersei attempts to press an advantage, we will respond. But not today. Jon sighed in relief. Another battle so soon would be ruinous. The men needed rest, the families needed closure. The faint notion stirred. Perhaps, in time, there could be a more peaceful resolution. But he remembered Cersei's cunning. She would not surrender the throne without bloodshed. He forced that worry aside. One threat at a time. After the gathering, Jon sought Sansa, finding her in what remained of the library wing, where ashes drifted from a partial roof collapse. She was sorting through ledgers and records, grimacing at the destruction. When she saw Jon, a small smile touched her lips. The library, it was Mother's favorite place. So many books lost. Jon set a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll rebuild," he said softly. "We have a chance now. The darkness is gone." She turned, eyes shining with unshed tears. "It is. I can hardly believe it." He embraced her gently, mindful of her bruises and his own battered ribs. She stiffened at first, old habits from her captivity under Ramsay, but then returned the hug, resting her head briefly on his shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered, "for everything. You united the North when we needed it most. And Daenerys. She's not what I expected, but she was the right choice." Jon pulled back. "We did it together, Sansa. None of us could have done it alone." She nodded, brushing hair from her face. "We still have so much work ahead." "Yes," he agreed. "But for the first time, we have hope." In the courtyard, Daenerys oversaw the care of Regal, with Samwell Tarly and Gilly assisting, carrying herbal salves that might soothe the dragon's wounds. Drogon hovered protectively, occasionally snorting at Sam, who tried not to flinch. Daenerys patted Drogon's snout, whispering that Sam was a friend. The big black dragon grudgingly allowed them near. Tyrion watched from a safe distance, arms folded, puzzling over how to arrange the next steps for the realm. Jorah Mormont, exhausted and sporting bandages, approached Daenerys with a soft, grateful expression. "You saved me again, Khaleesi," he murmured, though he had not used that title in years. She offered him a tired smile, eyes full of sympathy. Some pains could never be spoken. They had lost so many, but for now they lived. Elsewhere, Brienne supervised salvage crews searching for any survivors trapped under rubble, while Podrick Payne directed a handful of men to gather the bodies of the fallen for funeral rites. Tormund tended to his wounded wildlings, already talking about returning beyond the wall eventually. But he also seemed at a loss, as though the only war he'd ever known had ended. Gendry hammered out repairs in the courtyard, forging nails and fittings to help patch the battered gates. Arya stalked the ramparts, checking for signs of infiltration or leftover pockets of dark magic. In truth, she seemed restless now that the threat was gone, uncertain of her place in a world no longer overshadowed by the list she had carried. She shared few words, but more than once, Jon saw her gaze linger on their family's crypts, as though questioning her own homecoming. 3 more days of quiet labor passed. The wounded stabilized as best they could. Regal slowly improved, though Sam worried about the frost damage on the dragon's side. Drogon hovered anxiously, never straying far. Occasionally, Daenerys took Drogon aloft to survey the surrounding land, ensuring no stray bands of whites remained. She reported seeing nothing but snow-draped fields and the wreckage of war. In that lull, a final piece of tension came to a head. Petyr Baelish. He had lingered at Winterfell, trying to reassert his influence over the Vale and the North. But so much had changed. Sansa and Arya, after conferring with Bran, confronted him one evening in the battered solar once used by Ned Stark. Jon, Daenerys, Tyrion, and several northern lords were present. Bran, in his eerie calm, recounted Baelish's treacheries, how he had set in motion much of the chaos that had befallen the Starks, from the betrayal in King's Landing to feeding Sansa to the Boltons. Baelish tried his usual smooth denials, but Bran, with the certainty of his visions, spoke of details only the conspirators could have known. Baelish's composure cracked. "I served House Stark," he insisted, voice tight. "Without me, the Knights of the Vale would never have come to help retake Winterfell. You would be lost. I deserve some measure of gratitude. Sansa regarded him with cold eyes. Gratitude does not erase betrayal. You sowed chaos for your own gain. You betrayed my family time and time again. Daenerys watched quietly, letting the Northern Lords handle justice in their own seat. Jon stood at Sansa's side, expression grim. Arya stepped forward, dagger in hand. Did you really believe you could slither your way out of this? She asked quietly. Peter Balish fell to his knees, a pathetic picture in the gloom. I beg mercy, he said, voice trembling. I only acted in what I believed was the realm's best interest. Sansa's voice quivered with a mix of anger and finality. You claimed to love me, she said softly, yet you used me as a pawn. You let horrors happen to me. The North will not forget that. Nor will I. Balish tried one last gambit, turning to Jon. You call yourself a man of mercy. You ended Ramsay Bolton quickly. Let me live and I'll serve you. I'll help rebuild. I can be valuable. Jon's expression hardened. Memories of Balish's manipulations, the risk to Sansa, the cunning that nearly tore them apart, flickered in his mind. He saw Sansa's face, saw the pain. I gave Ramsay Bolton the mercy of a swift death, Jon said quietly. You don't deserve worse than him. But you do deserve justice. Balish's eyes darted around in desperation. The Watchers were unmoved. At last, he swallowed, tears in his eyes. Sansa, please. She lifted her chin. No, with a single nod to Arya, Sansa stepped back. Arya moved swiftly, Valyrian steel glinting. Balish gasped, blood blooming on his throat, then collapsed with a choked cry. The Watchers looked on in silence, some grimacing at the swift deed. He died there on the solar floor, the final breath of House Balish fading into a hush. Sansa closed her eyes, exhaling shakily. Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. Tyrion averted his gaze, lips pressed thin, but said nothing. Daenerys observed with somber acceptance. This was northern justice carried out for northern crimes. Bran watched with an inscrutable calm. Outside, fresh snow drifted across the courtyard as though to cover the blood spilled for the North's salvation. Perhaps it was a sign of a new beginning. Sansa opened her eyes, voice trembling. It's done, she whispered. Let him be buried with the rest. We have no time for more cruelty. In the days that followed, a subdued peace settled over Winterfell. Mourners lit funeral pyres for the fallen, chanting softly in the yard. Rows upon rows of the dead were honored, from Dothraki blood riders to northern bannermen to unsullied who had never known freedom until Daenerys. Gendry hammered out new nails to repair the gates. Davos assisted with the pyres, eyes haunted by the sheer number of bodies. Tormund paced restlessly, uncertain of his next purpose, but he helped salvage timber and care for wounded wildlings. Slowly, the fortress returned to a semblance of order. Sansa reorganized the kitchens and storerooms, rationing food carefully for the survivors. Arya slipped in and out, occasionally vanishing on errands none could guess. Bran, in his wheeled chair, spent hours in the Godwood communing with the ancient weirwood. He said little, but there was an aura of calm about him, as though he had found some measure of closure now that the threat from beyond the wall was ended. For Jon and Daenerys, each day brought new decisions. They walked the ramparts together, discussing how to unify the realm after the war. Daenerys, though still grieving Viserion, clung to the hope of forging a kingdom free of tyranny, possibly by pressing her claim in King's Landing. Jon tried to weigh the northern perspective, reminding her that the people here valued their independence and might not follow a far-off monarch blindly. But the lines had blurred, they had all fought as one. One evening, Jon joined Daenerys in the Godwood. Snow blanketed the ground, reflecting the moonlight. She stood by the heart tree, clad in a cloak of white fur, gloveless despite the cold. He approached quietly, footsteps crunching on frosty leaves. Ghost trailed behind, silent as a phantom. The weirwood's carved face loomed over them, red eyes seeming to watch. For a while, neither spoke. Then Daenerys sighed, breath curling in the air. I came here to think, she murmured. I lost one child to the Night King, nearly lost another. Half my armies are gone. And yet we won. I should be overjoyed, but I feel hollow. I keep thinking of those I couldn't save. Jon rested a hand on the trunk of the heart tree, remembering how Ned Stark once prayed here. We saved countless lives. We ended an ancient evil. The cost was terrible, but we did what we had to. She turned to him, eyes glimmering in the dim light. Where do we go from here? Do I march south and try to claim the throne from Cersei? Do we stay in the north to rebuild? The people look to you as their leader, Jon, more than they look to me. But I'm still their queen. He hesitated, gazing at the quiet reflection of moonlight on the frozen pond. The North was always your ally out of necessity. But now many have come to respect you. Whether they'll accept a Targaryen queen to rule them forever, that might be a longer battle. But you won't be fighting it alone. He looked at her, uncertain how to express the swirl of feelings inside. You have my support." She studied his face. "Your loyalty has never wavered even when it was difficult. You bent the knee and you kept your word. But is that all?" There was a soft vulnerability in her tone. Jon's throat tightened. He remembered the closeness they shared on the boat returning from Eastwatch, the half-whispered confessions of trust. In the chaos of war, there had been little time to acknowledge such feelings. "No," he said quietly. "It's not all. You mean more to me than—" He paused, uncertain how to phrase it. "I've never followed someone so willingly." A faint smile touched her lips, shadowed by sadness. "I've had to be strong, to be distant, just to survive. Yet with you I feel different. We've both lost so much. We both carry the weight of duty." She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his. "When I saw you charging the Night King in the Great Hall, I felt my heart stop. I thought I'd lose you too." Jon exhaled shakily, feeling the warmth of her grip in the freezing air. "I'm still here." They stood close, the hush of the godwood wrapping them. Ghost watched from a short distance, tail wagging softly. The moon cast pale light over the trees. He found his gaze drifting to Daenerys's eyes, so full of longing and sorrow and hope all at once. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "We could build something new, Jon. Together. If you wish it." He nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Then he mustered words. "I do. But the path isn't simple. The realm is fractured. People might not understand us or even accept." She silenced him with a gentle press of her lips. The kiss tasted of salt tears and winter wind, a fragile moment of grace amid devastation. When they parted, Jon's heart pounded. He felt a flicker of guilt, memories of rumors about his parentage, of the possibility that he was Rhaegar Targaryen's son. Did that make him Daenerys's nephew? The knowledge, gleaned from Bran's visions and Sam's research, haunted him. He had not told her, fearing the havoc it might wreak. Perhaps he was a true Targaryen and rightful heir to the Iron Throne. But he cared little for claims or crowns. He cared only for the woman in front of him, for the realm they had saved together. He pressed that secret aside, unsure if it would ever need to be spoken. A part of him dreaded the consequences. Another part knew the truth would out eventually. For now, they simply stood together beneath the old god's silent witness, hearts pounding, hands clasped, the future unwritten but hopeful. Daenerys leaned into him, closing her eyes, letting the hush of the weirwood soothe the ache of her losses. Jon rested his chin on her hair, inhaling the faint scent of smoke and salt that clung to her. The realm had survived its darkest hour. They had a chance now, fragile, precious, to shape a new age. In the days and weeks to come, ravens would spread the news. The White Walkers were defeated. The Great War was won by a united army under the Stark banner and the Targaryen Queen's dragons. The rest of Westeros would learn that the North, once so distant and cold, had borne the brunt of the apocalypse and had emerged triumphant at a staggering cost. Whispers would abound about the new ties between House Stark and House Targaryen, about the possibility of a royal marriage that might unify the land from Dorne to the Wall. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister would no doubt see that the news, reevaluating her next move. But for the moment, a hush settled over the shattered battlements of Winterfell, a quiet testament to the unity and sacrifice that had delivered the living from annihilation. Step by step, Winterfell would be rebuilt. The scars of war would remain, but so too would the bonds forged in fire and ice. The ghosts of the past, Ramsay Bolton's cruelty, Peter Balish's manipulations, the bitter betrayals, had been eclipsed by the ultimate threat, and the living had stood victorious. Sansa would preside over the North's recovery, her cunning and compassion guiding her people. Arya would explore the question of her place in this changing world, a lethal survivor in a land that might finally embrace peace. Tormund and the wildlings would decide whether to roam back beyond the Wall or settle in the Gift, forging a new life free of the ancient terror. The Dothraki and the Unsullied, foreign to these cold lands, might find a new purpose serving their queen until she claimed her throne, or might choose to return across the sea. All things were possible now that the long night had ended. In private, Jon and Daenerys would wrestle with old secrets and new responsibilities, forging a bond that transcended alliance. The realm, fragile and battered, would look to them for leadership. The vow Jon had made so long ago to protect the realms of men had been fulfilled on that dread night when he and his companions destroyed the Night King. Yet a vow completed paved the way for new vows, new beginnings. Perhaps they would chart a course for a realm united not by fear, but by hope. Perhaps they would fail, undone by petty ambition. But on this cold morning in Winterfell, as the first rays of true dawn broke across the sky, it felt as though anything was possible. So ended the terror of the Night King, unmade by dragonglass, Valyrian steel, and the unbending resolve of houses once divided. Ramsay Bolton's execution had been the spark that reignited the North, rallying it under Jon Snow and Sansa Stark. The arrival of Daenerys with her dragons sealed the grand alliance that stood against the dead. Together, they had wrested the future from an endless night. And though winter still clung to the land, spring was a promise whispered in the quiet rustle of new-fallen snow, a promise that, for the first time in a generation, there was a future beyond war and darkness. For men and women who had stood on the brink of extinction, that promise shone brighter than any crown of iron or gold. In the courtyard of Winterfell, amid half-demolished walls and drifting flakes, the survivors stirred. The North had endured. The living had prevailed. And for a brief, precious moment, the world was still at peace in the silent aftermath of an impossible victory. The bitter wind no longer carried the moans of the dead, but a faint whisper of hope for the days yet to come. And if the gods, old or new, still watched from their unseen perches, they might have smiled to see the battered fortress of House Stark stand strong once more, a beacon of resilience against even the darkest night. In the weeks that followed the defeat of the Night King, the battered walls of Winterfell came slowly back to life, though the scars of that final battle remained everywhere one looked. Wreckage littered the yard, much of the outer curtain stood half-collapsed, and smoke-stained stones still bore the marks of dragonfire and ice. Soldiers and small folk alike worked from dawn until dusk, hauling debris, mending wooden ramparts, patching the granary roof, and digging burial pits beyond the castle's edge. Each morning brought a gray sky, a coat of frost, and the memory of how close the living had come to annihilation. And yet there was, in every task and every breath, a sense of cautious hope. The dead were gone, their army shattered with the Night King's fall. The long nightmare had ended. Jon Snow walked the ramparts when his duties allowed, surveying the progress. The winter wind chafed his cheeks and whipped his hair. He kept it tied back these days, though a few strands escaped and lashed his face. Ghost padded beside him, watchful as ever. Sometimes, as Jon stared over the field where so many had fallen, he remembered the moment he drove the dragonglass spear into the Night King's back, Arya's blade slicing in tandem. He heard the shrieks of whites collapsing, felt the swirl of raw power as the ancient evil splintered like ice. He took no pride in that moment, only relief. Victory had been a necessity, not glory, and the cost still weighed heavily on his heart. In the courtyard below, countless tents stood pitched for the wounded, forming a makeshift infirmary of ragged canvas. The Dothraki who remained had little notion of winter or the North's customs, but they labored alongside Unsullied and Northerners to bolster walls, stack timbers, and feed the half-starving horses. A hush had spread between once suspicious allies, replaced by mutual respect earned in blood. Jon saw them going about their chores with weary resolve, a Dothraki rider lifting a heavy beam onto a cart while a tall Northman steadied it, an Unsullied soldier offering a waterskin to a limping Vale Knight. Shared survival had bound them more surely than any treaty. He descended the stairs, boots crunching on the stone, and found himself in the middle of the throng. People bowed their heads or muttered quick greetings. He responded as best he could, mindful that many regarded him with reverence now, as though he were something more than Ned Stark's bastard. It was the last thing he wanted, but he understood the role he had come to occupy. He made his way past a group of wildlings distributing salted fish to wounded men. Tormund Giantsbane caught his eye, raising a hand in brusque greeting. Jon offered a tight smile and continued on. Overhead, he spotted Drogon's dark shape soaring in a lazy arc, scanning for any sign of new threats. Behind him, Regal hobbled on the repaired portion of the yard, bandaged by the best of Sam's meager medical knowledge. Daenerys had insisted on caring for Regal personally whenever she could, refusing to leave him to strangers. It was near midday when Jon reached the solar that Sansa was using as a command post. The door stood partially ajar, letting out the warmth of a well-stoked hearth. He paused on the threshold, hearing voices. Inside, Sansa, Tyrion, and Arya gathered around a broad table cluttered with parchments. Bran was there too, his wheeled chair backed against the wall. Davos lingered at the room's edge, arms folded. They all looked up as Jon entered, and for an instant he felt the intangible closeness that had only truly formed in these last desperate months. They had faced unimaginable darkness together. They were alive. That alone was a marvel. Sansa beckoned him over. "Jon, we were just talking about our supply situation." She tapped the parchment in front of her. "We have enough grain to last another 2 months at current rations, but that's with the assumption that the Vale and White Harbor keep sending wagons." Tyrion lifted a goblet. "And that depends on the roads being clear. With winter still fierce, we risk losing entire shipments to storms. Better to start planning for the possibility that we run short." Arya stood near the table but seemed restless, her fingers drumming lightly on the hilt of the Valyrian steel dagger. "What about seeds for spring planting? Some small folk are already asking to return to their farmsteads rather than stay in the castle. Davos cleared his throat. They might want that, but they'll be safer behind the walls until winter breaks. And we don't even know how soon that will happen. The seasons aren't always predictable. Bran's quiet voice rose. Summer will come again eventually, but not for a while. The realm will need time to heal. His gaze was distant, as if he saw more than just the battered solar. Jon joined them at the table, placing his hands on its worn surface. We'll do what we must to feed whoever stays. Some might take the risk and go home, but we can't stand in their way if they truly believe they'll starve otherwise. He glanced at Sansa. In the meantime, we ration as carefully as we can. Sansa nodded, her expression calm yet tinged with exhaustion. I'll speak to Lord Manderley about regular patrols. The roads from White Harbor must remain secure, or we lose our main pipeline for provisions. Tyrion exhaled, rubbing his eyes. There's also the question of how to handle the lords who remained aloof during the battle. Some never came at all. House Reed in the Neck was cut off by storms, presumably, but a few others might have simply chosen to wait out the fighting. We'll need to reassert your authority, or Her Grace's authority, if you prefer. His tone held that polite edge that hinted at the complexities of titles. Although Daenerys was queen, Jon still commanded enormous influence among the northern lords. Arya's hand stilled on her dagger. We saved them. We saved everyone. Anyone who turned their back on us while the Night King marched deserves no courtesy now. Bran's gaze flickered to her. They might have been afraid. Many in the north believed the tales were only that, tales. He said it without judgment, voice serene. Jon shrugged. Whatever their reasons, we can't afford to spark new feuds if we want to rebuild. We'll send ravens, we'll talk. If some remain hostile, we'll address it then. But we won't become tyrants. Sansa placed her hands on her hips. And what about the south? The messages from King's Landing are scarce, but I'm sure Cersei Lannister is aware the Night King is no longer a threat. Her pretext for inaction was always that she didn't believe the dead were real, or that she had her own problems. Now, with that danger gone, she'll be maneuvering. Even if she's weakened, she still holds the Iron Throne. Tyrion's mouth twisted with distaste. We can be certain she's already plotting. I have sources, people who owe me favors in the Crownlands. It seems she's rebuilding the Royal Navy, forging new alliances. Euron Greyjoy is still her ally, controlling much of the sea. They've likely heard how badly we fared in the war, how many of our forces perished. She may hope to strike while we're weak. Jon gave a grim nod. Daenerys and I have spoken about this. We don't want another war, not after what we've just been through. But we won't let her march on the north unopposed if she tries. For now, we're in no condition to launch an offensive. Our men need rest, the dragons are wounded, and we have to salvage as much of the harvest as we can. Arya cut in, eyes narrow. If Cersei wants to take advantage of us, we should strike first. She broke her word. She never sent troops to help after all her promises. Why should we show her mercy? Davos spoke quietly. Because we have no strength for more bloodshed. We are battered. Every sword is precious. Every life lost here was a blow to all 7 kingdoms. If we throw ourselves into another war, we risk finishing what the dead started, turning half the realm into graveyards. A silence settled over the solar, heavy with the truth of those words. Finally, Sansa let out a breath. We'll fortify the north. We'll keep watch on the roads, see if any southern banners dare cross the neck without permission. We can't ignore the threat, but we won't fling our men into more death without cause. The others murmured agreement. Jon nodded. Exactly. Tyrion, keep your ears open. If you hear anything from the Crownlands that suggests an imminent move, we'll prepare. For now, we rebuild. He hesitated, then addressed them all more quietly. Thank you. I know this is no simple matter. We've faced the worst threat in living memory, but it doesn't mean our troubles are done. They dispersed after a few more minutes, each tasked with a piece of the burden. Arya excused herself with a curt nod, stepping into the corridor. Sansa lingered, scanning the parchments one last time, then told Davos she would meet him in the Great Yard to inspect the infirmary. Tyrion left to oversee the distribution of a small caravan from the Vale that had arrived the previous day, carrying precious foodstuffs. Bran remained behind, gazing at Jon with enigmatic eyes. Jon studied his brother's slender frame. Are you well? He asked quietly. Bran nodded, though his expression was distant. I see many things. The threat of the dead was the greatest, but now I see new paths. The realm is in flux, Jon. Jon swallowed, recalling that Bran had learned a devastating secret from his visions, that Jon was not truly Ned Stark's son, but rather the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. That made him a Targaryen by blood, possibly with a stronger claim to the throne than Daenerys herself. The knowledge weighed on Jon, and he'd kept it hidden except for those few who knew, Bran, Sam, and possibly some others if they had pieced it together. Jon had not told Daenerys, nor Sansa, nor Arya. The timing never felt right, and a quiet dread told him that revealing this now could shake the fragile unity they'd built. He knew it had to come out eventually, but part of him hoped to bury it forever. He had never sought a crown, never wanted to be anything but a protector of the realm. Yet the secret hung over him like a sword. Bran's voice broke his thoughts. You carry truths that weigh you down. I understand the reluctance. But sometimes a secret corrodes the future if it remains hidden too long. Jon exhaled. If I told her, if I told Daenerys, I fear what it would do. It might make her doubt me, fear me. The North only just accepted her. She's had a lifetime of believing she's the last Targaryen heir. I don't want to tear that away from her. Bran's gaze was steady. The truth is not always a burden meant to destroy, but it is powerful. Use it wisely. Then he turned his chair toward the door, leaving Jon standing in the dust-flecked sunlight. Jon inhaled slowly, trying to dispel the knot in his chest. Outside, he heard the ring of hammers on stone and the calls of workers hauling timber. The North, battered but not beaten, continued to mend. Perhaps the realm itself was like Rhaegal's gashed flank, in dire need of healing but still alive. He left the solar, walking briskly through the corridors until he reached a spiral staircase leading to the rebuilt portion of the ramparts. There, by a parapet overlooking the courtyard, he found Daenerys. She wore a thick cloak of gray fur, pinned by her dragon-headed brooch. Her braids lifted in the cold breeze. She turned at his approach, her expression brightening despite the fatigue etched on her features. Without speaking, she reached for his hand. He took it, letting their fingers intertwine. They stood side by side, gazing down at the swirl of people below. Men and women moved in slow, purposeful motions. Crates of fresh provisions arrived from the Vale wagons, welcomed with thin cheers. Children chased each other among the tents, their laughter incongruous in the aftermath of war, but also a sign of life returning. Drogon circled overhead, letting out a rumbling call that made some of the horses uneasy. Rhaegal dozed in a corner of the courtyard, chest rising and falling with labored breaths. Sam's salves and bandages had helped, but only time would determine how fully he'd heal. Daenerys spoke first, voice hushed. It's almost peaceful now, isn't it? The largest battle in history was here days ago, yet life goes on. Jon nodded. Yes. Strange to see them laugh. But it's good. We fought so they could have that laughter. She squeezed his hand. I've been thinking about where we go from here. My goal was always the Iron Throne, to reclaim it for House Targaryen, to break the wheel. But after seeing what we've survived, it seems small somehow. The throne, the petty intrigues, and King's Landing. Does it matter next to all we've lost? Jon looked at her profile, the silver-gold hair stirring in the breeze, the scars of battle faint on her cheek. It matters if Cersei is allowed to terrorize the rest of the realm. She won't stop. That threat is real, if not as apocalyptic as the dead. But the south is far away and the north is in ruins. If we march on King's Landing now, our people starve. Our men die. Rhaegal needs time to recover. Your armies need time to replenish. She gave a small nod. Tyrion keeps reminding me of that too. My heart yearns to finish this quickly, to free people from Cersei's cruelty. But my mind knows we must wait. Her expression softened as she turned to him fully. Will the North stand with me, Jon, if I decide to go south eventually? I know they accept me more now, but I see the way some lords still bristle at a Targaryen queen. Jon threaded his fingers through hers. They'll follow me and I follow you. That's the bond we forged. And Sansa supports you, though she'll always be cautious. So yes, when the time is right, the North will fight by your side. She lifted her chin slightly, relief flickering in her eyes. Thank you. With the long night ended, we have a chance to build a better realm. I won't squander it. My dragons, my armies, they exist to break tyrants, not to replace one. He recalled their kiss in the Godwood days ago, the warmth that ran deeper than mere alliance. He wanted to tell her the secret of his birth, the truth that might append so many assumptions. But the words lodged in his throat and he couldn't force them out. Instead, he leaned forward, pressing a brief kiss to her forehead. She leaned into him, exhaling softly, the swirl of winter air tugging at their cloaks. Behind them, footsteps approached. They turned to see Jorah Mormont, still bandaged from several wounds but standing tall. He bowed slightly. Forgive the interruption, Your Grace. We finished unloading the last of the Vale's supplies. There's a request to speak with you. Lord Glover has arrived from Deepwood Motte with a small party. He insists it's urgent. Daenerys nodded. Very well. We'll meet him in the hall. She glanced at Jon and he offered a quick nod. Together, they followed Yora down the rampart steps. The great hall of Winterfell remained partially ruined, the roof partially open to the sky where Regal had crashed through. Workers had cleared most of the rubble, laying planks across the worst gaps in the floor. Some sections were tarped against snow. Even so, it served as the central gathering place for formal audiences. Several braziers glowed, their warmth scarcely enough to banish the winter chill. Sansa, Tyrion, and Davos were already there, along with a handful of guards. Standing near the battered dais was Lord Glover, stooped and road-worn, flanked by 2 men bearing the Glover sigil. At Daenerys' entrance, Glover bowed a fraction too quickly, as if uncertain how to greet a Targaryen queen in Winterfell. Your Grace, Lord Jon. I bring tidings from the western coasts. Tyrion, standing to one side, observed Glover keenly. What tidings? Glover cleared his throat. A fleet has been spotted near the Bight. Sailors claim to have seen Iron-born longships under the banner of Euron Greyjoy, accompanied by cogs bearing the royal lion of House Lannister. They're prowling the waters off Bear Island, possibly preparing a raid. It's rumored they might move south toward White Harbor or along the coast, attacking any transport ships. The Ironborn always did prefer pillaging. A mutter passed among the assembled. Sansa's eyes narrowed. They dare strike the north now, after all we've endured? Glover spread his palms. We can't be certain of their intent, but the sighting is credible. My scouts say the Ironborn are at least 24 ships strong, perhaps more. Davos looked grim. They'll try to cut off our sea routes. If White Harbor is blockaded, we lose most of our ability to bring in supplies from the Vale or any southern ports. Daenerys frowned. Euron is a cunning and ruthless man. If Cersei instructed him to harass our coasts, he'll do it. We have hardly any ships left. My fleet was devastated when Euron attacked, and we lost more bringing the Dothraki north. The few that remain are moored here at White Harbor, battered and in no shape for a major naval battle. Tyrion tapped a finger to his chin. We need a deterrent. Something that keeps them from raiding freely. Jon exhaled. We could send word to the Iron Islands, Yara Greyjoy. Last we heard, she had retaken part of the Iron Islands, or so Theon once told us. She might defend the northern coast if it means undermining Euron's power, but we haven't heard from her in ages. Daenerys' gaze flickered. I made Yara Greyjoy warden of the Iron Islands, yet Euron remains her rival. If she has ships, we might ask for her help, but we have no guarantee she'll come. We may need to prepare for a fight on land if Euron tries to raid settlements near the coast. We can't ignore it. Even small raids would cost innocent lives. Lord Glover scratched his beard. Deepwood Motte is inland, but we'll send men to guard the coast if necessary. We can't allow the Ironborn to land unchallenged. Sansa's mouth pressed into a line. We barely have enough men to guard Winterfell, let alone the coastline. But I won't let our people be slaughtered if Euron chooses to attack. Davos stepped forward. Then perhaps we concentrate our best archers and some cavalry near White Harbor. If Euron tries a direct assault, we can meet it at the harbor walls. It's a risk, but if we leave the rest of the coast lightly defended, we gamble that he won't spread out too thin. The Ironborn prefer swift strikes. If they're uncertain or face stiff defenses, they might back off. Tyrion nodded. It's not perfect, but it's a start. Also, we could consider a ruse. If Drogon flies over the coast once or twice, the Ironborn may think twice about landing. A single blast of dragon fire on their ships could ruin them, and they know it. Daenerys offered a faint smile. Drogon could manage some flyovers. Regal is still recovering, but Drogon is strong enough. Jon glanced at her, worry-tugging. Are you certain you want to fly out alone? One well-placed scorpion bolt, or if Euron has some contraption like Qyburn built for the Lannisters, it might put you in danger. She met his gaze. I've flown into worse, Jon. The risk is small if I stay high enough. We need to remind them that we still have dragons, that the north is not defenseless. He nodded reluctantly. Very well. But be careful. With that tentative plan, the assembly dispersed. Lord Glover departed to prepare his men. Tyrion began drafting letters to dispatch ravens to White Harbor to the various lesser lords along the coast, advising them to be on guard. Davos assisted by listing possible fallback points for refugees if any raid materialized. Sansa personally escorted Glover out, ensuring he had the provisions needed for a return journey. Daenerys and Jon stood in the ruined hall, conversing quietly about the details of the flight along the coast. She insisted on leaving within a day or two to intimidate Euron's scouts and keep them from staging a landing. They parted ways when Daenerys went to check on Rhaegal's healing. Jon remained in the hall a moment longer, absorbing the new tension. It seemed war still hovered on the horizon, even if the threat was not as dire as the dead. He recalled how, in the first surge of relief after the Night King's destruction, he had foolishly hoped there would be no more bloodshed. Now the realm was bracing for another conflict, this time among living rivals. He left the hall, heading toward the armory where Gendry worked hammering out nails and repairing dragonglass weapons. Along the way, Jon couldn't help thinking about the possibility of sending a raven to Yara Greyjoy. If she responded in time, perhaps her ships could intercept Euron's. That might forestall a full invasion of the North's coast. At the armory, sparks flew from Gendry's forge. The burly young smith paused to wipe sweat from his brow, nodding at Jon. "Lord," he mumbled, still unused to the titles. Nearby, several battered suits of armor lay in disorganized heaps. Gendry had been tasked with salvaging metal scraps, melting them down if need be, forging arrowheads or spear points. Jon greeted him, then explained the threat of Euron's fleet. Gendry set down his hammer. "Bloody Ironborn. We lost enough men fighting the dead. You need me to make scorpion bolts or something? I can try. I'm not sure how many functioning scorpions we have left. Most were destroyed in the battle." Jon considered. "Focus on dragonglass arrowheads and standard weapons for now. If we had the time, I'd say yes, but we're in no condition to mount new artillery on ships that barely float." Gendry nodded, picking up a piece of raw iron. "Right? If we ever get real peace, maybe I can open a proper forge. Make something that isn't meant to kill." Jon thought of how Gendry had once been content forging for the Lannisters before learning of his parentage as Robert Baratheon's bastard. Another hidden royal truth. The realm seemed riddled with them. "I hope you get that chance," Jon said quietly, clapping Gendry on the shoulder. The smith returned to his hammering, and Jon made his way back into the swirl of Winterfell's courtyard. He spotted Arya perched on a broken wall, scanning the yard with alert eyes. Sansa was nowhere in sight, likely still meeting with Glover or dealing with ration ledgers. Jon felt an inexplicable urge to speak with his sister. He approached, lifting a hand in greeting. Arya looked down at him, then hopped lightly from the wall, landing with silent grace. "Planning to slip away again?" Jon teased gently. Arya had a habit of vanishing when it suited her, stealthy as a cat. She shook her head, expression unreadable. "Not yet. Though I might ride out soon, see if any bandits are preying on travelers. There's always some group wanting to take advantage in a crisis." Jon gave a half-smile. "Even the realm's greatest heroes need rest, Arya." Her eyes flickered. "I'm no hero. I did what needed doing, as did you." A soft silence stretched. Jon sighed. "Are you all right?" "Truly." She shrugged. "I'm alive. I'm not sure what to do with myself now that the Night King is gone. I spent years building a list of names, training to be a killer. But I've no illusions that's what my family needs from me anymore. Perhaps I'll look for ways to serve the North that aren't just stabbing." Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. "You're always welcome here, however you choose to be. You're my sister. We survived together." Her lips twitched in the ghost of a smile. "I know. And I'll stay for a while, help Sansa keep Winterfell strong. But part of me wants to see more of the world, find out who I am without vengeance guiding me." He understood. After all they had endured, it was natural to question the path forward. "Take your time," he said gently. "The North won't chase you away." She bobbed her head and glanced around the yard. Workers were piling rubble onto carts, small folk doled out soup from a large cauldron, and wounded men hobbled toward the wells. Her gaze lingered on the tents near the gate. "There are so many who can't walk, can't fight, can barely feed themselves. I might start by protecting them, ensuring no raider or opportunist can reach them. We still have the Vale Knights, the Wildlings. Maybe we form patrols." Jon nodded. "Speak with Tormund. He's bored. A roving patrol might appeal to him." Arya gave a small chuckle, then turned serious again. "Be careful if you follow Daenerys south. The next war might be full of knives we can't see, whispered deals in corridors. Different from the battle we fought, but deadly in its own way." He heard the undercurrent in her words, the quiet warning about trusting too easily. "I understand," he said. "But for now, we don't march anywhere." She rested a hand lightly on Needles Hill. "Good. At least we can breathe a little." They parted, and Jon continued his slow circuit of the yard, stopping at intervals to speak with lords, soldiers, and laborers. He offered thanks or encouragement where he could. In every conversation, he sensed the unspoken question, what next? Now that the Great War was over, now that the unstoppable dead had been truly stopped, how would the realm find its new shape? He had no answers, only the conviction that the living must hold together or risk sliding back into the petty bloodshed that had defined too many generations. Early the next morning, Daenerys prepared for her flight along the coast. She donned thick leathers lined with fur, strapping on gloves and boots. Dozens of soldiers watched from the courtyard as she mounted Drogon, who snorted steam in the crisp dawn light. Jon stood at her side until the last moment, helping secure a satchel of supplies, small vials of dragon glass shards, a short bow with dragon glass-tipped arrows in case of an emergency. She planned only a scouting run, possibly to hurl a blast of dragon fire at any Ironborn ships that dared approach land. But if Euron had scorpions hidden aboard, the risk was real. Drogon rumbled, rearing his head. His black scales shimmered with frost. Daenerys glanced down at Jon. "I'll be back by nightfall tomorrow, or sooner if I find no sign of them near the shoreline. If your ravens to Yara reach her in time, maybe she'll drive Euron off, but I won't count on that alone." Jon nodded. "Take care. If you see any sign of overwhelming force, don't engage. Just fly back." She offered a half-smile. "I learned caution the hard way. I promise I'll return." Leaning down, she caught his gaze. For a moment, everything else faded, the watchers in the yard, the tension of uncertain wars. She placed a hand on his cheek, then guided Drogon to spread his massive wings. A rush of wind battered the courtyard, men shielding their faces from the gust. With a deafening roar, Drogon sprang skyward, churning snow in his wake, and Daenerys was gone into the pallid sky. Jon stood watching the speck of black vanish beyond Winterfell's walls. A pang of worry needled him, but he forced it down. She was not reckless. The realm needed her, and so did he. Ghost pressed against his side, and Jon absently stroked the direwolf's fur. Then he turned to the business of the day, reorganizing the castle's watch rotations, checking on the blacksmiths, hearing out some complaints from minor lords about the distribution of grain. A swirl of tasks that felt oddly mundane compared to the apocalypse they had faced. Yet he understood that these details were the mortar holding the realm together. By midday, fresh ravens had been sent to the Iron Islands, addressed to Yara. Others went south, seeking news from friendly eyes in the Crownlands about any Lannister movement. Sansa oversaw it all with quiet determination. Bran remained in the Godwood for hours on end, though no one knew precisely what he did. Tormund led a group of wildlings and a few knights on short patrols around Winterfell's perimeter, sometimes venturing as far as the King's Road to ensure no bandits prowled. Arya joined them on occasion, though she mostly stayed close, still uncertain of her next steps. As dusk fell, thick clouds rolled in, threatening a fresh snowfall. Jon paced the battlements, glancing to the western sky where Daenerys might appear. The hours passed without sign of Drogon. He stayed awake well into the night, ignoring the fatigue that pulled at his bones. Sansa came at one point, urging him to rest, reminding him that Daenerys said she might not return until the following day. He nodded but did not yield. When the first faint streaks of dawn lightened the horizon, he was still there, eyes scanning the distant gloom until exhaustion finally drove him to lie down in a corner of the gate tower. He drifted off for an hour or two, only to be roused by the commotion of watchers shouting from the ramparts. He bolted upright, heart-pounding. Craning his neck, he saw the shape of a dragon descending Drogon. Relief surged through him. He rushed to the courtyard, arriving just as Drogon backwinged to land. Snow and dust blew across the yard, men shielding their faces. Daenerys dismounted, her cloak stiff with ice at the edges. Jon hurried to her, ignoring the stares of onlookers. She was pale but uninjured. "No sign of a major fleet," she reported, breath pluming. "I saw a few Ironborn ships shadowing the coast near Bear Island, but they scattered when Drogon approached. They're out there, though, so we shouldn't let our guard down. There could be more beyond the horizon." Jon let out a slow breath. "Did you see any Lannister banners?" She shook her head, sending a light dusting of frost from her hair. "Only Ironborn sails. That doesn't mean no Lannister ships are hidden further out at sea, but none in close range. If they intend a surprise landing, it's not imminent." Men around them began guiding Drogon to a feeding area, though the dragon hissed, unsettled from the long flight. Daenerys allowed them to approach only after calming him in soft Valyrian. Jon stepped back to give them space. When she was satisfied Drogon would eat and rest, she turned to him again, expression weary. "They know we have dragons. That might deter them from any bold raids, at least for a while." He placed a gentle hand on her arm. "Then we have some reprieve." He noticed how her cheeks were reddened by cold, the edges of her gloves brittle with ice. "You're freezing." She let out a shaky laugh. "I've flown in many climates, but the North's winds cut deeper than any I've known." He led her inside, past the threshold where a brazier crackled in an antechamber. She stood close to it, rubbing her arms while he fetched a fur cloak. He draped it around her shoulders. For a moment, neither spoke, tension floating in the silence. Finally, he reached for her hand. "I'm glad you're safe." She managed a small, grateful smile. "Me too." Her gaze lingered on him, a question flickering in her eyes, something unspoken. He sensed it but felt a swirl of his own secrets. Even now, he couldn't bring himself to speak of Rhaegar and Lyanna. Instead, he simply squeezed her hand. They retreated from the winter chill into the castle's corridors, footsteps echoing in the gloom. Days stretched into weeks. No immediate attack came from the Ironborn or the Lannisters, though occasional sightings of ships near the coast kept the north wary. Daenerys flew Drogon on infrequent patrols, never venturing far, always returning before nightfall. Rhaegal's injuries improved slowly, though Sam's worry remained that some internal frost damage might never fully heal. Tormund's patrols roamed farmland and empty villages, ensuring no stray raiders prowled. They found only the occasional sign of scavengers or outlaws, easily chased off. The realm seemed to hover in a tenuous peace, as though all forces were too depleted for open war. In that lull, the battered lords of the north turned their attention to solemn tasks. Chief among them, the mass funerals for those who had fallen in the Great War. Outside Winterfell's walls, pyres were built in long rows. Hundreds of bodies, carefully wrapped in cloth, were laid upon wooden platforms. Soldiers stood with heads bowed. Families mourned lost kin. Sansa coordinated everything, ensuring that no one was forgotten if they could be identified. Daenerys insisted on including the Dothraki and Unsullied dead among the honored, acknowledging their sacrifice for a land not their own. Tormund asked that the wildlings who had fallen be given a place too, for they had chosen to stand with the living. The entire realm's defenders, once strangers, now shared the same final rest. It took many days to build so many pyres. When all was ready, a hush settled over the fields at dusk. Torches flared in the hands of chosen mourners. Jon stepped forward, flanked by Daenerys, Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, Davos, Brienne, and others who had stood in that final battle. The Watchers formed a wide circle around the first row of pyres. Snow drifted lazily from an iron sky. The crisp air smelled of pine and sorrow. Jon cleared his throat, voice carrying in the hush. "We gather to honor those who gave their lives to protect the realm of men. They stood against an enemy beyond comprehension and prevailed, though not without great cost." He paused, scanning the countless faces illuminated by torchlight. Their names, their stories, will live on. When our children ask who saved the living, we will speak of these brave souls. Let us mourn and let us remember. He stepped aside and Daenerys took a slow, trembling breath. "In Essos, I freed slaves from chains. Here, we all fought as allies against a threat that would enslave the world in death. These men and women, Dothraki, Unsullied, Northerners, Knights of the Vale, Wildlings, all houses, they broke the chains of night. We can never repay them, but we honor them. Dracarys would be a cry for fire, but tonight it's a call for remembrance." At her nod, Sansa, eyes filled with tears, raised her torch to the first pyre. The flames caught instantly, crawling over the dry wood. Others followed suit, pressing torches to the kindling. A chain reaction of flickering light spread across the rows until a sea of fire rippled outside Winterfell's battered walls. The heat roared. Smoke billowed upward in dark plumes. Some in the crowd wept openly, others stood rigid, tears glistening on cheeks. A hush of grief enveloped them, broken only by the crackle of flames. Daenerys turned her face away briefly, remembering each Dothraki warrior who had followed her across the sea, each Unsullied soldier who had believed in her cause. Jon felt his own heart twist as he thought of friends lost, unnamed men who had bled for this moment. They stood vigil for hours until the fires burned low. Finally, Sansa signaled for the Watchers to disperse. The living returned to the castle grounds in somber groups, exhausted. The next day and the next, the pyre smoldered. Ash flow. Ted on the wind. The magnitude of the sacrifice settled into every corner of Winterfell. Amid the sorrowful calm, a raven arrived from the Iron Islands. Yara Greyjoy's reply was brief but direct. She had reclaimed most of the Isles, was building a new order, and detested Euron's alliance with Cersei. However, she could not spare a fleet large enough to intercept him in the North's waters right now. She promised to disrupt him if he ventured near Pike, but suggested that if the North was threatened, they might consider forging or repairing ships of their own. It was not the news Jon or Daenerys had hoped for, but it confirmed that Euron was still an outlier among the Ironborn. The realm's cracks remained wide. For a time, life settled into a rhythm of labor, watchfulness, and slow healing. Daenerys spent many evenings conferring with Tyrion about southern politics, how to handle Cersei when the inevitable confrontation came. Sansa and Arya grew closer, sharing quiet moments in the Godwood. Bran drifted through the castle, haunting its corners, occasionally murmuring strange hints of the future. Gendry hammered day and night, forging new arrowheads and farming tools in equal measure. Tormund teased that the smith was trying to woo the little wolf, but Arya's dagger eyes suggested that topic was best left alone. One crisp morning, Jon found Bran waiting for him in the courtyard near a newly erected stable for the dragons. Rhaegal lay inside, resting his wounded side. Drogon was absent, having flown off at dawn with Daenerys on another short patrol. Bran was wrapped in layers of furs, his posture erect in the chair. He signaled Jon to approach. Jon's stomach nodded. "Bran, is something wrong?" Bran studied him. "It's time, Jon. You must tell her. The longer you wait, the more harm it could bring." Jon swallowed. "I don't know how." Bran's eyes, ancient and knowing, didn't waver. "She deserves the truth. So do Sansa and Arya. If you don't speak it, someone else might. Or the realm could discover it another way. Secrets of birth have a way of emerging at the worst times." Jon clenched his jaw, turning to stare at Rhaegal's flank, the ragged scars still visible. "I never wanted a throne or a claim. I only wanted to protect the realm. Telling Daenerys that I might have a stronger claim than she does, it could tear us apart." Bran's voice softened. "Her position is not solely about blood. She has fought and sacrificed. She has rightful cause to lead. But you are her kin, a Targaryen by blood, the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. The realm has lived under illusions for too long. Let her see you trust her enough to share the secret." Jon closed his eyes briefly. Bran was right, he could feel it in his bones. Hiding such a truth could only fester, especially as he and Daenerys drew closer. A fear gripped him. He recalled how she had spoken of her destiny, her birthright. He recalled the flickers of jealousy when she learned another Targaryen might have lived. Would she see him as a threat? Or worse, would the Northern Lords see him as a rightful king and push him to supplant her? He set his jaw. "All right, I'll tell her. Tonight, if she returns early enough." Bran nodded, relief mingling with sadness in his eyes. "Do so. Whatever comes next, honesty is the only path to a future unbound by lies." Jon forced a rueful laugh. "You sound like father. Or maybe it's you, the three-eyed raven, speaking. Either way, I'll do it." He left Bran there and spent the day in quiet tension, half dreading Daenerys' return. He oversaw a round of drills for the men who would soon ride out to White Harbor if the Ironborn threat escalated. He checked on Sansa's progress with reorganizing the grain stores. He even visited Samwell, who was working on a rudimentary library in a newly repaired section of the castle, trying to salvage any books from the ravaged shelves. Sam had Gilly and Little Sam with him, a welcome hint of normalcy in a war-torn fortress. Yet all the while, Jon's mind churned over how to reveal the truth. He caught himself glancing at the sky every so often, anticipating the distant roar of dragon wings. It was late afternoon when Daenerys flew into view, Drogon's silhouette crossing the clouds. Snow had begun to drift again. She landed in the courtyard amid swirling flurries, dismounted gracefully, and greeted Jon with a warm smile that melted some of his anxiety. They walked together into the warmth of the castle, sharing the usual updates: no sign of Ironborn ships near the coast, a few scattered fishing boats observed from above, a mild storm rolling in from the west. He felt his heart pounding, that voice in his mind urging him to speak. So he guided her to a small solar on the second floor, a relatively intact room with a lit fireplace. He asked the guards to wait outside. She looked at him curiously as he closed the door. "Jon? You look troubled." She shrugged off her cloak, draping it on a chair, and moved closer to the fire. Her hair was slightly windswept from the flight, cheeks flushed with cold. "What is it?" He inhaled, his chest tightening. "There's something I need to tell you. Something I should have said long ago. But I wasn't sure how. I'm still not." Her brow furrowed. "You know you can speak freely with me." He stood near her, arms rigid at his sides. "This is about my parents, my true parents. It's not Ned Stark and some unknown woman, as I once believed." She blinked, confusion flickering. "You told me you never knew your mother." He nodded. "Because he kept the secret to protect me. My mother was Lyanna Stark. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen. Ned Stark raised me as his bastard to hide me from Robert Baratheon, who would have killed any Targaryen heir. Daenerys went still. Her expression froze, a tumult of shock and something akin to denial. That can't. Rhaegar was my brother. He died at the Trident. Lyanna, she was abducted. Jon swallowed. He loved her. They were married in secret according to Bran's visions and Sam's records. Their child was me. I am Aegon Targaryen. The room felt as though the walls had closed in. Daenerys took a step back, pressing a hand to her lips. Confusion warred with disbelief, then a flicker of anguish. She whispered, "My brother's child? That would make you my nephew." He nodded painfully. "Aye. Which means I have Targaryen blood, a claim to the throne that might even supersede yours if one follows strict primogeniture. But I never wanted that. I never asked for it." Her breath came in uneven gasps. We're kin, and she shut her eyes, recalling all the closeness they'd shared. A swirl of emotions crossed her features: horror, confusion, sorrow, and something else more complicated. Rhaegar was said to be kind and gentle, not like my father. But he left me alone in this world, or so I thought. Her voice trembled. Jon reached out, but she moved away, struggling to compose herself. He dropped his hand, guilt roiling in his gut. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I know this is a terrible shock. It's not something I wanted to keep from you. I only learned it recently myself, from Bran and Sam's research." Her eyes glistened with tears she refused to let fall. "You are the last male heir of House Targaryen, by that logic. Aegon Targaryen. A name that should have been my brother's child, but it's you." She closed her eyes, exhaling shakily. "It threatens everything I believed about my destiny. My claim. My identity. And our bond." He took a hesitant step forward. "I never wanted the Iron Throne. I bent the knee to you because I believed in you. I still do. I'm not your enemy, Dany." She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. "We're family. Targaryens married siblings sometimes, but that was the old ways. We never spoke of it as if it were feasible now in this age. Yet here we are, having." She pressed her lips together, color draining from her cheeks. Jon's stomach churned. "If this changes how you feel about me, I understand. It's not something I can fix. It just is. But I had to tell you. The realm deserves honesty, and so do you." He paused, voice straining. "Our people look to us. We must find a way to go on, leading them, protecting them." She moved to the hearth, gripping the mantle, knuckles white. For a long moment, the crackling flames were the only sound. Finally, she spoke in a tremulous whisper. "We overcame the dead together. But can we overcome this? Jon or Aegon, I don't even know how to address you now." He winced. "Call me Jon. That's who I've always been. My father, Ned Stark, raised me. I loved him. My mother, Lyanna, died giving birth to me. They wanted to protect me from Robert's wrath. I never wanted anything but to protect the North. That hasn't changed." Slowly she turned, tears pooling in her eyes. "I won't lie, this is a blow. I feel as though I'm losing my footing. You might have the stronger claim, yet you say you don't want it. The realm might see you differently. My own supporters might see you as the rightful king. I can't bear another battle for legitimacy, not after all I've done to free the world from tyrants." He lowered his head. "I swear I won't challenge you. I'm loyal to you, as I was before. If others speak of claims, I'll stand by your side. But the truth must be known. Sansa and Arya deserve it, too. They're my family. And you are family as well, in a way I never expected." Daenerys let out a shaky breath. The Targaryens married within their bloodline to preserve the purity of the dynasty. It was normal for them, but the rest of Westeros calls that practice monstrous. Times have changed. She swallowed, clearing her throat. "Regardless, we can't pretend we didn't, share what we shared. But we must decide how to proceed. For the sake of the realm, for our own sakes." She looked at him, eyes shining with a conflict of sorrow and longing. "A part of me wishes we never knew." Jon stepped closer, heart pounding. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "If I could spare you this pain, I would. But secrets only fester. Better to face it now than let it destroy us later." She nodded slowly, tears slipping free at last. He reached out and brushed one away with his thumb. This time she let him, leaning into his palm. Her breath shuddered. I need time, Jon. Time to think. We must figure out how to tell others, or if we do at all. My lords, your lords, they'll have opinions. The realm is battered by war. Another succession crisis is the last thing we need." He gently drew her into his arms. She resisted for a moment, then clung to him, face pressed against his furs. He rested his chin atop her head, eyes stinging with tears of his own. The old Targaryen ways might see no shame in two blood relatives, but to the rest of Westeros it was unthinkable. The stigma was real, as was the confusion. Even so, in that moment, he couldn't deny that a part of him still yearned for her closeness. He had grown to love Daenerys, not as an aunt but as an ally, a friend, a lover. Now it felt tainted by a truth older than either of them. She exhaled, pulling back slightly, eyes red-rimmed. "We'll handle this carefully. Do you agree we must tell Sansa, Arya, perhaps Tyrion? They'll question why we're upset if we don't explain. Secrets in a castle like this rarely stay hidden." He nodded. "Yes. Sansa especially. She's suspicious by nature. Arya too. We can trust them to keep it quiet until we decide how best to reveal it. Tyrion might be wise to inform him if we trust his counsel. Then we see if it remains our secret or if the realm must know. Perhaps it's enough that we do." She managed a weak smile. "We'll figure it out together, Jon." Her voice trembled on his name. "The realm needs unity, not another civil war. You saved the living ones. Perhaps we can save them from ourselves." He held her a moment longer, letting the tension settle. Then they broke apart, each lost in thought. Outside the window, winter winds rose, scattering snow across the courtyard. Through the glass, they saw Ghost pacing near a half-buried statue, the direwolf occasionally lifting his head as if sensing their turmoil. The castle felt eerily silent, though in truth it bustled with constant work. They both recognized that a new challenge, one of the strangest and most dangerous kind, had just emerged. Wordlessly, they left the solar, returning to their duties with carefully composed faces. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Aegon Targaryen now held a secret that could reshape the realm. Even as they went about the tasks of rebuilding, the knowledge weighed on them like a drawn sword. War might come from Cersei or Euron or any who sought to exploit weakness. Yet the greatest threat to their unity could be the truth of bloodlines and the ancient customs of House Targaryen. For now, they would share the burden in silence, uncertain whether honesty would set them free or cast them into new conflict. The wind howled beyond Winterfell's walls as if echoing their turmoil, and winter's chill seemed to settle deeper into the very stones. They had escaped the long night, but the aftermath might hold trials of a different, more insidious kind, and only time would tell if their fragile bond could withstand it. Jon scarcely slept that night. In the cold chambers behind Winterfell's battered walls, he tossed under heavy furs, replaying his confession to Daenerys in his mind. By the time dawn's faint light leaked through the narrow window, he had decided there was no turning back. He rose, dressed in worn leathers, and paced the room, struggling to keep a grip on the churning fear in his chest. Ghost stirred near the hearth, ears flicking at Jon's restless footsteps. They had to tell Sansa and Arya, there was no choice. He dreaded it almost as much as he had dreaded telling Daenerys. And he knew time would not soften the blow. The realm's shaky unity could crumble the instant this truth came to light, especially if those who resented Daenerys seized on Jon's bloodline as a better alternative. The war with the dead had ended in triumph, but the possibility of a civil war still loomed like a shadow. When he emerged into the corridor, the keep was dim and quiet. A few guards dozed upright at their posts, exhausted from double shifts. Repairs continued day and night, but many labors slowed in the pre-dawn hours. He found Sansa in the great hall, squinting at a ledger by candlelight, her hair gathered in a single heavy braid. She looked up, eyes bloodshot, when he stepped inside. "You're awake early," she said. Her voice held that softness she reserved for family, the worry etched lines into her brow. "Another problem with the supply wagons?" Jon shook his head, standing just within the ruined archway. The hall's partially collapsed roof allowed a thin drift of white powder to coat the floor near the dais. "Not that I know of. I need to speak with you and Arya. In private. Preferably now." Sansa frowned at his tone. "Should we include Bran?" Jon hesitated. Bran already knew everything. He'd been the one to reveal the secret. "He might join us later, but for now you and Arya." "Is she awake?" Sansa closed the ledger. "Arya's likely in the courtyard or finishing a patrol. I'll find her." She rose, dusting a bit of ash from her cloak. "We can use the small solar off the library. No one goes there at this hour." Jon nodded. "I'll meet you there." A flicker of apprehension crossed her face, but she dipped her head, gathering her cloak. As she left, Jon stared at the battered table and the emptiness of the hall. This was it, the moment that might upend everything for House Stark. He trudged through a side corridor, passing more guards. The castle's lower floors smelled of damp stone and old blood, remnants of the great battle. Over the last days, they had laboriously cleared corpses of whites and men alike, but ghosts lingered everywhere. Once, this keep had felt like a childhood home, filled with Robb's laughter, Bran's climbing, Arya's pranks, and Sansa's lessons in courtesy. Now it was a fortress in ruin, haunted by memories. Jon wondered if it could ever be truly warm again. He reached the small solar near the library. Once it had been a reading room, shelves lined the walls, many of the books removed to Sam's makeshift library for preservation. A single window let in dull daylight. Arya was already there, perched on the sill, arms folded. She wore a dark cloak and had her Valyrian steel dagger strapped at her waist. Sansa stood beside the one long table, her expression guarded. Both sisters turned as Jon entered, and the tension in their faces told him they sensed something grave. Arya straightened. "What is it, Jon? You look like you've seen a ghost." Jon closed the door behind him. He placed his hands on the table, scarred with to steady himself, words catching in his throat. Sansa exchanged a worried glance with Arya. The hush pressed in. At last, Jon forced the air from his lungs. "I'm not who you think I am." Arya's brow knitted, but she didn't speak. Sansa waited, poised as though bracing for a blow. Jon swallowed hard. "You both know our father, Ned Stark, claimed me as his bastard. That never sat right with me, but I never questioned it because I trusted him more than anyone. He always told me my mother was some unknown woman. That wasn't true. My mother was Lyanna Stark." He watched the shock ripple across their faces. Arya stepped off the windowsill, a faint tremor in her posture. Sansa's lips parted. "That means," Sansa began, but words failed her. Arya narrowed her eyes. "Lyanna was father's sister. How could it? I don't understand." Jon exhaled shakily. Lyanna and Rhaegar Targaryen were together, married in secret according to the records Sam found and Bran's visions. When Robert rebelled, Rhaegar died on the Trident and Lyanna died giving birth to me. Ned Stark took me, claimed I was his bastard to protect me from Robert, who would have murdered any Targaryen heir. My real father was Rhaegar Targaryen. The room felt impossibly quiet. A gust of wind rattled the window. Sansa stared as though her mind was struggling to piece it together. Arya's breath quickened, her free hand clenching. "That would make you," Sansa began. "You'd be our cousin, not our half-brother. And a Targaryen." "That's," she trailed off. Arya's gaze darted between Jon and Sansa. "Why do I feel like the ground is shifting under my feet?" "Jon, are you sure?" Jon nodded heavily. Bran saw it in his visions. He can witness the past. Sam found an annulment in the Citadel's records. Rhaegar annulled his first marriage to Elia Martell and married Lyanna. "It's real. I'm living proof." He released a ragged breath. "I know it's monstrous, or at least shocking. I wish I could spare you both. But I had to tell you. After all we've been through, I won't keep more secrets." Sansa looked away, eyes glistening. When she found her voice, it shook. "That means you're Aegon Targaryen if Rhaegar named you that. The rightful heir to the Iron Throne if any Targaryen is." Jon's chest felt hollow. "I'm not claiming any throne, Sansa. I never wanted it. My loyalty is with Daenerys, she's our ally, our queen. Nothing changes that. But I can't deny what I am." Arya let out a long, tense exhale. "You say you're not claiming it, but that might not matter. Others might push you into it, especially if they resent Daenerys or think a male Targaryen is more legitimate. The realm is always hungry for chaos." Jon nodded. "Yes. And that's why I'm telling you. We need to stand together. If word spreads, we can't let it tear the North apart again. You both must know the truth so we can face it together." Sansa's eyes brimmed with tears, but she didn't let them fall. She reached for Jon's hand. "You're still family," she whispered. "Even if it's a different tie than we thought. You're still the man who helped me reclaim Winterfell, the man who fought for the North when no one else would. That doesn't change." Arya, looking pale, stepped forward. "The rest is secondary. We've lost too many. I'm not about to lose you over a name." Jon's throat constricted. He took Sansa's hand in one of his, Arya's in the other. "Thank you. Both of you. I've told Daenerys already. She took it hard, but we agreed to keep it quiet until we can figure out how to proceed. I trust you with my life. Don't let this slip, please." Sansa closed her eyes, nodding. "The North has only just accepted Daenerys. If they hear you have a claim, some lords might not bow to her. We need stability." Arya frowned. "I don't like secrets, but if it's the only way, at least until we're strong enough to handle the consequences." "Fine. I'll hold my tongue, but you know how rumors spread in Winterfell." Jon nodded. "We'll do our best to contain it. Perhaps eventually we can reveal it openly in a way that won't cause an uproar. But not now." They stood in silence, the magnitude of the revelation settling upon them. Sansa at last squeezed Jon's hand and released it. "I'm glad you told us," she said softly. "I hate secrets. Ramsay thrived on secrets and manipulations. Littlefinger did too. That's not who we are." Arya, still looking unsettled, reached up to ruffle Jon's hair as if they were children again. He felt a pang of wistful relief. "You're still my brother," she said, voice thick, "even if the world calls you something else." Jon's eyes stung, but he smiled. You're the only sisters I've ever known, he whispered. Nothing will change that. They parted ways soon after, each reeling from the conversation. Sansa had duties to attend, an audience with a handful of lesser lords who had arrived to pledge belated allegiance to Daenerys. Arya slipped away, possibly to brood in the godwood or spar with the men in the yard. Jon was left alone, the solar's small fire flickering in the quiet. He felt as though a weight had lifted, but it revealed a deeper tension. Telling the truth was only the first step. The real test would come if or when the realm discovered that truth. He left the room, mind heavy. In the corridor, he nearly ran into Tyrion Lannister, who carried a roll of parchment and wore an expression of grim concentration. Tyrion cocked his head, taking in Jon's haggard face. You look as if you've swallowed a lemon whole, Tyrion observed. Bad news. Jon forced a noncommittal shrug. Just family matters. Did you need something? Tyrion held up the parchment. It's from King's Landing. A raven from one of my remaining friends in the Red Keep. Apparently, Cersei is preparing to move her armies westward, possibly to secure the Reach. Word is she's coaxing new Sellsword companies to bolster her depleted forces. No direct mention of an attack on the north, but she's building up strength. Jon felt a prick of alarm. So she's not just sitting idle. She's planning to expand. Precisely. The Golden Company fiasco cost her dearly, but now it seems she's found smaller Sellsword bands and Euron is ferrying them. My contact also hints at large shipments of grain from the Crownlands and the Stormlands being requisitioned for the capital's reserves. If she's stockpiling, it suggests she expects a prolonged conflict. We can't assume we're safe forever. Jon nodded. We can't fight her now. We barely have enough men to defend Winterfell, let alone march south. We need time, which she may or may not give us, Tyrion said. Still, she's cunning. If she sees we're not an immediate threat, she might focus her aggression elsewhere first. The Reach is largely leaderless since the Tyrells fell. She could gather resources there. We should keep a watch on White Harbor's shipping lanes to ensure she doesn't blockade us. Jon exhaled. Agreed. Daenerys is still patrolling on Drogon sometimes, so that might deter Euron at least. The rest is up to us. Did you have any other news? Tyrion eyed Jon carefully, as though sensing the deeper tension behind his questions. No, that's all. But if you want to talk, I'm here. You look like a man wrestling with a dragon in his heart. Jon managed a wry smile. You wouldn't be far off. He clapped Tyrion's shoulder. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. They parted, each returning to the endless tasks of rebuilding. Yet as the days bled into one another, the tension within the castle only grew. Jon sensed Sansa and Arya gazing at him with compassion and worry. Daenerys threw herself into her duties, seldom speaking of what they'd learned, but the flicker in her eyes whenever she looked at Jon told him it weighed on her soul. She was careful in public, maintaining the regal poise of a queen, but he knew she spent long hours alone in her chambers, brooding. Regal continued to heal under Sam's watchful eye. Sam, for his part, seemed oblivious to Jon's inner turmoil, focusing instead on herbal poultices and gentle adjustments to the splints around the dragon's injured flank. Daenerys visited Regal daily, murmuring reassurances. Drogon watched from the parapets or soared overhead, fiercely protective. The presence of 2 living dragons in Winterfell was both a comfort and a reminder of the past. Some men still looked skyward with unease, remembering the stories of Aegon's conquest. The Targaryen sigil flying over the battered ramparts felt like a symbol of times older than any living man. In the meantime, patrols along the coast brought scattered reports of iron-borne longships sighted on the horizon. They rarely ventured close enough to land to be attacked, and whenever Drogon flew by, they scattered. Tormund joked that Euron was a coward at heart. But Jon suspected Euron was simply waiting for a moment of weakness. The Vale Knights stationed at White Harbor kept their eyes open, ready to sound the alarm if a raiding party struck. Glover sent word that Deepwood Motte was secure, though rumors of Ironborn in the seas near Bear Island persisted. For now, none dared a direct assault. Then one morning, a rider arrived from the Neck, bearing a message for Daenerys and Jon. He was a lean man with mud-stained boots, half frozen from the journey. Sansa received him in the courtyard, summoning Jon and Daenerys. The rider dropped to one knee, breath steaming in the cold. A small hush fell as onlookers noticed the urgency in his posture. He handed Daenerys a parchment sealed with a wax sigil. The twin towers of House Frey, though a black line had been slashed through them, and next to it was the Merman of House Manderley. Jon realized it was some sort of combined message from the Riverlands, perhaps. Daenerys cracked the seal, scanning the contents. Her face hardened. She passed it to Jon, who read quickly. It seemed a band of outlaws, ex-fry men or brigands who once served them, had begun raiding in the southern edges of the Neck, extorting travelers. They claimed to do so in the name of House Lannister. The message asked for help from House Manderly's men stationed near Moat Cailin. But they were stretched thin. The letter ended with a plea. Send knights or a show of force, or risk the Neck falling into chaos again. Daenerys glanced at Jon. We can't let the Neck become a lawless zone. It's the gateway to the north. If bandits seize the causeway, they could block trade or sow more chaos. Jon folded the parchment. Agreed. We must respond. But we have only so many men to spare. Another call on our strength. The people are tired. Sansa joined them, her voice low. The Neck can be treacherous, especially in winter. Houses Reed and Manderly can handle most trouble. But if these bandits are well-armed ex-frays, it might take a concerted effort to drive them out. Moat Cailin is strategic. We can't ignore it. Daenerys turned to the messenger, who shivered in the cold. Tell Lord Manderly's men we will dispatch reinforcements. A small company of knights from the Vale and some of our own northern forces, enough to show we mean business. They're to coordinate with House Reed if possible. The swamps belong to them. The messenger nodded, relief flickering in his eyes. Sansa arranged for him to eat and rest before his return journey. Jon cast Daenerys a sidelong look as they walked away. We need a commander who can handle that environment. Davos might be good, but he's no swamp fighter. Tormund hates the bog. Maybe we can ask Jorah, though he's not at full strength. Or Grey Worm if he's willing. The Unsullied are formidable, but they've never fought in marshes. Daenerys's brow creased. We could ask Brienne to lead them. She's disciplined, and the Vale Knights respect her. Or even Arya. She's quite adept at unconventional tactics. But Arya doesn't command an army. Perhaps a collaboration between Brienne and a few others. Jon considered. Yes, Brienne has the respect of Sansa and the North. She's sworn to protect the Starks, and Moat Cailin is vital to the North's security. That might work. We only need a modest force, enough to quell bandits, not wage a war. They agreed on this plan and informed Brienne. She accepted with quiet determination. Along with a score of Vale Knights, a handful of Northerners, and a small detachment of Unsullied, she prepared to ride south. Arya volunteered to join, hungry for action, but Sansa and Jon persuaded her to remain for now. Her presence was needed in Winterfell, especially with Euron's threat looming. Arya bristled but acquiesced when Sansa insisted. 2 days later, Brienne's contingent set out, the weather holding clear for once. Daenerys stood on the gatehouse parapet, watching them ride away. The tall, stoic figure of Brienne led the column, steel glinting in the pale morning sun. Snow crunched under horses' hooves. Jon and Sansa flanked Daenerys. Tormund was off with a separate patrol to the west, chasing rumors of wandering whites. Rare stragglers that might not have collapsed when the Night King perished, though it was likely a false alarm. The castle felt emptier by the day, as various detachments scattered to secure the North's far-flung corners. Jon glanced at Daenerys's drawn face, remembering the moment he told her the truth of his parentage. The tension between them remained, though they tried to mask it. He reached for her hand. She laced their fingers together, but her grip was cool. "It never ends," she said softly. "After the White Walkers, I thought maybe we'd earned a respite. But the realm is a patchwork of conflicts. We keep patching holes in a sinking ship." Jon squeezed her hand. "We'll hold it together, one step at a time." She managed a small nod, then gently withdrew her hand and strode away, calling for Grey Worm to discuss the next guard rotation. Jon watched her go, heart heavy. Even their brief moments of closeness felt overshadowed by the knowledge of their shared bloodline. He retreated to the yard, hoping to bury himself in tasks. That evening, as the sky darkened under thick clouds, Sansa summoned a small gathering in the Great Hall. Just a half-dozen people. Jon, Daenerys, Tyrion, Davos, Arya, and Bran. They huddled near a makeshift table, away from the partially collapsed dais. Torches and braziers provided meager light and warmth. Sansa began with a weary sigh. We've had no direct threats from Euron or Cersei's armies, but the cost of scattering our forces is high. We're leaving fewer men here in Winterfell if a sudden strike does come. We need to finalize fallback plans. If White Harbor is attacked, can we realistically send a relief force in time? If Bear Island is raided, do we have ships to reach it? We're spread thin. Arya cut in, arms folded. The Ironborn can't hold Bear Island if they raid it. Those are tough women, but it could still bleed our resources if we mount a rescue. Tyrion glanced at Daenerys and Jon. We could attempt a diplomatic approach with Euron, but that's likely pointless. He thrives on chaos and sees it as entertainment. Cersei encourages him. Without a strong navy, we remain on the defensive at sea. Davos tapped the table. We can't build a new fleet quickly, and Yara's letter said she can't spare many ships. For now, deterrence is all we have, Drogon's presence. But that doesn't solve the tension within the kingdom. Daenerys sat with her back stiff, eyes flicking between them. If we appear too vulnerable, Cersei may coordinate a land assault from the south eventually. She's building an army. So am I. But we need time to replenish. The question is, do we attempt to treat with her? Try another parley. Jon felt a chill at the thought. She broke her word last time. If we approach her now with no leverage, we risk showing our weakness. But ignoring her might embolden her too. Sansa's lips pressed thin. A letter, at least, to gauge her stance? Though I doubt it helps. She'll see it as a sign we're uncertain. Tyrion rubbed his temples. We could also approach other southern lords like House Tarly's remnants or what's left of them, or the lords of the Stormlands. Try to turn them against Cersei. But I suspect she's already wooed them with promises. Daenerys's expression hardened. She let Randyll Tarly and Dickon Tarly burn. That frightened some lords into submission, but it might also inspire hatred. Still, it's a gamble. They discussed possibilities for another hour, letters, envoys, small alliances. Bran said little, offering only cryptic hints that the future was uncertain. The tension grew thick. Eventually, Sansa ended the meeting, urging them to get rest. As they filed out, Daenerys lingered. Jon did too, drawn by an unspoken need to speak with her alone. When the others were gone, they stood in the half-ruined hall, silhouettes outlined by the flickering glow of dying torches. Snow drifted through the broken roof, settling on the stone floor. Daenerys wrapped her arms around herself. Jon approached, feeling the swirl of cold air between them. I know it's late, he said quietly, but can we talk? She nodded, expression guarded. Yes. Let's walk. They slipped out through a side doorway, traversing a corridor that led to a small courtyard enclosed by partial walls. It had once been a private garden. Now it lay blanketed in snow, the plants dead or dormant. A single weirwood sapling clung to life against one wall, red leaves sparse. Daenerys brushed her gloved fingers across its bark. Jon's breath plumed in the dark. How have you been? He asked softly. Truly. She let out a bitter laugh. That's a complicated question. I'm juggling concerns about the realm, about Euron, about Cersei. I see the North's weariness and I wonder if we'll ever have the strength to unify everyone. And inside my head I keep hearing the words, Rhaegar, Aegon Targaryen, blood of my blood. I feel as though I'm torn in two. Jon swallowed. I'm sorry. I wish there was some easy way to fix it. She turned to him, eyes shining in the faint moonlight. Perhaps there isn't a fix, but maybe we can find acceptance. Rhaegar was my brother, but I never knew him. You never knew him either. It's only a name, a legacy that shaped us without our choosing. I've come to terms with how we felt about each other before we knew. That bond doesn't vanish simply because we learned the truth. But it's complicated. The world would judge it harshly. He reached out, fingertips brushing her arm. If it means anything. I can't just switch off what I feel. Your presence still steadies me even if we share a bloodline we never expected. She let out a slow breath. Jon, I can't deny I have feelings for you, nor can I pretend I don't see the potential consequences. For now, I can't think about it too deeply. I have to rule to keep the realm from splintering. Maybe we can find a path forward that doesn't destroy us or our bond. He nodded, relief and sorrow mingling. I want that too. Her gaze fell to the patch of snow by her feet. Sansa and Arya know, yes? I can tell from their looks that you told them. I had to. They're my sisters or cousins. They deserve the truth and I trust them. They won't spread it without our consent. Daenerys nodded. If it remains among that small circle, we might manage. But secrets have a way of seeping out. And then what do? Jon grimaced. We face it. Together, if possible. If the North calls me to be their king, I'll refuse it. You have my word. She studied him, pain flickering in her eyes. I don't want you to refuse something you don't want, but I don't want to see you overshadowed or forced to bend a knee in the eyes of lords who think you have a better claim. All my life, I was told I was the last Targaryen, that the throne was my birthright. Now, I find I am not the last nor the first in line if one is strict about inheritance. Jon gently placed his hands on her shoulders, an unspoken offer of comfort. We'll find a way to unify the realm that doesn't tear us apart. Let the lords talk. Let them squabble over lines of succession. In the end, we need to do what's right for the people. You saved them from the dead. That can't be forgotten. She closed her eyes, leaning forward until her forehead touched his chest. The quiet of the courtyard wrapped around them. Snow fell in sparse flurries, melting on their cloaks. For a long moment, they simply breathed, clinging to that fragile closeness. He wanted to kiss her, to recapture the warmth they once shared without guilt. But the weight of their revelation pressed down, cautioning them both. At last, she stepped back, features set with resolve. Come spring, if it ever comes, I may have to march south to challenge Cersei. Or she might march north to crush us. Either way, we'll need each other. And if, by some chance, we succeed in making this realm safe, we can decide then how to reveal the truth to everyone. Perhaps that day will never come, but that's our hope. Jon nodded. Hope is all we have. They parted quietly, returning to their chambers. Jon's mind churned with conflicting emotions, love, duty, dread, and a faint flicker of anticipation at the thought that maybe they could find acceptance. He fell into a restless sleep, dreaming of white dragons swirling through a stormy sky and black wolves prowling an endless winter forest. The weeks continued to pass, marked by small crises. Word arrived from Brienne that she had confronted the brigands in the neck, forcing most to scatter, but some still lurked in hidden bog paths. She requested an extra handful of soldiers for a final push. Sansa obliged, sending a few more from Winterfell. Tormund reported no sign of undead stragglers out west, likely a rumor. Euron's fleet remained elusive, occasionally spotted near Bear Island but never launching a direct raid. Daenerys kept up sporadic flights on Drogon, driving off any Ironborn scout ships that ventured too close to the coast. She flew high, out of range of potential scorpion bolts. Meanwhile, Rhaegal's wounds continued to improve. Sam noted that while the dragons still favored one side, the fractures had set. Rhaegal managed short flights around Winterfell's perimeter, though Daenerys worried he wasn't ready for sustained battles. One late afternoon, as Jon was overseeing spear drills in the courtyard, a messenger arrived on horseback bearing the colors of House Cerwyn. The man nearly fell from the saddle, his face bloodless. Jon helped him stand, calling for water. The rider gulped it down, then gasped an urgent request. I must speak with Lady Sansa or King Jon, you are. Gent news from the Long Lake region. Take me to him, Sansa said, appearing from across the yard with Arya in tow. Jon beckoned the messenger toward a quieter corner where they gathered around a bench. Daenerys, drawn by the commotion, joined them. The messenger sank onto the bench, breathing hard. Bandits, he said, voice hoarse. Or maybe deserters from the Bolton forces. They've seized a small hamlet near Long Lake. At first, folks said they were starving men just seeking shelter. But now they're extorting food, hurting people. And there's rumors they have an unnatural ally. Some say a white or a shadow. I don't know the truth, but they're terrorizing the local villages. House Cerwyn can't muster enough men to chase them off. Jon scowled, exchanging a glance with Sansa. Another pocket of trouble, just as they had in the neck. Arya's expression hardened. Should have tracked them down before. Some Bolton men fled after the Battle of the Bastards. They might have gone to ground, waiting for an opportunity. Daenerys's gaze flicked over the messenger. How many are we talking about? Maybe a few dozen, the man answered. They're led by someone who calls himself Reek the Returned, though I doubt it's his real name. Possibly mocking the stories of Theon Greyjoy or something. They make bonfires in the night, chanting. Villagers say it's unholy. Sansa lifted her chin. We can spare some men to root them out. We can't let bandits roam our lands. I'll not have the Bolton name or its remnants terrorize innocents any longer. Jon nodded. Agreed. I'll go personally. It won't take many of us, 2 or 3 dozen, well-armed should suffice. Daenerys's eyes flashed with concern. You, personally? You're needed here. We have so few experienced commanders left. Send another, someone capable. Arya snorted. Jon is the best tracker among us. He lived as a ranger in the Night's Watch. If these bandits are hiding in the wild, he'll find them. Jon met Daenerys's worried stare. I can handle it. This is what I do, protect the realm. I won't be gone long. She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Take enough men to ensure your safety. And send a raven if you need reinforcements. I can fly Drogon if necessary. Sansa signaled to a guard. Fetch Tormund, Davos, and a few others. We'll gather a small company. They can depart at first light tomorrow. Jon placed a hand on the messenger's shoulder. Rest and eat. We'll handle this. The man exhaled in relief, nodding gratefully. That night, Jon prepared. He sharpened Longclaw, checked the fit of his boiled leather armor, and assembled supplies, extra dragonglass in case the rumors of a white were true. Ghost followed him around, whining softly whenever Jon paused, as if sensing the upcoming journey. Daenerys found him in the armory near twilight. She dismissed the blacksmith with a polite nod, leaving them alone. The glow of forge fires flickered across her features. She brushed her fingers over Longclaw's wolf's head pommel. Your father's sword, or so you believed, now the sword of a Targaryen and a Stark. Jon bowed his head. It was Lord Commander Mormont's sword, actually passed down to me. Valyrian steel is always an advantage. She studied him in the half-light. You're sure you want to do this yourself? He set the sword aside, turning to face her fully. Yes. We can't let these bandits sow more terror. I owe it to the north. Just because the dead are gone doesn't mean we allow lawlessness. Davos will come, and Tormund. A half-dozen knights. It'll be enough. She stepped closer, placing a hand on his chest. You promised to stand by me. Don't do anything reckless. He covered her hand with his. I'll be careful. We'll likely outnumber them, and rumor often exaggerates. We'll root them out quickly. Her eyes searched his face, and for an instant he saw raw fear. After the dead, after all we lost, I can't bear the thought of losing you to some petty bandits. He leaned his forehead against hers, the weight of their shared secrets pressing in. You won't lose me. I promise. She closed her eyes, letting her hand linger on his chest a moment longer before stepping back. Go, then. End this trouble. Return safe. We'll manage the rest here. Morning came with a dull gray sky. Jon rode out with a company of about 30, Tormund, Davos, a handful of experienced knights from the Vale, plus some northern men who had scouted the area around Long Lake. Arya wanted to join, but again they dissuaded her, insisting her presence was needed at Winterfell. She seemed half-tempted to slip away and follow, but a single sharp look from Sansa told Jon she would stay. He was grateful. They took the King's Road northward, then cut east along narrow tracks toward the lake. The snow underfoot was crusted with ice, making travel slow. Ghost loped ahead, occasionally disappearing among the trees. The men spoke little, each focused on the trail. Tormund hummed a tuneless melody, scanning the horizon. Davos rode near Jon, exchanging quiet remarks about potential strategies. After 2 days' travel, they reached the outskirts of a hamlet battered by winter. Smoke curled from a few huts, but the place seemed deserted. A cautious approach revealed tumbled fences, splashes of dried blood in the snow, footprints leading away. They found one old woman hidden in a half-burned barn, half-starved. She told them the bandits had come demanding tribute. Those who resisted were beaten or killed. The leader was a scarred man wearing a tattered flayed man sigil, calling himself Reek the Returned. He claimed to have a demon on his side, some creature of the night. In terror, the hamlet's folk had fled or hidden. Jon's gut churned at the mention of a flayed man sigil. The Boltons had left deep scars on the north. He helped the old woman onto a horse, instructing her to head south, where Lord Serwyn might shelter her. The company pressed on, following the footprints. Tormund scowled. A demon, they say. Maybe a white? I thought they all collapsed when the Night King fell. Davos shrugged. Who knows? We'll keep Dragonglass close in case. They tracked the footprints to a wooded ridge overlooking part of Long Lake. By dusk, they spotted a flicker of firelight deeper in the trees. The men dismounted, tying horses under cover. Ghost prowled forward, nose to the ground. Jon signaled Tormund and a few others to flank left, Davos and the knights to flank right. He took the center, creeping through snow-laden pines. Soon they saw a clearing dotted with tents and a large bonfire. Figures moved around it, at least 20 men. Some wore scraps of Bolton livery, others had no sigils. A tall man stood near the fire, brandishing a flail. The flayed man's sigil was slung across his shoulders like a cape. Reek the Returned, presumably. Jon's blood simmered at the memory of Ramsay Bolton. If these men dared claim the Bolton legacy, they would find no mercy. Ghost slunk around the perimeter, invisible in the gloom. Jon waited for the flanking signals, 2 short whistles from Tormund's side, then a quick rattle from Davos's. He inhaled, gripping Longclaw. Then he stepped into the edge of firelight. Lay down your arms, he shouted, voice ringing. In the name of House Stark, surrender now or face justice. A stir of alarm swept the bandits. Some scrambled for weapons. Reek the Returned peered at Jon, then snarled, House Stark? The Starks are gone. The Boltons ruled Winterfell. Ramsay was our rightful lord. We carry on his glory. Jon's rage flickered. Ramsay was a monster. The Boltons are extinct. Put down your weapons and we might grant you mercy. Reek sneered. I don't think so, bastard of the north. We know who you are. The living dead. Or so they say. You reek of cowardice. We have a power you can't match. He turned to gesture at a dark shape near the fire, a tall cage draped in a ragged cloth. Something rattled inside. Jon's men crept from the shadows, forming a half-circle around the clearing. Tormund's axe glinted, Davos clutched a sword. The Vale Knights readied crossbows. The bandits, realizing they were surrounded, bared steel with desperate glares. Reek cackled, yanking the cloth from the cage. Inside crouched a gaunt, half-decayed figure, dried skin pulled tight over bones. Its eyes burned blue in the firelight, a white. Jon's heart lurched. How was it still animated if the Night King was gone? The white scrabbled at the bars, silent except for the rasp of dead breath. See? Reek crowed. Our demon obeys me. We captured it months ago. We feed it scraps. We worship it like the drowned men worship the sea. Death is power. A jolt of unease rippled through Jon's men. Tormund spat. You're fools. That thing'll turn on you soon as it can. Reek shrugged, eyes wild. We keep it locked up. And we discovered something marvelous. Its bite doesn't always kill. Some get infected, become like it. We'll unleash an army of them one day. We only need enough victims. Jon felt cold horror. You're mad. The White Walkers are gone. You think you can replicate their sorcery? Reek bared his teeth. We have the flayed man's legacy. Pain is strength. We have the demon. And we'll feed you to it. Jon's fury boiled over. Knock him down, he growled, gesturing at the bandits. Destroy that white or set it aflame. Before he could give a proper order, Reek hurled the cage open. The white lunged out, stumbling on crooked limbs. It hissed, sprinting toward Jon's men. The bandits rushed forward too, an unorganized charge fueled by desperation. Chaos erupted. Jon bellowed for Dragonglass, stepping into the path of the white. Tormund and a Vale Knight engaged half a dozen bandits on the flank. Davos parried a wild slash from a bearded thug. Ghost leapt onto a man, dragging him down in snarls of white fur and red blood. The white came at Jon with unnerving speed. It wore rags, a withered face twisted in a permanent grimace. Longclaw could kill it if used properly. Jon pivoted, slicing at its torso. The blade bit deep. The white staggered but did not crumble. It was older than the Night King's main host, perhaps tethered to some leftover magic. Snarling, it lunged again, claw-like fingers raking at Jon's armor. He stumbled back, heart hammering. A crossbow bolt from one of the knights slammed into the white's shoulder, spinning it around. Another man thrust a dragonglass-dipped spear. That time it struck home. The white collapsed in a flurry of bones and rotted flesh, dissolving into black dust. Jon exhaled shakily. Meanwhile, Tormund fought with savage glee, burying his axe in a bandit's chest. Davos disarmed a second foe, but a third came at him from behind until a Vale Knight intervened. Ghost darted among them, vicious and silent. Within minutes, Reek's men lay dead or subdued. Reek himself tried to flee, but ran straight into Tormund's waiting axe handle. Tormund slammed him to the ground with a growl. Gotcha, you bastard, Tormund grunted. Reek spat blood, cursing. Jon strode over, chest heaving. Bandits moaned among the roots of pines, some unconscious. The smell of blood and rotted white flesh hung thick. One of Jon's men stoked the bonfire, preparing to burn the remains. Reek glared up from the dirt, fury mingled with fear. You'll die for this, Reek hissed. Ramsay's spirit will haunt you. The demon. Jon's lip curled. Ramsay Bolton can rot in the seven hells and your demon is destroyed. You have nothing. He knelt, voice low. You tortured innocents, claimed the Bolton name. The North will see your end. Reek bared teeth in a final snarl. If we'd had more time, we'd have bred an army of whites. Enough, Jon snapped. He rose, exchanging a glance with Tormund and Davos. The men around them looked grim. Tormund spat on the ground. We hang him? Or do you want his head? Jon remembered the lessons from Ned Stark. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. He gave a small nod. He led these atrocities. I'll do it. A hush fell. Reek struggled, hurling insults. But the men pinned him. Jon drew Longclaw, ignoring the flicker of pity in his chest. Mercy was not an option for such a criminal. With one swift stroke, he took Reek's head. Blood spattered on the snow, steaming in the cold air. The final vestiges of Ramsay's vile legacy slumped at Jon's feet. The men exhaled as one. Some spat curses at the severed head. Others muttered about the demon white that nearly turned the fight. Jon felt a hollow victory. Another pocket of chaos stamped out, but it left an uneasy question. If one white could remain, were there others? They spent the rest of the night gathering the bandit bodies and burning them along with the whites' remains, ensuring no contagion lingered. A few battered villagers emerged from hiding at dawn, weeping with relief. Jon promised them House Stark's protection, urging them to rebuild. He left 2 men behind to help, then turned back toward Winterfell with the main group, eager to deliver the news that the threat was ended. The return journey took 3 days. Snow deepened, slowing their pace. Ghosts scouted ahead, occasionally returning with a stray rabbit or wild fowl. The men were grateful for extra meat, as their rations dwindled. Davos commented how it reminded him of the old days on campaign with Stannis, forging onward through cold, uncertain territory. Finally, they saw Winterfell's towers on the horizon, half draped in scaffolding, with Targaryen and Stark banners stirring in the wind. Relief swept through Jon. He wanted to see Sansa's calm presence, Arya's sharp grin, Tormund's boisterous jibes, and most of all, Daenerys's face when he told her he'd returned unscathed. Perhaps it would ease some of the tension between them. They crossed the drawbridge at dusk, greeted by watchmen who cheered at the success. Jon dismounted, rubbing his stiff legs, and patted Ghost's flank. Davos and Tormund led the men to the stables. The courtyard bustled with torches. Jon spotted Sansa descending the steps from the great keep, cloaked in gray fur. Arya trailed behind her, and next to them stood Daenerys, hair pinned back in a braided crown, a silver chain clasping her cloak. Jon hurried forward, meeting them under the flickering torchlight. Sansa's eyes held relief. Arya gave him a quick nod, as if to say, "Good, you're back." Daenerys's face betrayed a quiet tension until she saw he was unhurt. Then her shoulders visibly relaxed. "It's done," Jon said. "The bandits are finished. They had a white, unbelievably, but we destroyed it. Their leader is dead." Sansa's gaze flicked with surprise. "A white?" Arya scoffed. "Truly? I thought they all perished." Jon rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Apparently not. Some leftover magic, or it was turned a different way. Regardless, it's gone now." Daenerys stepped closer. "And you're unharmed?" Jon nodded, feeling a subtle warmth. "Yes, no casualties on our side, just a few minor injuries. Tormund smashed their leader. We took care of the rest." She exhaled, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I'm glad. You should rest. The men too. We'll talk in the morning about what you found." Sansa asked a few more details. Jon explained the brutality, the remnants of Bolton loyalty. She shook her head in disgust. "Ramsay's shadow lingers even in death. But no more." They parted, each heading to their tasks. Jon handed off his horse to the stable hands, then sank into the routine of returning from a small campaign. Removing his armor, checking for scratches, washing away the grime of the road. It felt oddly normal, a glimpse of the life he'd known with the Night's Watch or while warring against Ramsay. But he couldn't push away the weight of everything else. His Targaryen heritage, the uncertain future with Daenerys, the threats from Euron and Cersei. That night, as he settled into his chamber, Ghost curled on the floor. He couldn't sleep. The wind hissed outside, rattling the shutters. Memories of that caged white gnawed at him. Then came the memory of Daenerys's eyes when she'd asked if he was unharmed. He sat up, exhaling. He needed to see her, if only to confirm they still stood on the same ground. Quietly, he left the room, patting down the torchlit corridor. 2 unsullied guarded Daenerys's door. At his approach, they inclined their spears but recognized him and stepped aside. Jon knocked softly. A moment later, her voice answered. He slipped inside, finding the room lit by a single brazier. Daenerys stood near the table, wearing a plain robe. She looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes, followed by something like relief. "Jon," she murmured. "Couldn't sleep?" He managed a tired smile. "No, my mind's buzzing. May I stay a moment?" She gestured for him to sit on the small bench. He did, removing his gloves. She poured hot water from a kettle into a cup, handing it to him. He sipped, grateful for the warmth. The tension in his body slowly ebbed in her presence, though the unspoken truth lay between them. "Thank you," he said softly, "for waiting up. I know it's late." She studied him across the low table. "I wanted to see you return safe. When I heard you'd arrived, my heart finally settled." He set the cup down, meeting her gaze. A current of longing passed between them, tempered by knowledge. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, though her expression was pained. "I hate this distance," he confessed. "I want to ease your worries, hold you without fear. But we have so many walls between us now." Her eyes flicked to the brazier. "We do. We share a name that binds us in ways Westeros condemns. And we share a cause that demands we be strong for others. Perhaps all we can do is endure this complexity. Let time guide us." He nodded, swallowing the ache. "Time," he echoed. "We'll do what must be done. For now, I'm just glad to be near you." She squeezed his hand, then released it, stepping around the table. She lowered herself next to him on the bench. The shadows played over her face. With a tentative motion, she rested her head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her. They sat like that in fragile peace, the hush broken only by the crackle of the brazier. He closed his eyes, inhaling the faint scent of lavender in her hair. For a moment, the burdens receded. No king's name, no queen's crown, no nightmares of the dead. Just two souls seeking solace in a bitter winter. Eventually, she murmured, "You should get some real rest. Tomorrow brings new trials." He kissed her temple gently. "I'll go in a moment," he said, voice subdued. He didn't want to move to lose this fleeting comfort. Yet the world tugged at them from every side. They lingered for a few minutes more before he rose, bidding her good night. Her eyes followed him to the door, and in that silent exchange, they acknowledged that nothing was resolved yet, that their struggles, both personal and political, lay ahead. But there was a corner of warmth they shared, a small flame that might endure if they nurtured it through the storms to come. His footsteps echoed in the corridor as he returned to his own chamber. The guards resumed their post at Daenerys's door, impassive. Outside, the wind howled, a reminder that winter's chill was far from over. The realm endured an uneasy calm, with trouble on every horizon. Yet for that night at least, Jon felt a quiet sense of hope, as fragile as a single flame in a dark hall. Perhaps it would be enough to guide them through whatever tomorrow brought. Over the next few days, life at Winterfell settled into an uneasy routine once again. Brienne returned victorious from the Neck, having subdued the last of the Frey brigands. Tormund reported no further sightings of Whites or Iron-born raiders. Messengers from the west indicated that small gatherings of bandits had dispersed, preferring not to test the new alliances. For a rare moment, it seemed the North might finally enjoy a semblance of peace. But with peace came restlessness. Soldiers idle for too long began to fret. The threat of Euron still lingered, as did the knowledge of Cersei's buildup in the south. Daenerys spent hours in the library with Sam and Tyrion, studying old accounts of Targaryen rule, looking for precedent on how to unify fractured kingdoms. She sometimes invited Jon to join, but his mind was not well suited to scholarly texts. He'd sit by, half-reading, more often caught in his own labyrinth of thoughts. He found Sansa in the courtyard one cold afternoon, overseeing distribution of flour from newly arrived wagons out of White Harbor. She wore a pragmatic expression, ensuring each village representative got an equal share. When she finished, Jon approached. "How's the food supply?" he asked, adjusting the collar of his cloak. The wind bit at his cheeks. Sansa smiled faintly. "We'll manage through the rest of winter if we're careful. The Vale's assistance has been critical. The wildlings have hunted game, which helps. But we can't rely on that if storms worsen." Jon nodded. "At least there's no sign of a major threat at the gates. We have time to plan for spring planting, maybe." She rubbed her gloved hands together, breath-forming white clouds. "If spring ever decides to come, the north might be locked in snow for months yet, but we'll endure. We always do." She hesitated, then added in a quieter tone, "How are you holding up? You've seemed overshadowed." He considered lying, but Sansa's eyes reflected genuine concern. "There's a lot on my mind," he said softly. "The truth about my parentage is a burden. I'm worried about what happens if more people learn." Sansa's lips tightened. "Do you plan to keep it hidden forever?" Jon frowned. "I don't know. Maybe until after the threat from Cersei is dealt with. The realm can't handle another succession crisis right now. If they heard I'm a Targaryen by blood, it could spark chaos." Sansa nodded, though her jaw set. "I understand, but secrets rarely remain secrets forever. If you wait too long, it might feel like betrayal to those who thought you were just Ned Stark's son." He sighed. A difficult choice, yes. But for now we remain quiet. Are you comfortable with that? She paused, searching his face. It's not ideal, but for you I'll keep your confidence. I do fear that lords like Glover or Manderley might jump at the chance to declare you king if they learned. That would put Daenerys in a precarious position. Jon grimaced. Exactly why we can't let it out. Daenerys does not need that threat from within while also dealing with Cersei outside. Sansa nodded. We'll manage. Still, be prepared. The North never lacks rumors. He mustered a small smile. Thank you, Sansa. They parted as she went to address a group of small folk, and he lingered in the yard, shoulders weighed down. He recalled how swiftly rumors had spread during the dead's approach. Fear took hold like wildfire. This secret might be even more volatile, igniting not just fear but ambition in some. Later, after a sparse supper, Jon climbed the battlements to clear his head. Snow draped the parapets. The stars peeked through a ragged cloud cover. He rested his forearms on the cold stone, gazing across the plains. The hush of winter at night reminded him of his time at the wall. The memory made him shudder. He died there once. Now he lived under an even greater weight, a living question of identity. A presence stirred behind him. Arya? She stepped up without a sound, black cloak blending into the shadows. Couldn't sleep? She asked, voice low. He shook his head. Seems to be a habit lately. She leaned on the battlement, eyes scanning the endless snow. I've been thinking about leaving for a bit. He frowned. Leaving Winterfell? She nodded. Just for a time. There's a whole realm out there and I want to see what remains. There's trouble on the roads, but I handle trouble well. I could check in on Hot Pie, Gendry's old friend in the Riverlands, see if he's all right. Maybe even circle around to the Vale. Gather intelligence, see if the lords are truly loyal to us or to themselves. I'm restless here. Sansa has plenty of help and you have Daenerys, Tyrion, and Davos. What use am I besides a second blade? Jon studied her face. She wore the same determined expression she'd had as a child whenever she was told she could not do something. You do what you wish, Arya. We can't confine you. But the realm is still dangerous. I can't lose you. She huffed. You won't. I've survived worse than bandits or Ironborn. I won't go far. Might do more good traveling lightly than staying cooped up. Keep an ear out for rumors of any alliance Cersei might be forging. Maybe check on the Tullis and Riverrun if they still hold it. He sighed, though a part of him recognized her skill. Just be careful. When do you plan to leave? She shrugged. A few days, maybe. Sansa's not thrilled, but she understands. I can't stay idle. If I find anything urgent, I'll send a raven. Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. All right? Just come back to us. A fleeting smile touched her lips. I will. She stepped away, merging into the night. Jon watched her vanish into the shadows, heart heavy yet oddly proud. Arya was no child. She'd carved her path, survived Harrenhal, Bravos, the faceless men. She would do what she must, and he had no right to stop her. He turned back to the horizon, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. The realm was in flux, with old alliances uncertain, new threats emerging. Perhaps Arya would glean valuable information. Perhaps she simply needed space from the suffocating gloom of Winterfell. Jon couldn't blame her. Days passed, and sure enough, Arya departed one morning at dawn, slipping out with 2 horses, one for her gear and one for herself. She said brief farewells to Jon and Sansa, ignoring Tyrion's polite attempts to gather more details. Then she was gone, riding south with the winter wind at her back. Sansa fretted, but Jon reassured her that Arya knew what she was doing. Brienne remained in the neck for a time, pacifying the region further. Gendry continued to labor at the forge, forging arrowheads and refurbishing battered swords. Tormund spoke of heading beyond the wall eventually once sure no undead remained. Daenerys kept vigilant, patrolling the coastline on Drogon. Rhaegal managed longer flights but still favored one wing. Then, one crisp afternoon, a raven arrived with the sigil of a golden lion. Suspicion rippled among those who saw the courier. Tyrion and Daenerys read the letter behind closed doors, then emerged with grim faces to summon Jon and Sansa. In the newly repaired Solar, they shared the contents. It was from Cersei Lannister. The letter's tone was mocking, reminding Daenerys that the Iron Throne remained in Lannister hands, hinting at deals struck with new allies in Essos and beyond. Cersei taunted that if Daenerys or the bastard who calls himself king in the north tried to push south, they would face fire and blood of our own making. She also insinuated that Euron's fleeting presence near the north was simply a taste of her reach. Tyrion set the parchment aside, expression tight. She's rattling her saber, reminding us she can strike at will if we appear weak. And she might well do it. Sansa folded her arms. It's a challenge. She wants to see if we flinch. Daenerys's knuckles whitened on the table's edge. If I had all 3 dragons at full strength, I'd be tempted to scorch her fleets. But we're not there yet. Regal heals and half my armies are scattered or recovering. We must be patient. Jon sighed. We keep defenses ready. No rash moves. If she thinks we'll march soon, she might strike first. We can't let her provoke us into a losing war. Davos, standing by the door, nodded. Stannis taught me that a single miscalculation can cost everything. Best we hold fast until the realm is more stable or until we have a real opening. A hush followed, the tension palpable. Daenerys finally let out a low breath. So be it. We'll ignore her threat. For now. They parted, each unsettled by the knowledge that a new war could spark at any moment. Jon was reminded that the Night King had once overshadowed every concern. Now, ironically, it was the living who threatened them, lords and queens jockeying for advantage on a battered chessboard. The realm had survived a great darkness only to remain entangled in man-made strife. Outside, snow fell steadily, piling over the courtyard. The watch called the evening hour. Sansa oversaw the final ration distribution for the night. Tyrion retreated to his quarters, no doubt to brood over Cersei's letter. Daenerys vanished into the map room to consult with Grey Worm. Jon roamed aimlessly until he found himself in the Godswood, the old heart tree silhouetted against drifting flakes. He knelt by the carved face, remembering how Ned Stark once prayed here, how it had been the quiet heart of House Stark. Now the house was changed. Bran was the three-eyed raven. Sansa had become a leader of men. Arya a lethal wanderer, Rickon was gone, and Jon himself was no true Stark at all, but a Targaryen. Yet he still felt the old god's presence as he touched the cold trunk. He closed his eyes, whispering, "Father Ned, are you proud of what we've done? We saved the realm from the dead. But I feel more lost than ever. I hold a secret that could break everything we've built. I follow Daenerys, but she is my aunt. I love her. The realm might call it an abomination. Maybe it is. But I can't deny my heart, nor my duty to unify the living. I wish you were here." Silence answered, the hush of falling snow. Then a crunch of footsteps behind him. He turned, half expecting Sansa or Daenerys. Instead, he saw Bran, gazing calmly with distant eyes. Bran rolled his chair closer, wheels muffled in the snow. "You speak to him often, don't you?" Jon rose, brushing snow from his knees. "Sometimes. It helps me think." Bran's face was inscrutable. He was proud of you even before you were born, in a way. He agreed to raise you as his own. That was an act of profound love. For you, for Lyanna. He'd want you to be at peace with who you are. Jon's throat tightened. Yet who am I truly? Stark? Targaryen? Both? Neither? Everything is tangled. Bran's gaze seemed to look through him. You are you. Names are ephemeral. The realm needs your leadership, your compassion. Whether they call you Jon or Aegon, it changes little if your heart remains the same. As for your bond with Daenerys, that is your choice to make. History is full of Targaryens who married close kin, but we live in a different age. The realm might recoil, or it might accept it if you bring peace. Jon bowed his head. I'm not sure they'd ever accept it. The North hates Targaryens enough as is. I can't force them to bend to old customs. Bran inclined his head. I do not see every outcome. I only know you stand at a crossroads, and you must decide what matters most. Love, duty, or fear. If you act out of fear, you may lose all. Act out of love, and you might find a path to unite the realm. Or you might tear it asunder. The choice is yours. Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. Bran's words echoed in his chest. He managed a nod, stepping forward to place a hand on his brother's shoulder. Thank you, he said quietly. You see more than I can fathom, but you're still family. I appreciate your guidance. Bran's lips curved in a faint smile. We are all pieces of a larger story, but we can still shape it. Take heart, Jon Snow. He turned his chair and left. Jon stood among the silent weirwood trees, breath steaming, heart heavy with Bran's advice. He looked up at the twisting branches overhead, small flakes clinging to the crimson leaves. The old gods gave no direct answer, only the gentle hush of falling snow. He returned to the keep, uncertain of his path. But as he crossed the courtyard, he glimpsed Daenerys stepping onto a balcony above, gazing at the swirling flakes. Their eyes met. In that shared look, he sensed the same longing, the same confusion, the same hope that maybe they could defy the realm's condemnation. The truth remained a sword poised over them, but so did a fragile promise that they might preserve what they had forged in the long night, an alliance born of desperation, tested in blood, and bound by something deeper than duty. Tomorrow might bring a dozen new crises. Euron's fleets, Cersei's armies, the realm's suspicion. But for tonight, they had each other in a battered fortress that had once stood for the Stark name alone. Perhaps, in time, it might stand for a union of Stark and Targaryen if they were bold enough to seize it. The snow fell, covering footprints, cloaking the scars of war. And in that fleeting stillness, Jon felt a stir of resolve. He would fight to keep them united, no matter what name he bore. For that was who he was, Ned Stark's son, Rhaegar's heir, the shield of the living, and a man determined to honor both bloodlines by forging peace in a land haunted by endless war. So the winter nights lengthened and the watchers on the walls kept vigilant for any sign of trouble. Among the silent godwood and the newly lit hearths, secrets breathed, half-known alliances formed, and the hush of uncertain promise spread across the battered stones of Winterfell. This was the calm before the next storm, with the faint hope that unity might endure. And high above, in the swirling sky, two dragons soared whenever Daenerys deemed it safe, their silhouettes proclaiming that House Targaryen still lived, entangled with House Stark in a bond neither wholly monstrous nor wholly sanctioned, but undeniably real. In that hush, far from the fields where the dead had once marched, life struggled on. Children laughed in courtyards, battered men hammered planks onto scaffolds, Sansa balanced ledgers and counsel, Arya scouted distant roads, and Tormund boomed his laughter in the gatehouse. Amid it all, Jon and Daenerys carried a secret that could redefine the realm or destroy it. For now, they bore the weight together, uncertain of tomorrow, but resolute in their shared vow to protect the living, come what may. And so Winterfell stood, battered but unbroken, a testament to resilience in a kingdom still trembling from the aftershocks of darkness. The final war for the soul of Westeros had not yet been fought. But the seeds of that war, and the seeds of a possible peace, had already been planted in the snows of the north, in the hearts of a Targaryen queen and a man who was both Stark and dragon. And as the days dragged on in frozen quiet, all of them prepared for the day when the next horn call would echo from the walls, summoning them to defend what they had saved or claim the future they dared to imagine. In the days that followed Arya's departure, Winterfell found itself in a tentative lull, a hush where the fires of survival still glowed brightly but no immediate threat pressed at the gates. Men drilled in the courtyard, the ring of steel echoing against half-rebuilt walls. Stable hands busied themselves grooming the few warhorses that remained fit for service. On the ramparts, guards peered across the snowbound expanse, scanning for any sign of Lannister banners or Euron sails, half expecting a fresh calamity to appear on the horizon. Yet no horn blasts shattered the silence. The sky remained a cold sweep of gray and white, as though even the weather were suspended in stasis, winter's hold on the north unbroken, but calm. Jon kept busy. He refused to waste the uneasy peace by letting the men grow lax. At dawn, he led sword drills or archery practice. By midday, he consulted with Sansa on supply reports or oversaw the forging of fresh weapons in Gendry's smithy. The clang of iron on the anvil reminded him that, for all the exhaustion that gripped them, a new struggle could spark at any moment. He refused to let Winterfell's garrison slip into complacency. He was also acutely aware that more was changing behind the stone facade of the castle. Tormund spoke of returning beyond the wall once he felt assured no hidden pockets of whites lingered. Davos quietly considered if his place was still in the north or if he should roam south to gather more news. Brienne, away pacifying the last trouble spots near the neck, might soon be needed elsewhere. And underlying everything, Jon felt the heavy knowledge of his parentage like a stone in his chest. He and Daenerys maintained a polite distance in public, though polite might have been too bland a word for the tension. They still relied on each other in council, took some meals together when possible, and conferred about strategy. But the closeness they had once shared was tinted by caution. He could see it in her eyes each time they were alone for more than a moment, the unspoken questions, the swirl of longing and fear. When they managed private moments, they sometimes slid back into the comfort of a gentle embrace or a few whispered words only to pull apart again, the specter of Rhaegar Targaryen looming between them. Bran's counsel echoed in Jon's mind each night as he tried to sleep: if you act out of fear, you may lose all. Act out of love and you might find a path, or you might break what you have. Sometimes, in the quiet of his chamber, Jon found himself wrestling with the future, imagining how the realm might react if it learned the truth. He almost wished the afterlife had kept him. But then Ghost would rest his head on Jon's knee, or Jon would recall how Sansa, Arya, and the others were counting on him, and he would quell those dark thoughts. Several nights after Arya's departure, a small council of sorts convened in the newly repaired library, where Sam and Tyrion had laid out old maps and scrolls across a broad table. Davos stood in a corner, arms folded, listening with keen focus. Sansa perched on a stool, her fur-lined cloak draped neatly over the back. Daenerys stood beside Jon, scanning the maps. Gendry had been invited to weigh in on forging capacity. He stood shyly near the shelves, occasionally rubbing soot from his hands onto his trousers. Tyrion tapped a worn parchment. We've made progress forging new arrowheads and spear tips from the leftover dragonglass. The question is whether we want to keep focusing on that, or shift to more conventional steel. There's no pressing threat from whites now, though we saw how one stray white nearly caused havoc with those bandits. Sam readjusted his spectacles, which he'd found in an old chest. There's still a value in dragonglass. We don't know if any small clusters of undead remain, or if some White Walker magic endures in the far north. But I agree there's a limited demand. We might produce more standard arms. Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. Our armies are depleted. Recruiting and training men means they'll need steel swords, armor, pikes. We can't rely on the remains of the dragonglass for everything. She glanced at Gendry. How quickly can we produce sets of plate for, say, 100 new knights or men-at-arms? Gendry wiped his brow self-consciously. We have a few apprentices now, some local smiths from White Harbor, and a couple from the Vale. Even with all of us working, forging 100 full sets could take months. We need more iron and good coal. The supply lines are fragile. White Harbor can send some, but the roads are slow. Sansa let out a faint sigh. Everything depends on the roads. We try to keep them cleared of snow, but storms blow in unpredictably. Some days we can move wagons, some days we can't. She turned to Davos. We might arrange a coastal barge from White Harbor to a point near here, but that's also risky if the seas freeze or if Euron lurks. Davos inclined his head. Aye, the Shivering Sea is no friend to battered ships. We can do some barge runs, but not enough to meet all our needs. The small roads are still our best bet. Tyrion leaned forward, steepling his fingers. It's not ideal, but if we want to be ready for any Lannister aggression come spring, we must do what we can. We might aim to equip a smaller corps of elite soldiers with proper plate 50, perhaps, while the rest get simpler gear, boiled leather, steel caps, chain mail. Daenerys looked at Jon. Any thoughts? He shrugged, scanning the map absently. We do what's feasible. No matter what gear we produce, we need men to wield it. We must also feed them. The meager harvest and the supplies from the Vale and White Harbor won't sustain a vast army for long. If Cersei commits to war in the spring or summer, we either stand a siege or try to meet her in open battle. Both require numbers we don't have. Sam spoke up, his voice gentle but urgent. But Cersei might face her own troubles. The small folk in the Crownlands are weary, the gold is running short, and she's resorting to Sel's words. It's costly to maintain mercenaries if the war drags on. We can hope that bankrupting herself might force her to negotiate. Tyrion grimaced. You overestimate my sister's willingness to see reason. She's cunning enough to find gold or alliances somewhere, perhaps in Essos. And Euron is no ordinary pirate, he wields a cunning cruelty. Daenerys flexed her fingers on the edge of the table. Then we proceed carefully. We build arms, strengthen alliances, and hold the north together. If an opening arises, some discontent among Cersei's vassals, we exploit it. Until then, we wait. For now, that's all we can do. They agreed on tasks. Sansa would handle supply lines, Davos and Gendry would oversee forging efforts, Tyrion would coordinate intelligence from the south, Sam would keep an eye on any emergent threat of leftover undead. Daenerys and Jon would continue ensuring unity among the lords. With the meeting concluded, each departed the library to tackle their burdens. Jon lingered, letting Daenerys step away with Tyrion. She gave Jon a faint, understanding nod before following the imp into the corridor. He felt the familiar ache of their distance. Stifling a sigh, he turned to Sam, who was gathering scrolls from the table. How fare the efforts to salvage any knowledge from the Citadel? Jon asked quietly. Sam brightened. Well enough. I've written for more volumes to be sent from Old Town, though I doubt the Archmasters will be enthusiastic. Still, they might send some of the less critical texts. I've also asked them about any references to leftover whites after the long night. So far, no direct mention, but it's possible. I'd rather not be caught off guard. Jon placed a hand on Sam's shoulder. Your work is invaluable. Keep at it. Sam beamed, though worry still haunted his eyes. I will, Jon. Gilly and little Sam are well, at least. They seem to enjoy the cold more than me. Jon managed a small grin. Then he left, drifting through the corridors until he reached the courtyard, where Sansa oversaw a fresh arrival of wagons from White Harbor. A small line of men in Manderley livery carried crates of salted fish, dried fruit, and casks of ale. Sansa, flanked by 2 stewards, counted each. She looked up, catching Jon's eye with a questioning lift of her brow. He offered a nod of acknowledgement, stepping aside so as not to disrupt her. The northern wind whistled around him, but the day was oddly bright. Sunlight glinted off the snow. On impulse, Jon climbed the newly restored steps to the ramparts, scanning the distance from the high vantage. The plain stretched white and silent, the tree line standing as a ragged fringe. No banners rose from that horizon, no sign of Euron's approach or any southern army, just emptiness and the hush of drifting flakes. Ghost appeared at his side, snout brushing Jon's gloved hand. Jon scratched behind the direwolf's ear, thankful for the companionship. He cast his mind back to the time, not so long ago, when this fortress teemed with horrors. Ramsay's cruel whims, the Bolton's flayed banners. Now House Stark and House Targaryen had reclaimed it, but old shadows lingered in corners. He found himself remembering the day he'd executed Ramsay in the courtyard. The entire North had rallied behind him then, hailing him as Ned Stark's son, the rightful leader in place of a mad dog. That memory soured with the knowledge that he was not truly Ned's son. Still, the northern lords had accepted him, and he had bled for them against the dead. In the quiet of the rampart, he prayed that if the truth ever emerged, they would not tear themselves apart choosing between the queen they had grown to respect and the man some might see as the rightful Targaryen heir. The next day, Tormund announced his intent to lead a final expedition beyond the wall to confirm no undead stragglers lurked there. I'll take a handful of free folk, plus a few crows if they're willing, he told Jon over a meal in the Great Hall. You can come, Snow, if you like. One more foray into the real North. Jon shook his head. I've enough on my plate here. He clasped Tormund's forearm. But thank you. If you find anything unnatural, send a raven. Or come back swiftly. Tormund let out a hearty laugh, though it rang with nostalgia. I still don't trust those birds, but I'll do it. Don't you go dying again while I'm gone. Jon smirked. I'll try not to. And with that, Tormund departed a day later, leading about 30 wildlings. Some men, some women, all tough as old roots. They left through the castle gates at dawn, carrying stout supplies and dragonglass weapons, ghostly shapes disappearing into the swirling snow. Sansa quietly hoped he would return in spring, for the winter roads beyond the wall were more treacherous than ever. But Tormund was unstoppable, driven by the wildling spirit and the conviction he'd rather freeze among the free folk than linger in a place of uneasy politics. Weeks slipped by. The temperature dropped again, as though the year refused to yield to any hint of spring. Sansa fretted about diminishing stores, but repeated wagon trains from White Harbor kept them afloat. In the yard, men continued drilling. Some new recruits trickled in from smaller northern houses, sons or nephews of lords who had recovered from the Great War's losses, deciding to pledge themselves to House Stark or to the Targaryen cause. Jon tried to welcome them, though he sensed their wariness around dragons. Rhaegal, for his part, had progressed in his recovery enough to attempt a flight around Winterfell each morning. Daenerys would stand in the courtyard, offering encouragement. One day, Tyrion and Sam joined her, and Sam took notes on the dragon's movements, scribbling observations. Jon watched from the ramparts as Rhaegal spread his wings, launching upward with a mighty gust of air. Though he seemed to labor, the dragon soared once around the towers and then back down, roaring in either triumph or frustration at the strain. Daenerys reached a hand to pat the dragon's flank, murmuring in Valyrian. After that display, She walked away with a set jaw and bright eyes, perhaps seeing hope that Regal would soon be at full strength. In the midst of that routine, a new visitor arrived at Winterfell's gates. The guards announced him at dusk, a ranger from the Night's Watch. Surprised, Jon hurried out to meet the newcomer in the courtyard. The ranger was a young man with tired eyes, wearing the black cloak of the watch, though it was tattered and crusted with ice. He dismounted stiffly, bowing to Jon. "My lord," or, "Forgive me, I'm not sure what title you prefer." He flushed. "I've come from Castle Black with news. Some wildlings were seen near Eastwatch. Some might be Tormund's men. And we've had a few sightings of illusions on the ice. Could be nothing. We wanted to be safe." Jon remembered Tormund had indeed traveled that way. Tormund Giantsbane is out there. He might pass near Eastwatch. As for illusions, are you certain no whites remain? The ranger shook his head. "We found no bodies or footprints that led us to a true conclusion. Could be swirling snow, or some glimmer of leftover magic. We're not sure. But the Lord Commander Dolorous Ed, he asked me to ride south and inform you. He thought you'd want to know anything unusual." Jon smiled faintly at the mention of Ed, remembering the old camaraderie from the watch. "I appreciate it. Rest here for the night. I'll have Sansa or Daenerys help arrange supplies. In the morning, you can bring a raven's message back to Ed. We'll decide if we need to send men to investigate." Thus, the next morning, the ranger departed with a letter from Jon expressing gratitude for the watch's vigilance and instructing Ed to keep them apprised. Another small worry overshadowing daily life. They had survived the dead, but the North might still harbor echoes of that supernatural threat. In the swirl of these minor crises, Jon found occasional moments to slip into the Godwood with Daenerys or to share a quiet meal in the Solar. Their conversations were cautious but warm, orbiting around strategy or the well-being of the realm. Sometimes, late at night, he joined her in her chamber just to talk, to be near her presence, though the deeper intimacy they'd once shared was tempered by the knowledge of their blood tie. Even so, the comfort of her closeness, the softness of her voice in the dark, helped chase away nightmares of the dead or the burdens of governance. On a few occasions, lips brushed in fleeting kisses that tasted of longing. Each time, they parted with unspoken promises that, for now, this was enough. News arrived from the south that King's Landing had seen an influx of new Sellsword companies. Tyrion's network reported that the Ragged Standard and the Stormcrows, once minor groups in Essos, had landed in the Crownlands. Euron's ships had ferried them across, swelling Cersei's forces. Another letter from the Tarly bastards who had scattered after their father's and brother's execution suggested some might join with Cersei out of hatred for Daenerys's earlier draconic display. None of it boded well for a lasting peace. Daenerys took the news stoically. "She's building a tinderbox," she told Jon late one evening. "A realm balanced on mercenary loyalty and fear. Sooner or later, that will ignite." He nodded, studying her tense posture in the flickering firelight. "We'll be ready. Or we'll do all we can to be." She closed her eyes for a moment. "I can't help but remember my father's madness, how he relied on fear until it consumed him. Cersei has no dragons, but her cunning is just as deadly. I won't let her overshadow all we've done." Jon set a hand over hers. "No matter what, you have me. The North stands with you, most of it at least. We'll face her if she comes." She looked at him with a trace of sadness. "And if the realm discovers your truth before we do? Will they still stand with me, or will they push you forward as a more appealing Targaryen?" That question, unanswerable, haunted them both. Jon's only answer was to repeat that he'd refuse any crown. She nodded, but the shadow lingered in her eyes. One frigid morning, a messenger from the Vale arrived, bearing word from Lord Robin Arryn's Regent Council. They requested updates on Daenerys's plans. Would she require more knights to remain in the north, or could some return to the Vale to fortify their own realm? They also inquired, diplomatically, how long they were expected to supply Winterfell with provisions. Tyrion, reading between the lines, said it was likely the Vale was growing weary of constant shipments. The men might suspect the north would never repay them. "We can't blame them," Sansa said. "The Vale has given us so much. We must show gratitude or risk alienating them. Maybe we can promise some trade concessions once the roads open in spring: timber, furs, the usual." Daenerys agreed, dispatching a letter ensuring that the Vale Knights were free to depart if they wished, though she asked for a smaller contingent to remain in case of a Lannister move. She promised to repay them with favorable trade terms. Jon signed as well in recognition of the North's debt. A delicate balancing act, maintain alliances while not appearing to cling to outside forces. That evening, while the rest dined in the Great Hall, Jon stole a moment to check on Regal in the makeshift dragon pen at the courtyard's edge. The pen was a sturdy wooden enclosure with reinforced posts. Dragonfire had singed some corners, but it sufficed to house the recovering beast. Snow swirled in the torchlight as Jon approached. He found Daenerys there, whispering in Valyrian to Regal. Drogon perched on the far side, tail flicking. Regal's eyes glowed faintly in the fire's reflection, his flank rising and falling in slow breaths. The air smelled of scorched wood and the musty tang of a resting dragon. Jon paused by the fence, meeting Daenerys's gaze. She gestured for him to come closer. He eased inside the enclosure, boots crunching on a thin layer of ice. Regal snorted, shifting, but he recognized Jon's scent from long months of proximity. "He's been restless," Daenerys said softly. "He wants to fly more, hunt on his own. But I fear a long flight might reopen his injuries." Jon reached out slowly, letting Regal catch his scent. The dragon's hot breath blasted over Jon's glove, but he made no aggressive move. "He's strong," Jon murmured. "He'll heal in time." She nodded. "Yes." She placed her hand on Regal's flank, stroking the scaled texture. Then she glanced at Jon, that unspoken warmth flickering in her eyes. "Thank you for coming here. Everyone else is at supper." He shrugged. "I needed air. Might as well see how he fares." They stood side by side, the quiet broken only by the dragon's rumbling breaths. For a few minutes, neither spoke, content to share each other's presence in the hush. Then Daenerys sighed. "Sometimes I think about the future. If we truly defeat Cersei, if the realm is at peace, what then? Do we remain here, or do we build something new in King's Landing or somewhere else? The North is so different from anything I knew." Jon considered. "I grew up here, but I always felt like an outsider in my own home. The Night's Watch was the first place I found a sense of purpose. Then I left that behind, too. Now I'm half a Stark, half a Targaryen. I wonder if I fit anywhere." She turned to him, her gloved hand slipping into his. "You fit with me," she said quietly. "However complicated that may be." His chest tightened. "Always." They stood like that, breathing in the cold night air. Regal shifted, but the moment felt calm. Then Drogon stirred, letting out a low rumble that might have been impatience or curiosity. Daenerys gently led Jon away, locking the pen behind them. They returned to the keep in near silence, every step echoing with the complexity of their bond. Life continued in that tense pattern until a fresh horn blast shattered the monotony one mid-morning. Sansa, in the middle of reviewing grain ledgers, looked up as the echo reverberated across the courtyard. Jon, conferring with Tyrion in the library, rushed to the window. Soldiers scrambled on the walls, pointing at a cluster of riders approaching from the west. Banners fluttered, the direwolf of House Stark, and behind it, a smaller sigil that Jon recognized as the Manderley Merman. He and Tyrion hurried out to meet them. Sansa was already descending the steps, flanked by a pair of guards. In the courtyard, the riders clattered to a halt. They helped dismount a man heavily bundled in cloaks, Lord Wyman Manderley himself, it seemed, though thinner than Jon remembered. He gasped, pressing a hand to his broad chest. "Forgive the intrusion, my lords, my lady," Lord Wyman wheezed. "Urgent tidings. I rode with my retinue from White Harbor as fast as the roads allowed." Sansa offered him an arm, guiding him gently. "Speak inside, my lord. You're half frozen." He nodded, grateful, and allowed them to lead him into the great hall. A fire crackled in the hearth. Servants hurried to bring hot wine. Daenerys arrived from the training yard, cloak flapping, joining the circle around Manderley. Once he'd gulped some wine, he handed a folded parchment to Sansa. "Word from the port," he began. An Ironborn raiding party attempted to strike a small fishing village south of White Harbor, 7 moorings. They burned a few boats, threatened the villagers, demanded tribute. My men arrived in time to drive them off. They retreated to their ships, claiming to act on behalf of King Euron Greyjoy and his queen, Cersei. I fear more raids will come. The seas are uneasy. Davos, who had entered quietly, swore under his breath. They're testing our coastline again. Manderley nodded. Aye. And I bring an added worry. My scouts in White Harbor's harbor reported glimpses of a large fleet deeper out at sea, possibly 24 ships, some bearing the Lion of Lannister. They didn't engage, but it suggests Euron has allied ships with him. They linger just out of sight, perhaps waiting to pounce. Daenerys' jaw set. We can't allow them to terrorize our ports. White Harbor is vital to the North's trade. If Euron severs it, we starve. We must respond. Sansa's lips pressed together. But how? We have limited ships, and even Drogon can't sink an entire fleet if they scatter. We might need to fortify White Harbor, station men and scorpions on the walls. Jon rubbed his chin. We can do that, yes. But if Euron has too many ships, we're at a disadvantage. The question is, are they truly preparing a major attack or just probing? If we commit forces to White Harbor, we leave Winterfell with fewer men. Tyrion sighed. And if they bait us into one place, they might strike another. It's the cunning approach. Euron thrives on unpredictability. Daenerys's eyes burned with a fierce resolve. I'll fly Drogon to White Harbor. Show them a true deterrent. If Euron's ships see Drogon overhead, they might keep their distance. We can position scorpions on the harbor walls, just in case. She nodded to Davos. You know ships, my lord. Could you sail with a small crew? See if we can gather any intelligence from fishermen along the coast? Maybe we discover if Euron's poised for a real invasion or just raids. Davos agreed, though he looked uneasy. I'll do it. We can gather a few swift boats in White Harbor, keep an eye on the sea lanes. But if Euron commits his full might, we'll not last in open waters. Daenerys nodded. We're not looking for a naval battle. Just information. Lord Manderly, slightly recovered now, wiped his brow. I can muster more men for White Harbor's defense. But we'd be grateful for any knights or archers you can spare from Winterfell, Lady Sansa. Sansa exchanged a glance with Jon. He gave a slow nod. We can send a contingent, perhaps 50 archers and a few squads of infantry, along with some scorpions if we can haul them. Gendry can provide bolts and do quick repairs. That plus the dragon might deter serious assault. Daenerys looked at Jon, lips parted as if to speak further. Then she closed them, turning to Manderly. I'll prepare to depart in the morning. My men and I will accompany you back to White Harbor. Drogon will be at my side. Let Euron see the cost of aggression. Jon felt his heart lurch with worry. Each time Daenerys took to the skies against a threat, the image of an ice spear flashed in his mind, Viserion's downfall. But he recognized she was right. Only her dragon could truly ward off a large fleet. Sansa folded the parchment. We'll do all we can to protect White Harbor. Once the roads open enough for a supply train, we'll send grain if needed. Lord Manderly, your people have always been loyal. We won't let them face Euron alone. With that plan set, they disbanded. Daenerys spent the rest of the day organizing the small force that would travel with her. Half are unsullied, a portion of northern archers, a handful of Vale Knights plus supplies. Gendry and a few smiths prepared scorpions. Davos gathered charts and maritime knowledge. Tyrion, after some thought, chose to remain in Winterfell, feeling his presence was more needed for general council than for a potential standoff at sea. Jon found Daenerys alone in the library that evening, after the bustle of preparations. Maps were strewn across a table, pinned down by candles. She stood, arms folded, staring at the coastline etched in ink. He stepped close, softly clearing his throat. You're sure about this? She glanced at him, tension in her jaw. I have to be. If Euron sees weakness, he'll exploit it. The best deterrent is Drogon overhead, letting him know we can burn his ships if he strays too close. Jon's hand hovered near her elbow, but he didn't touch her yet. I won't argue with your reasoning, just be careful. If Euron is cunning, he might have scorpions or hidden ballistae to target Drogon. He used them in the south. I still remember how Qyburn built that huge scorpion that nearly wounded Drogon outside King's Landing. She nodded curtly, eyes darkening at the memory. I'll keep Drogon high. This is not an attack, just intimidation. She paused, voice growing softer. But I understand your worry. I feel it too. Losing Viserion was the worst day of my life. Jon exhaled, remembering the haunting screech of the dragon's death beyond the wall. I trust your caution. And Rhaegal's not ready for such a flight, so you'll go alone. Yes. Her hand drifted to a small star-shaped piece of metal on the table, a draft plan for scorpion bolts. I'll bring Grey Worm and the Unsullied to defend the city. Davos will do reconnaissance. I'll remain overhead or land near the city walls, a visible threat. If Euron tries to land, we'll be prepared. Jon swallowed. You should take Sansa's men too. The Manderley force alone might not be enough if Euron tries a ground incursion. She inclined her head. I will. We'll load them onto wagons for the road. White Harbor isn't far, but the snow will slow us. He reached out, tentatively resting his palm on her forearm. She didn't pull away. I wish I could come, he murmured, but the North needs me here, or so everyone keeps saying. If we both leave, Winterfell might unravel with rumors. And if Cersei tries something unexpected, we must keep some leadership in place. She gave a faint smile. This is the price we pay, dividing our strength to cover every possibility. I wish you were coming too. He let his touch linger, heart-pounding. Return soon. If anything changes, send a raven or messenger. I'll do the same. Her free hand curled around his, and for a beat, they locked eyes. Then she released him, the moment heavy with unspoken longing. Good night, Jon, she whispered. Good night, he replied, watching as she left. The next morning, Daenerys's company set forth from Winterfell's gates. Snow whipped across the yard as the Unsullied marched out in neat ranks, solemn and silent. Northern archers followed, adjusting cloaks, eyes wide at the idea of marching alongside the Dragon Queen to White Harbor. Gendry's team drove wagons carrying the scorpions and bolts, complaining quietly about the bumpy roads ahead. Lord Wyman Manderley, perched on a stout horse, saluted Sansa from the gatehouse. Davos trotted near the front, lips pressed together in determination. Daenerys herself rode at the center, Drogon flying overhead, casting a monstrous shadow across the walls. Even Rhaegal roared a farewell from the courtyard, though he remained behind. Jon stood on the ramparts with Sansa, nodding to Daenerys as she passed below. She lifted her gaze, returning a small nod of acknowledgement. Their eyes met briefly. Then she spurred her horse onward, and the procession vanished beyond Winterfell's walls. Long after they had disappeared into the snowy distance, Jon remained on the battlements. Sansa touched his arm. She'll be fine, she murmured. He exhaled. Yes. She's strong. Still, Euron is unpredictable. I can't shake a sense of dread. Sansa studied his face. You truly care for her? Jon nodded slowly. I do. Sansa pursed her lips, glancing toward the empty horizon. Then let's do our part here, ensure her efforts aren't in vain. Keep Winterfell intact, coordinate with Tyrion, maintain the alliances. We can't allow any chaos in her absence. He mustered a faint smile. Agreed. The first few days after Daenerys left were quiet. Jon threw himself into tasks, ensuring the scorpions that remained in Winterfell were well maintained, checking supply routes, finalizing rosters for the watch rotations. He barely slept, partly to quell the restlessness that gnawed at him, partly to bury his worry about Daenerys. Sansa repeatedly urged him to rest, but he insisted that an idle mind only invites ghosts. He'd meet with Tyrion each morning to discuss any new ravens. So far, nothing new from White Harbor or from the Vale. On the second evening, Sam joined them, mentioning a letter from Castle Black. Ed reported no sign of Tormund yet. That was expected. Tormund might be deep beyond the wall. Still, the accumulation of unknowns gnawed at Jon's nerves. The third day brought a raven from White Harbor. Sansa, reading it in the Great Hall with Jon and Tyrion present, relayed the good news. Daenerys and the reinforcements arrived safely. Euron's ships had been sighted offshore, but no direct assault occurred. Drogon's presence overhead seemed to keep them at bay. Davos's letter appended to Manderley's note indicated they might attempt to scout further along the coast, but so far the situation was stable. Jon felt a wave of relief wash through him. He almost smiled outright in the Great Hall, drawing a curious look from Tyrion. Sansa smirked slightly as though reading her brother's mind. At least we know they made it without incident, she said, folding the parchment. We'll wait to see if Euron tries anything more brazen. Tyrion drummed his fingers on the table. A waiting game, indeed. Let us hope we can outlast him. Jon spent that evening in somewhat higher spirits, even sharing a cup of ale with some of the new recruits who'd come from House Ryswell. Ghost dozed at his feet, unconcerned. The men spoke of their farmland battered by winter storms, but they had a faint hope that come spring they could rebuild. Jon listened, offering what encouragement he could. He noticed they didn't shy away from mention of Daenerys, which was a good sign. Her presence in the north was less divisive now. Perhaps the turn of events after the Great War had begun bridging old prejudices. He slept more soundly that night, though half his dreams were of Daenerys taking flight on Drogon, and half were of a roiling sea where Euron's laughter echoed. Waking at dawn, he headed to the courtyard for sword drills. Despite the mild sense of optimism, he refused to let discipline slack. He sparred with a few knights from the Vale, trading blows that rang off the courtyard walls. It felt good to test his reflexes even if some part of him missed Tormund's coarse banter. Later that morning, another raven arrived, this one from the southwestern region near the Twins. Sansa read it grimly, new banditry around certain roads, men possibly loyal to the memory of the phrase. Jon recognized a pattern. The realm's chaos after the Great War had emboldened rogues. They were not a great threat, but dealing with them would drain more resources. Sansa decided to send a small party to assist local lords in that region, but resources were limited. More scattering of forces, more vigilance. 2 more days passed in the same pattern, monotony tinged with vigilance. On the 5th day after Daenerys's departure, a horn blast resounded from the walls again, near midday. Jon, emerging from the armory after a discussion with Gendry, felt his pulse quicken. He hurried outside, half expecting to see a line of riders from White Harbor or beyond. Instead, the Watchers cried out, "Riders from the west, a small group, 2, 3, no banners." Jon and Tyrion exchanged a look. Tyrion muttered, "Who now?" Sansa joined them at the gatehouse. A hush fell over the courtyard as 3 riders approached. One wore a hooded cloak. Another seemed to be a tall woman. As they drew closer, the Watchers recognized an unmistakable figure, Brienne of Tarth. Beside her rode a shorter person, also hooded. The 3rd rider was an unknown man with a sword at his hip. The gates opened enough to let them inside. Brienne dismounted, looking travel-worn. She saluted. "My Lady Sansa, Lord Jon, I've returned from the Neck. We managed the situation there, but I have more urgent news. We met an unexpected companion en route." The hooded rider lifted their head, throwing back the cloak. It was Arya. Jon felt a jolt of surprise and concern. She'd left for the Riverlands and beyond, saying she might be gone for weeks or months. Yet here she was, lips pressed thin, eyes darting with suppressed urgency. Arya swung off the horse. "Got word that Brienne was nearby, so we rode together." She turned to Sansa and Jon. "I have news from the Riverlands and a warning. Cersei might be shifting her plan. She's forming alliances with lords in the southwestern corner of the Crownlands, plus some men from the old Rosby domain. She might aim to push a land route toward Harrenhal, then up through the Neck eventually. But that's not the worst of it." Jon traded a glance with Sansa. "Go on," he said quietly. Arya gestured to the 3rd rider, who removed his hood. A man in early middle age, stern-faced, wearing partial mail. "This is Ser Martin Lannister, a cousin to Tyrion. He can explain the rest." Tyrion stepped forward, startled. "Ser Martin, I thought you died or vanished after the War of the 5 Kings. Did Cersei send you?" Ser Martin shook his head, looking troubled. "No, my lord. I fled King's Landing some time ago. I can't condone what Queen Cersei is planning. She's made overtures to the Iron Bank again, borrowed heavily, and hired more sellswords to the south. But that's not the darkest rumor. She's rumored to have discovered a device or a method to harm dragons, something more advanced than Qyburn scorpions. I don't know the details, but the rumors talk of a new, devastating weapon being forged in secret. I came north seeking your help. If Queen Daenerys is to face Cersei, she must know." The courtyard went still. Jon felt his blood run cold. Another weapon to kill dragons? If that was true, Daenerys's advantage could be undone. And she was out there right now, confronting Euron's ships. Tyrion let out a slow breath. A new weapon? Qyburn's scorpions were bad enough. But if she found something else? "Are you certain?" Ser Martin gave a grim nod. "I overheard men in the Red Keep talking. They said it's not just bigger scorpions. Something else, maybe wildfire-based, maybe harnessing new black powder from across the narrow sea. The rumor changes shape. I fled before I could learn more. But if half of it is true, your queen is in grave danger if she faces Cersei in open conflict." Jon turned to Arya. "How did you come by him?" Arya crossed her arms. "I was checking roads near the Riverlands, ran into him being chased by a group of sellswords. He claimed to hold vital news for the Starks or Targaryens. I was suspicious, but his story remained consistent. We reached Brienne in the Neck, so we came here together." Sansa frowned at Ser Martin. "Why risk your life to warn us?" He lowered his head. "Because I remember Tyrion's kindness when I was a boy in Lannisport. And I remember how Cersei allowed or orchestrated vile acts. I can't stand by while the realm bleeds again. I'm no friend to Targaryens, but if your queen is the best hope for ending the cycle, so be it." Tyrion studied him a long moment, then nodded. "We'll see if you speak true. But if you do, you have our thanks." Jon, mind racing, looked to Sansa and Tyrion. "Daenerys is at White Harbor, possibly facing Euron. If Cersei's men arrive with a new weapon, or if Euron's ships have it, she's vulnerable. We must warn her immediately." Sansa clutched her cloak. "Send a raven at once." "But can a raven reach White Harbor in time?" Jon exhaled shakily. We have to try. And if possible, I might ride out myself. But it's a few days' journey. She might face a threat before we arrive. Arya placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, expression fierce. We do what we can. She's cunning, she won't let her guard down easily. But we must hurry. Tyrion turned to Ser Martin. Tell us everything you know, every detail, no matter how small. The man nodded, swallowing. Yes, my lord. They ushered him inside for a full debrief. Jon asked a guard to fetch writing tools to send a raven to White Harbor. Anxiety mounted in his chest. If Cersei truly had discovered a new means to kill dragons, Daenerys could be walking into a trap. He felt the ghost of the day beyond the wall when the Night King speared Viserion. Fear coiled in his gut. An hour later, the raven flew from Winterfell's rookery with a terse message: danger from new Lannister weapon. Avoid direct confrontation. Stay alert. Return or send word. Jon Snow. Jon lingered in the tower window, watching the bird vanish into the gray sky. A hollow feeling gnawed at him. He prayed it would reach her in time, that the sea winds wouldn't blow the raven off course. Ser Martin's briefing offered little more than rumor. I heard references to Dragonbane fire or green fangs. Possibly a cross between wildfire and scorpion bolts, he explained. Some said it was stored in large casks, others that it was loaded into new catapults. I truly don't know. But it sounded dire. They had no choice but to wait. Sansa circulated the information among the top advisors, urging them to keep silent to avoid panic. The guards were told to watch the gates for any sign of infiltration, and more scorpions were readied. Meanwhile, Arya recounted her travels, confirming that the southwestern crownlands were indeed stirring with new sellsword companies. Men rumored to have exotic knowledge. Tyrion suspected some unscrupulous alchemists from Essos might have joined Cersei's cause. 2 restless days crawled by. Each dawn, Jon asked the maester if a raven had arrived from White Harbor, and each time, the maester shook his head apologetically. Tyrion paced the courtyard, muttering about the distances and the uncertain weather. Sansa tried to remain calm, focusing on daily tasks, but Jon saw her glance anxiously at him whenever he crossed paths with her. On the 3rd day, just after midday, the watchman's horn sounded. Jon and Tyrion emerged to the yard. A single rider approached the gates, leading a second horse with a slumped figure in the saddle. The watchers recognized him as one of the Northmen who had traveled with Daenerys. Jon's heart lurched. They rushed out. The gate swung open. The rider staggered in, battered and bloodied. The second horse carried a man moaning in pain, apparently an unsullied soldier with a burned arm. Jon and Tyrion helped them dismount. What happened? Jon demanded, voice shaking. The Northman, breathing heavily, sank to his knees. We were ambushed by Ironborn near the mouth of the White Knife. Drogon fought them off, but they had scorpions larger than any we've seen. Queen Daenerys soared above, but they fired something else. Some kind of green flame erupted in the air. Drogon was struck partially. He's hurt. A hush of horror swept the courtyard. Tyrion steadied the man. How badly? I don't know. The queen flew inland, back toward White Harbor, wreathed in flames on Drogon's side. We tried to regroup. Davos ordered a retreat, but we were scattered. This Unsullied was burned. We barely escaped. Many might be dead or captured. I rode straight here. Jon's vision swam with dread. Did you see Daenerys land safely? The man wiped blood from his forehead. No, my lord. I only saw Drogon vanish over the hills, trailing smoke. We heard no final crash, so perhaps they landed. I pray she lives. Sansa, who had just arrived behind Jon, gasped. Tyrion's face paled. Arya, stepping out from the keep, muttered a curse under her breath. The entire yard fell silent. A swirl of possibilities hammered Jon's mind. Daenerys in mortal danger, Drogon badly wounded, Euron armed with some twisted version of wildfire. He forced steadiness into his voice. We need answers. We send a larger relief force to White Harbor immediately. Tyrion, gather as many riders as we can spare. Sansa, maintain command here. Arya? He looked at her, and she nodded fiercely, determined. You'll come with me. We ride at once. Tyrion pressed his lips together. I'll come too if you'll have me. We might need every council mind on the scene. Jon took a moment to weigh it. All right, but remain close. This could be dangerous if Euron is still lurking. Ser Martin stepped forward, humility etched in his stance. Allow me to join as well, my lord. Let me prove my loyalty. I know some of Cersei's tactics. I can advise. Jon glanced at Tyrion, who gave a tight nod. Fine. I'm yourself. We leave in an hour. Sansa gripped Jon's arm, eyes wide with worry. Please be careful. I can't lose you too. If she's out there, we must hope she found a place to land. Jon's jaw clenched. We will bring her back. Or help defend White Harbor. One way or another. He ordered the watch to ready a swift party, 100 men on horseback, including some knights, a few archers, and enough supplies for a forced march in the snow. They loaded up scorpions if possible, though the time was short. Arya donned her traveling leathers, the Valyrian steel dagger at her hip. Tyrion readied a horse, though he was no great rider. Ser Martin found a spare set of gear. The battered soldier who brought the news was sent to the infirmary where Sam could tend to the wounded unsullied. In a flurry of movement, the relief force departed Winterfell under the lowering gray sky. The wind whipped across the plains as they pressed eastward, each man's breath rising in misty clouds. Jon led them with a grim, single-minded determination. He hardly spoke, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. Arya rode near him, watchful and silent. Tyrion and Ser Martin followed close. Ghost loped alongside, bounding over drifts of snow. They forced their way along the half-frozen road toward White Harbor, hoping to arrive in 2 days, maybe less if they rode hard. Men gritted their teeth, cursing the biting cold. Jon pressed them onward, spurred by fear for Daenerys' fate. Now and then he pictured her riding Drogon, flame licking up one side. Could Drogon sustain flight long enough to reach land? She was strong, resourceful, but if the injuries were mortal, if the new weapon was as devastating as rumored. He shook off the thought. They had to keep faith. The first night, they camped. Ed in a copse of stunted pines, lighting small fires for warmth. Jon crouched near Arya, who poked the embers with a stick. Tyrion sat across, rubbing his hands. Ghost curled at Jon's side. No one felt like talking about the elephant in the room. At last Arya asked, voice low, "If she's badly hurt, what then?" Jon stared at the flames. "Then we do what we must. Save her, defend White Harbor. If Drogon can't fly, we might have to protect him. But we'll cross that bridge when we find her." She nodded, lips pressed tight. Tyrion's eyes reflected a tortured mix of worry and guilt, probably cursing himself for not traveling with Daenerys in the first place. Ser Martin hovered at the edge of the firelight, quiet. They resumed the march at dawn, pressing hard, pausing only to feed and water the horses. On the second afternoon, they glimpsed the broad White Knife River, frozen in stretches but still flowing in places. Thick patches of ice glittered dully in the pale sun. By evening, they spotted plumes of smoke near the horizon, too large for normal hearth fires. Tension crackled among the men. Jon turned to Tyrion. "That might be White Harbor. Something's burning." He gestured for speed, and they drove the horses onward, hearts pounding. As they drew closer, they saw partial devastation. A patch of farmland scorched black, smoldering remains of what had been a small outlying village. The faint stench of burned wood and something acrid, possibly the remnants of that green flame, clung to the air. Arya's eyes narrowed in anger. They found no bodies, only deserted ruins. A short distance beyond, they encountered a group of battered survivors. A handful of northern soldiers hobbling along, 2 on makeshift crutches, the rest supporting them. Jon reined in. "What happened here?" The men saluted weakly. One rasped, "Ironborn came with black-sailed ships. They had these bombs, casks that burst in green fire. Burned half the village before we could respond. Then Queen Daenerys arrived on Drogon, drove them off. But Drogon was already wounded. We saw him land not far away, behind that ridge." He pointed east. "She tried to protect the people. We heard roars. Then the Ironborn retreated." Jon's heart leapt. She was alive. Possibly. How long ago? An hour or 2. We've been stumbling away since. The men left behind might still be fighting small skirmishes. Davos is around, too, though we lost track of him. Jon thanked them swiftly, dispatching a few of his men to help them get to safety, and continued on. They rode toward the indicated ridge, scanning for the silhouette of a dragon. Smoke drifted in the distance. Dusk was creeping in, coloring the sky in deep gray. Jon felt the coil of dread tighten. If Drogon was forced to land in open farmland, he and Daenerys were vulnerable. They crested the ridge at last, and the sight made Jon's blood run cold. Drogon lay sprawled in a blackened field, one wing extended at an unnatural angle, smoke rising from greenish scorch marks across his flank. The beast's chest rose and fell, but the roars had subsided to low, ragged growls. Several dozen unsullied formed a perimeter around the dragon, spears braced. Some men knelt to treat the wounded. Others aimed outward, scanning for threats. At the center, near Drogon's massive head, Jon saw Daenerys. She was on her knees, one hand pressed to the dragon's scales, her face streaked with soot and tears. Her white blonde hair was tangled and scorched in places. Grey Worm stood guard beside her, blade in hand, face grim. Jon spurred his horse down the slope, ignoring the gasps from the men behind him. Arya and Tyrion followed closely. The Unsullied parted at the last moment to allow them through. Jon leapt from his horse before it fully stopped, stumbling to Daenerys' side. She glanced up, exhaustion etched in every line of her face. "Jon," she breathed, voice raw. "You came." He knelt, heart clenching at the sight of her battered form. "Are you hurt?" She exhaled shakily, glancing at her right arm where a bloody gash stained her sleeve. "A small wound from shrapnel, nothing I can't manage." "Drogon," she trailed off, turning to her dragon. Drogon let out a faint rumble, eyes half-lidded. The scorched patches on his side oozed a black, viscous fluid. Greenish residue clung to his scales as though some chemical had burned deep. The stench made Jon's eyes water. "Gods," Tyrion whispered, approaching carefully. "They used it on him?" Daenerys nodded, voice trembling with rage and grief. "Yes. Some vile device launched these canisters that exploded in a green fire, worse than normal wildfire. Drogon avoided the brunt, but he was struck. He managed to burn the Iron-born ships that tried to close in, but the pain forced him to land." She swallowed, eyes wet. "He saved the village from a worse fate, but he's badly wounded. I can't get him to move. We tried to treat it, but the green flames eat into his hide." Jon gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "We'll do what we can. We have men, we have supplies. Sam's not here, but maybe we can find a way. Gendry might know something about black powder or chemical burns." Grey Worm spoke, voice terse. "The Ironborn retreated after we scorched some of their ships, but they may regroup. We can't move Drogon easily unless he can fly. The Queen refuses to leave him." Daenerys shook her head firmly. "I won't abandon him. If Euron returns with more of that weapon, we're vulnerable." Jon turned, calling to Tyrion. "We need a perimeter. Dig trenches if we must. We can't stay in the open, though. White Harbor is half a day's ride from here, right?" A soldier near them answered, "Less if we push the horses. But Drogon can't be moved without a cart or sled, which we don't have, and he's too heavy." Arya inspected the dragon's burns, expression grave. "If we don't treat that soon, the infection might spread. I've seen men die from lesser chemical wounds." Tyrion grimaced. "We might need to gather local villagers or send for a wagon of some sort. But is there anything that can carry a dragon's weight? This is bigger than any cart." Daenerys pressed her forehead to Drogon's flank as if trying to will him strength. The dragon's breathing hitched. She whispered, "Hold on, my child. Please." Then she looked up, voice shaking. "We can't just wait for him to die. We have to do something. If we can neutralize the chemical, we might stop the burn. The alchemists in King's Landing used a neutralizing agent for wildfire, I recall. We need Sam or someone who understands these concoctions." Jon stood, scanning the area. "Let's set up a defensive camp here. Light fires for warmth, build a perimeter of stakes or shallow trenches. Meanwhile, a fast rider heads to White Harbor, fetches any supplies, medics, or knowledge they have. Another messenger goes to Winterfell to gather Sam and anyone else who might help. We do everything in our power to heal Drogon. Then we find Euron and end this threat." Grey Worm nodded curtly, summoning a few Unsullied to carry out the orders. Tyrion volunteered to be the messenger to White Harbor, given his knowledge of who might have relevant expertise, but Jon refused, not wanting Tyrion's mind absent from the immediate crisis. Instead, they sent 2 swift riders with Manderly men to the city while another pair rode to Winterfell. As dusk settled, they erected a ring of torches around Drogon, partially to ward off the cold, partially to provide light for tending the wounds. Davos emerged from the gloom, disheveled but relieved to see Jon. "We tried to protect the Queen," he said, voice laced with guilt. "But the Ironborn flanked us. They had more ships than we expected." Jon clasped Davos's hand. "We're here now. Daenerys crouched by Drogon's side, letting an unsullied soldier apply what rough salves they had. The greenish burn hissed when touched by water, releasing foul steam. Drogon snarled in pain, thrashing once. Everyone backed away, hearts pounding, but Daenerys remained, stroking his muzzle. Jon knelt behind her, gently supporting her trembling form. "We'll find a cure," he murmured. "Stay strong." She nodded, tears sliding down her cheeks. "He's my last healthy child." Viserion gone, Rhaegal still healing, and now Drogon might she couldn't finish. Jon pressed his forehead to hers, ignoring the stares of onlookers. "I won't let him die if I can help it." Night draped the battlefield in shadows. The men worked in shifts, fortifying a perimeter with sharpened stakes, setting up torches to watch for a returning Ironborn assault. The flickers of flame played over Drogon's wounded side, revealing blackened scales and the sickly green residue. Davos rummaged through crates for anything that might help. One unsullied with minor alchemical training tried mixing vinegar with clay, applying it to the burns. The dragon howled, but some pockets of chemical foam fizzed away. A partial success, perhaps? Arya paced near the perimeter, vigilant for signs of Euron scouts. Ser Martin assisted the Northmen in felling small trees to build a barricade. Tyrion, hunched over a small table improvised from crates, scrawled notes of possible treatments gleaned from half-remembered stories of wildfire in King's Landing. Jon moved from group to group, encouraging them, ensuring no one panicked. The knowledge that Euron might strike again cast a pall over every flicker of hope. Daenerys refused to leave Drogon's side. She crouched by the dragon's head, murmuring in Valyrian, occasionally wincing when Drogon's pain caused him to jerk. Jon brought her a cup of water and a piece of bread, but she barely touched it, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. Once, her gaze flickered to Jon, haunted. "He's fighting, but I feel him weakening." Jon squeezed her hand. "The riders we sent will bring help. Tyrion thinks a mixture of chalk, vinegar, and sand might help neutralize the residue. We'll try that next." And so they did, each attempt offering incremental relief but no complete cure. Drogon occasionally roared or snapped in pain, forcing the men to scramble back. Yet Daenerys never wavered, tears trailing silently whenever the beast convulsed. The night stretched into what felt like eternity. Just before dawn, a rider returned from White Harbor bringing a small donkey cart laden with jars. The port's local healers had offered a mixture of pulverized limestone and other compounds said to quell chemical burns. They also sent bandages, though wrapping a dragon seemed impossible. Tyrion and Davos orchestrated the attempt. Soldiers scooped the powder into buckets, mixing it with water, then carefully applied it to the largest open wounds. A hiss of steam erupted. Drogon jerked, nearly striking one soldier with his tail, but Daenerys clutched the dragon's muzzle, crooning a lullaby in Valyrian. Gradually, the sizzling subsided. By mid-morning, the wound had at least stopped spreading. The greenish residue was mostly scraped away, leaving raw black scorches. Drogon still breathed raggedly, but some of the tension in his body relaxed. Daenerys let out a shaky exhale, half collapsing into Jon's arms. "He's stable," she whispered. "For now." Jon pressed a kiss to her temple, ignoring the men around them. "We'll guard him until he can move. Then we'll get him to White Harbor or Winterfell." She nodded, tears of relief glinting. "Thank you." In the hours that followed, the makeshift camp braced for the possibility of Euron's return. Scouts patrolled the hills. Tyrion directed archers to vantage points. Ser Martin assisted them, identifying vantage lines. Davos and Arya scouted the coastline to ensure no more Ironborn lurked. The second evening found Jon and Daenerys near Drogon again, exhausted but determined. She had cleaned her own wound somewhat, though it was a nasty gash that might scar. Jon gently helped bandage her arm, the intimacy of the moment overshadowed by the acrid stench of scorched dragon flesh. "You should rest," he urged. "You haven't slept properly in days." She shook her head, eyes red from crying and smoke. "I can't leave him." He sighed, removing his cloak to drape around her shoulders. "At least lean on me. Close your eyes for a bit." She relented, sinking against him, lids drooping. The battered men around them tended small fires, their faces lined with exhaustion. The wind rattled through the improvised barricade. Ghost paced the perimeter silently, sniffing at the ground. Under a star-choked sky, the hush felt precarious. But no Ironborn assault came that night. At dawn, Sam arrived, leading a small group of healers from Winterfell. He dismounted, breath-hitching at the sight of Drogon's injuries. "Gods help us," he muttered. But he immediately set to work examining the scorched flesh, conferring with the local healers. Using knowledge gleaned from Citadel tomes, Sam attempted a new salve of crushed herbs, honey, and antiseptic compounds. The process took hours, each application requiring a fresh batch. Daenerys hovered anxiously. That afternoon, Drogon stirred more actively, letting out a low, rumbling groan. He lifted his head slightly, blinking his great eyes. A wave of relief rippled through the camp. Sam, panting, declared the infection might be turning. They just had to keep the wound clean, reapplying the salve thrice a day, and ensure Drogon didn't thrash too much. Daenerys sank to her knees, tears on her cheeks. "Thank you," she breathed, looking at Sam. "Whatever you need, any reward, you have it." Sam flushed, stammering that he was only doing his duty. Jon placed a hand on Sam's shoulder, gratitude shining in his eyes. Now, with Drogon stabilized, the question became, what next? Euron had retreated, but no one believed he was gone for good. They had proven that the new weapon, the rumored Dragobane fire, was real and it could severely wound a dragon. Daenerys' advantage was no longer absolute. Jon, Daenerys, Tyrion, Arya, Davos, and Sansa via a Raven's letter conferred on what to do. Moving Drogon was risky. Forcing a flight might tear open the wounds. Marching him on a cart seemed equally fraught, given the dragon's size. White Harbor offered better shelter, but the road might expose them to ambush. Winterfell was safer but farther. In the end, they decided to remain in place for at least another few days, letting Drogon heal. Daenerys dispatched Grey Worm and some Unsullied to harass any Ironborn that came ashore. Davos took a few Northmen to scout the coastline for Euron's ships. The rest fortified the camp, turning it into a small fortress with trenches and wooden stakes. Jon and Daenerys huddled in a canvas command tent near Drogon, going over reports. The dryness of the moment gave them no time for personal reflection. But when the daily tasks concluded, they found themselves alone by the dragon's side, the sky darkening overhead. Sam had carefully bandaged the largest burn with cloth soaked in an herbal wash. Drogon rumbled, as if half asleep, less agitated than before. Daenerys stared at the horizon. "I never wanted to believe there could be a weapon more dangerous than scorpions. My father's madness with wildfire was infamous. Cersei has harnessed something akin to that. I was so confident we'd hold the advantage at sea." She shuddered. "I nearly lost him, Jon." He gently rested a hand on her back. "But you didn't. You saved the village and you're here. That's what matters. Once Drogon recovers, we'll adapt. We'll plan a way to neutralize that weapon. We can't allow Euron or Cersei to keep it." She turned to him, something raw in her gaze. "What if I can't? What if we end up fighting them and Drogon is struck again? I can't lose him." Jon pulled her into his arms, ignoring the stares of a nearby Unsullied or two. She trembled slightly but didn't pull away. "We find a way," he murmured. "We always do." She pressed her forehead to his chest, voice muffled by his cloak. "You give me hope I don't deserve." He closed his eyes, holding her close. "It's not about deserving. We stand together." They lingered in that embrace, the hush of the camp enveloping them. Arya, passing by with a waterskin for the men, paused at a distance, expression pensive but not disapproving. Tyrion, emerging from the shadows, observed them with a fleeting look of relief, perhaps taking solace in seeing them united, no matter how complicated their blood ties. He quietly turned away, letting them have the moment. Night deepened and the winds grew chill. Guards patrolled the trenches, watchful for any sign of returning Ironborn. Davos eventually returned from a coastal patrol, reporting no major fleet nearby, though evidence suggested the remains of Euron's battered ships had sailed south. That might grant them breathing room, but no one thought the threat gone. The next morning, Sam checked Drogon's injuries again, pronouncing them improved. The infection seemed lessening. Over the next 2 days, the dragon grew more alert, occasionally lifting his head to growl or nuzzle Daenerys, though flight was still impossible. Daenerys managed to ride her horse short distances to check on local villages, ensuring minimal casualties. The local folk seemed awed that she had shielded them, though the presence of a wounded dragon was simultaneously terrifying and heroic to them. Word spread that the Dragon Queen had taken a blow to protect the North, forging deeper loyalty in some hearts. Jon, seeing the gratitude of these small folk, realized that Daenerys' hold on the North was strengthening in a way no mere edict could accomplish. She had bled for them, risked her last uninjured dragon to shield their homes. Rumors circulated that she had wept for the harm done, that she personally consoled frightened children. This was not the savage foreign queen some had feared. On the 4th day, a raven from Winterfell arrived, bearing a short message from Sansa. "No direct threats here. We'll hold the castle. Glad to hear Drogon recovers. Return when you can. Cersei's plans remain uncertain." Jon read it to Daenerys by the morning light. She sat near Drogon, who dozed in the grass. "We should decide if we remain here or attempt to move him to White Harbor or back to Winterfell," he said. "We can't linger forever in open farmland." Daenerys rested a hand on Drogon's flank. He's strong enough to hobble on foot, perhaps, if we go slowly. White Harbor is closer. The city walls can protect him if Euron tries again. Then, once he's healed further, we can sail or walk him to Winterfell. Jon agreed, calling Tyrion, Arya, Davos, and Sam to finalize the plan. They decided to set out the following morning, forming a protective column around Drogon as he walked. If the dragon needed rest, they'd stop. The city gates of White Harbor would hopefully open wide enough to let him in. Lord Manderley had promised his full cooperation. That night, Daenerys actually laughed softly when Jon recounted how he once walked Ghost from Castle Black to a distant wildling camp, ensuring the dire wolf stayed calm. I never thought I'd be walking a dragon down a road, she mused. Stranger days have come, I suppose. Jon smiled, the tension easing for a breath. We do what's needed. And maybe it'll show the people how impressive Drogon is, even wounded. She nodded, a flicker of pride. He'll be unstoppable once healed. Then I owe Euron a reckoning. The next morning, they broke camp. Soldiers cleared the trenches, packed the supplies. Drogon rose shakily, letting out a soft growl of discomfort. Daenerys spoke soothing words, guiding him forward with a gentle tug on one of his uninjured horns. The men formed a perimeter. Sam and the local healers carried salves and cloth to reapply if needed. Jon, Tyrion, Davos, Arya, and Grey Worm spread out, scanning the distance. It was a slow, careful march. Drogon limped, occasionally flapping his wings in agitation. Dust and broken patches of snow flew up around him. The column advanced maybe a mile or two an hour, winding along the road that led to White Harbor. Overhead, the sky remained overcast, but no immediate sign of an airborne ambush. Occasional farmland dotted the route, the locals gaping from a distance at the sight of a dragon walking the road. Some cheered. Others fled indoors, spooked. Daenerys kept her posture regal, though exhaustion lined her face. She refused to leave Drogon's side. By the time dusk fell, they had covered only half the distance. They made a makeshift camp again, building small fires. Drogon curled up with a low rumble. Sam reapplied the salve, noting with relief that the scarring was closing. Jon and Daenerys conferred, deciding they'd reach White Harbor by late the next afternoon if all went well. That evening, at a small campfire near Drogon, Tyrion and Arya joined Jon and Daenerys for a simple meal of bread and stew. Arya was uncharacteristically quiet, but her eyes held a faint glint as though analyzing every detail. Tyrion ventured a conversational remark. At least we know the new weapon can be partially countered with the right salves and speed if we survive the initial blast. But that's a small comfort. Daenerys nodded, stirring her stew. We must find a way to neutralize it entirely. We can't rely on luck each time. Arya sipped from a tin cup. We'll figure it out. Once Drogon is safe in White Harbor, we can plan. Jon listened, appreciating how their synergy felt oddly close-knit despite the horrors. They had formed a bond that spanned houses and backgrounds, each determined to save the realm from Cersei's madness. When the meal ended, they parted, leaving Jon and Daenerys alone for a moment. She sat by the fire, gazing into the flames. Jon settled beside her, gently covering her hand with his. We're nearly there. White Harbor can tend to Drogon properly. She leaned her head on his shoulder, eyes fluttering shut. I wish we had more than moments of respite, Jon. But this war demands all we have. He sighed. I know. If it helps, your courage has won the hearts of many. I saw how those farmers looked at you like a savior. The North will not forget. A ghost of a smile curved her lips. If I survive to see it. He kissed her hair gently. You will. We will. They stayed that way until the fire burned low, then parted for the night, each finding a place to lie down, weapons close at hand. The watch stood vigilant, scanning the dark horizon for any flicker of green flame. But the night passed without incident. Dawn broke cold and dim, spurring them onward. Drogon rumbled awake, more steady on his feet. By mid-morning, they finally saw the distant walls of White Harbor. Lord Manderley had stationed lookouts who signaled at the sight of the approaching dragon. Trumpets sounded from the city, likely causing both alarm and preparation. The gates were partially opened. Soldiers in merman livery cloaks lined the walls, crossbows ready in case of trouble. Daenerys guided Drogon carefully across the fields leading to the main gate. Men parted, giving the dragon a wide berth. The city guard emerged to greet them. Manderley's steward bowed low, stating they had prepared a large courtyard near the outer docks to house the dragon, similar to how they once stabled large beasts for visiting lords. Gendry's scorpions were set up around the perimeter, a possible defense if Euron attacked the harbor. Slowly, Drogon trudged inside White Harbor's walls, letting out a rumble that echoed off stone. The crowd parted in awe, some cheering the queen's safe arrival, others staring in stunned silence at the wounded dragon. Daenerys walked with regal poise, though sweat beaded on her brow. Jon, Arya, Tyrion, and Davos followed, ensuring no panic erupted. The city's courtyard bustled with knights and commoners alike, all craning to see. Manderly himself waddled forward, relief written on his face. "You're safe, your grace," he said, bowing. "We heard rumors of a great battle at sea. The folk worried you might have been lost." Daenerys inclined her head, summoning a small smile. "I live thanks to many brave men. Drogon is wounded but healing. We appreciate your hospitality." Manderly guided them to the designated enclosure, a wide area near the harbor wall, half open to the sky. The city's older shipping crates had been cleared. The ground was layered with straw. Drogon collapsed onto it with a pained grunt. Sam rushed forward to oversee the next stage of treatment. Grey Worm posted unsullied at each entrance. The local city guard ringed the courtyard, watching in a mixture of fear and admiration. Jon helped Daenerys remove her cloak, noticing her swaying with fatigue. "Rest now," he said firmly. "We can talk strategy later." She shook her head. "In a moment. Let me ensure Drogon is comfortable." She spoke softly to the dragon, stroking his muzzle. Slowly, his breathing steadied. Then she finally allowed Jon to lead her to a bench near one of the shipping crates. Arya approached, offering a water skin. Daenerys drank deeply, hand trembling. Tyrion exchanged glances with Davos, relief etched in his expression. They were safe behind walls for the time being. But White Harbor might be the next target if Euron attempted a larger invasion. The presence of Dragonbane fire meant their advantage was precarious. As the day progressed, the city leadership assembled in a hastily arranged council. Lord Manderly, several of his captains, Daenerys, looking pale but resolute, Jon, Tyrion, Arya, Davos, Sam, and some local lords. They gathered in a large hall overlooking the harbor, discussing fortifications and the possibility of a naval blockade. Tyrion suggested forging additional scorpions, though they'd need time. Manderly offered to commission local shipwrights to build smaller, faster ships for scouting. If Euron returned, they might at least harass him from range. Throughout the meeting, Daenerys sat regally despite her exhaustion, sometimes wincing from her wounded arm. She insisted on hearing every detail, determined not to let the new threat break her. Jon hovered protectively near her, occasionally noticing how white her knuckles were where she gripped the table. By nightfall, they had a plan: fortify White Harbor's walls, expand the harbor chain to block large enemy vessels, station scorpions along the parapets, and maintain a watch for Euron's fleet. Drogon would remain in the courtyard until fully healed. If another wave of Ironborn attacked, they hoped the city's defenses plus the dragon's presence would deter them. Meanwhile, they'd send ravens to the Vale, Winterfell, and any friendly lords in the Riverlands, urging vigilance. Yet an undercurrent of dread lingered. The realm was fracturing under the weight of these new weapons, Cersei's cunning, and the tension that simmered. In a private moment after the council, Daenerys faced Jon on a dim balcony overlooking White Harbor's moonlit waters. Ships rocked gently below, lanterns bobbing in the dark. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. He placed a cloak over her shoulders. "The city is yours to defend for now. But I fear what might happen if Cersei employs that weapon on a larger scale." She exhaled, gaze distant. "I won't let fear rule me. But I also can't ignore the danger. If we can't use dragons freely, we lose our greatest edge. I might have to rely on conventional armies, and that's a war that could ravage the entire kingdom." Jon's voice dropped. "We might need to coordinate with southern lords who still oppose her. Maybe even the Tyrell bannermen, though the Tyrells are gone. Or House Tully in the Riverlands. Anyone who sees sense." She nodded, absently rubbing her wounded arm. "Yes. Tyrion's letters might help. But if she strikes first?" He moved closer, resting a hand on her uninjured shoulder. "We'll stand firm. The North, White Harbor, Winterfell, the Vale. We're forging alliances out of necessity. People see you fought for them, bled for them. That will count when the final confrontation comes." She gazed at him, the moonlight reflecting on tears she refused to shed. "Sometimes I wish I were just a simple girl who never had to bear the burden of crowns or dragons. But that's not who I am." Jon's expression gentled. "Nor I, duty's a heavy cloak." She offered a faint, wry smile. "Yes, it is." They stood in silence, shoulders touching, the harbor's black waters stretching below them. A brisk wind tugged Daenerys's silver-gold hair and Jon's dark locks. High above, the stars glimmered, indifferent to mortal turmoil. Far away in the south, Cersei Lannister prepared her next move. Euron Greyjoy lurked with twisted weaponry. And the rest of Westeros, exhausted by the war with the dead, now found itself inching toward another cataclysmic conflict, this time among the living. In that hush, Jon recalled his father's words, when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. Now that pack included Daenerys, too, whatever her name, whatever secrets bound them. He pulled her closer, feeling her lean into him, seeking warmth against the cold. She might be a Targaryen, he might be one as well, but at that moment none of it outweighed the simple truth that they needed each other. Below, the city's torches flickered. On the walls, fresh guards took their posts, scorpions readied, men scanning the horizon for green flames or lion banners. In the courtyard, Drogon slumbered, his breath rattling but sure. Another day ended in White Harbor, one step away from war, or peace, or some new entanglement. Yet for this single instant, as Daenerys closed her eyes and Jon held her steady, they found a sliver of solace in the darkness, a small, precious respite in a realm that never ceased hungering for more blood. Night carried on, and they lingered on that balcony, two souls caught between dire legacies, hoping their fragile alliance might reshape a land still reeling from the long night. Tomorrow, no doubt, would demand new sacrifices, but for now, the hush of the cold sea and the distant glow of the harbor were enough to keep them moving forward, together.